This some bullshit. As soon as I decide to go live, y'all, that's when I run into some bullshit. Give me 1 second. We're gonna do this again. What's going on, UFO? Give me 1 second, guys. Let me set this stuff back up. As soon as I decided to go live, everything bad started to happen. If you could please do me a favor by hitting the like button, sharing the show, and also please hit the PayPal or the Cash App down below. That'll greatly help me out. Oh boy. Oh boy. All right, let me throw on one track real quick. Let me set all of this stuff up. As soon as well, actually everybody here, so I don't gotta do that. Okay. If y'all could please hit the like button, support the show, and share it down below. Soon as I go live, that's when the BS starts to happen. You know. But please put a one in the chat. Let me see if you guys can hear it. Let me let this rock real quick, and we're gonna get straight into it. Let's player talk. Let's go.
On that, ignorance is ignorance across all races of people. We all have degenerates of every race and culture. We don't respect or accept those. That's not the highlight of who we are, and I don't think that's what we need to focus on. Black fatigue is what it stands for and what it will always be, and that's what we need to focus on. Why are we physically, mentally, and emotionally exhausted? And let's not focus on the ignorance that they want to keep highlighting. Everybody will be sick of that. That's obvious. Let's just stay on the
All right,
foundation and
thank you,
build off
Party.
of
We
that.
back. What's going
I'll
on,
land my
Nighters?
plane.
Pretty intellectual. When you hear Black fatigue, what does it mean to you?
Shout outs to Nightish in the building. Good to see you, player. What's going on, Party? Welcome back, bro. Bro, I'm like, as soon as I go live, that's when the BS starts to happen, man. I appreciate you guys for rocking with me. Please, y'all hit the like button, share the show, support the show. Let me drop the link if you guys want to join in. And I'm gonna drop the Discord link. So every time I go live, you guys will be notified via Discord. I need to re-download Discord, by the way. Give me 1 second, guys. It's Player Talk Radio. We are back here to save the night. Hopefully, no more catastrophic shit happens. But I appreciate you guys. All right, let's get back into it. We got a lot to talk about. It's Player Talk. Let's get it.
I mean, for me, it's the initial definition. It's Black people being sick and tired of always being classed in a box, whether it be in America or all across the world as a result of colonization and, YT inferiority. But typical, as usual, white people have a habit of stealing our words.
Now, I listen. I've been in the pro-black spaces. I've been everywhere. I've heard everything that could and should be said on these topics. I've had all the patience in the world with these damn topics. But I'm going to let you guys know. And I like some of the stuff the sisters are talking about, to a certain degree. But I'm like, if Pearl wasn't there, and this wasn't the topic and stuff like that, these women will be practicing feminism, you know? So despite what white people do, I always go back to, okay, then, why are y'all practicing feminism? But let's go.
So just like woke, and just like thug, and just like ghetto, and just like all of these other words, they just have a habit of not being able to find words themselves. So they take words that we use to describe and explain our experiences, and then they try to steal it to be their own definitions of something that is not the original definition of the word. So I think that Black people should not allow them to again take the word just like they did woke. It has a definition. Like, for example, I have Karen fatigue, right? I do. Genuinely, I cannot stand seeing them crash out in Walmarts and Targets all across America. But somehow, we're not, we all have fatigue with the other race, but find your own word. You see how I just made that up? I didn't have to steal something that's within the white community and make it something it's not. So yeah, it's still the original definition for me.
All right, go ahead, Miss Pearl, but Pearl.
Thanks for having me, guys. So when I think of Black fatigue, I think that people are kind of sick of Black people's behavior and excuses for the behavior. And I would say some of the behavior is, this is not all Black people, as I always have to say with these kind of conversations, but I would say these are some of the things that people are fatigued of. Black people committing more crime, a lack of basic decorum, a lack of good faith, at times a lack of work ethic, basic manners, sexual behavior in public, dressing overly provocative, taking advantage of white people's good nature, gaslighting, attitude. I could give stories where personally this has happened to me at work, in sports, in cities, and in friend groups. Somebody said microaggressions. I don't really know what that means, but I think that's kind of just an excuse for poor behavior. So that's what I would say it is.
Okay. Go ahead, Ella. Black fatigue, what does it mean to you?
The original definition. I think that what we're witnessing is the fatigue of just ignorant behavior that all races carry. You know what I'm saying? So I think to just coin it as Black fatigue, like what do we call what white people do? What's the word for that? Would it just be called, hey, we're just tired of ignorance, we're just tired of, or is it white fatigue? Like, to me, Black fatigue is what it originally means. But it's just funny to hear white people talk about the side effects of what their people have done to people, and then talk about, hey, I don't know what's wrong with them. Like, how do our people have been disrespected when we behaved at our best? When you look into history, when people get, you know what happened to us, all the violent atrocities, the redlining, those people wasn't sagging their pants. Those people wasn't rapping gangster lyrics. Those people were going to church. They was conservative. Their pants was buckled up. They was going to church and all that, and they was blowing them shits up. So when I hear white people, the most violent, the most aggressive, the most pillaging people to ever walk the face of this planet, actually call out people who are just showing the side effects of years of mental degradation, social degradation, economic chicanery. You talk. I know you're getting triggered. It's gonna be a long night. Get ready.
No, I'm not triggered. I thought we could go back and forth.
Nobody interrupted you. Get your seatbelt ready. It's gonna be a long night.
Overreaction. Talking about.
No one look at you. This see. Like, you can't even help it. You can't even help it. We ain't even get started yet. See, you ain't never.
And see, these conversations get dumb because, hold on. See, these conversations get dumb because a lot of people are like, "Oh man, we're going somewhere with this." Oh yeah. I'm gonna say something to you've never heard before. These conversations get dumb as hell, y'all. In Black fashion. Oh yeah, you sure told her. Man, Black people black people will fucking spend too much time wasting your time. What the hell is telling Pearl this shit that she already knows? What the hell is this supposed to solve? Or do? But let's go.
Already, baby.
There's the
But like I
action.
was saying, right? Because we got literature. We ain't gonna just talk from just our thoughts. I hope you got some literature on your side, Miss Pearl. Excuse me, Pearl. I hope you got some literature, because I'm not gonna just speak from my thoughts, my opinions. I'm gonna quote from literature. So what I'm saying is, I'm tired of ignorance of all races. But to hear white people go out their way to co-sign this, when most of black people's issues, whether it be the drug issue, whether it be their issues with relationships, whether it be their issues with economics, whether it be their the hijacking of their arts and the hijacking of putting negative images as far as music. We don't control media. We don't control the major networks. So for anything black people to do that we do negatively to be broadcasted to the world has to be funded, co-signed, and endorsed by a European. So to hear these same people talk about the things they've done to these people, and then when they have the nerve to show the side effects of that, say, hey, I don't know what they're talking about, just shows you what we're dealing with. So black fatigue is no such thing as black fatigue. It's just the fatigue of just ignorance of American culture, and it's eroding black people because we've been attached to most of these atrocities the most. So excuse us for the fact that we don't want to talk to you like we used to. We don't want to be as gracious as we used to, because when our parents was and our grandparents was going to church and saying, yes, master, yes, Paul, yeah, you would blow their heads off. There was a story of a man, and I'm gonna shut up. There's a story of a man. I forgot his name, but there was a story. I could tell you about what happened in my job today. But there was a story of a man. I think his name was Booker. I forgot his last name. This was in the 50s, not that long ago. So let's not act like history don't matter, because we celebrate 4th of July every year. We celebrate past the Civil War and Fort Scott 7 years ago, Ulysses Grant, all these old forefathers. We acknowledge them every year. So the history means a whole lot to this country. He worked at a restaurant for white people, and he said, hey, I try to do my best. I be nice. They call me the N-word. They talk to me crazy. I'm just trying to take care of my family. I'm trying to take care of my
What's going on, any same one? Welcome to the show, y'all. Please hit the like button. Please share the show. Please support the show. Let's go.
kids. At nighttime,
See you, bro. Happy holidays, everybody.
I got my own restaurant, and I work it myself. So this man works for white people in the daytime in Mississippi, and at nighttime, he works at his own restaurant. So at that time, black people, we don't have that even now, but in the 50s, you think, who owns cameras? Who owns media networks? So we don't. So even the people who interviewed him was white. But guess what happened to that man? They killed him days later, just because he had the nerve to tell white people who asked him, well, how white people treat you, just for him to get killed by white people. So I don't want to hear no white person talk about black fatigue. Now, if you want to talk about the degradation of America, you want to talk about the lack of literacy in youth, you want to.
This is what black people wanted. They just wanted to sit here and explain all day to Pearl. Like Pearl can change their whole life. Like I'm gonna just sit here and I'm gonna just tell white people shit they already know. Like they can fix it. Let's go.
Talk about just drugs in general, just immoral culture of Western culture. I'm all for that, but don't blame it on black people, because we're only doing what was done to us.
All right, Pearl, you want to respond real quickly?
Yeah, I had a question. How does this work? Am I able, when they're talking, can we go back and forth like a conversation, or that's not allowed here? I'm okay with either. I just wasn't positive.
I mean, if you want to interject and if the person allows it, then that's fine. But if they say let me finish, then just allow them to finish. Then I'll just come back to you so you can respond.
Yeah, because you was doing every person. Like everybody went their turn. He went in row. We could see the panels. He went one by one. It was my turn.
Yeah. So, again, I would say even in that interaction, I was very polite to you, where you automatically assumed the worst. So that kind of reiterates what I was talking about. The next argument I'm going to go through. So I'm gonna, you know,
No, but what did I assume?
I'm gonna keep going. That's gonna
Oh,
be
you're not gonna answer.
gaslighting
Okay.
right there. So gaslight. Pretend you weren't doing what you did, which is totally fine. I'm a big girl, I can handle it. But
No,
this
you
is an
can't.
example of the black fatigue. Then you're saying you're blaming it on history. I just think goes back to white people are kind of tired of hearing
You said exactly. Whites don't give a shit about that anymore. Tell white people. You said tell white people shit they ain't lived. Right, right.
excuses.
Of course you are.
Then a lot of them were wrong about. You know what I'm saying? A lot of them were wrong about Black history anyway. They're like, oh, white people don't know nothing about Black history because they don't live it. They're not close to Black people. Yes, they do, and they know more about Black history than you. And I'm not gonna say they live it, but there's a certain amount of white people that stay around Black people and know exactly what the hell they're talking about. All right, but let's get into it. All right, y'all, please hit the like button. Please support the show. Making sure I give you guys a great show tonight. And we about to chop it up. All right, I got you guys. It's Player Talk Radio. Let's get it. All right, let's get back into it.
Yeah, and it just.
Of course you are, but why wouldn't you be tired of it?
As an
Of course you are.
adult, you are responsible for your own behavior. So if you do something rude, or if you commit a crime, you are responsible. Nobody else is responsible for it.
Absolutely. But that's not a black crime. It's not a black
White
issue.
people commit more crime in this country than black people. So let's if we're gonna speak facts, let's really stop talk statistics.
And listen, I love the real sisters, but I really don't want to hear from no damn sister that I know for a Fendi fact. If Pearl wasn't there, you'd be over here talking that feminist bullshit. You'd be over here practicing that feminist bullshit. I know for a Fendi fact, if Pearl wasn't there, you wouldn't really want to have nothing in common with a lot of those brothers. You'd be talking that feminist bullshit. So they know every single thing that goes on in the Black community. But when you like, yeah, that's nice and all, but what about you practicing feminism? Now all of a sudden it's a what? I don't see you trying to practice patriarchy. You trying to practice that misogyny. See, that's you. They turn the table and that's you trying to practice the white man's religion. When you call out, they're in the white woman's game. But see, this is kind of why I hate to say it. You kind of have to keep a Pearl around just for a little bit, just to see something, just to see like, oh, okay. I get this Black solidarity thing. I get it. But you know what you're doing. Because like I said, when Pearl leaves, right back to feminism. Right back to feminism. Pay attention, all right? Race loyalty 101. Who's giving you the game like this, all right? Y'all hit the Cash App, hit the like, support the show, hit the PayPal, share the show. Let's go. I'm going to put the Discord in the chat. Y'all join the Discord. Let's go.
And stop just blowing, just saying out anything, because like Illa said, you're just
Black men are 20 times
you're
more
not really
violent
spewing out any facts.
Black men are
Because
20
over 50%. No. Let me
Black
speak.
men are 20
Over-
times more
over
violent than white men.
That's what I'm saying. You're
Over
showing.
50%.
You're showing.
Hold on,
what we're trying to-
hold on.
She said
Hold
off
on.
with the interruptions.
Hold on.
She shouldn't start
Hold on.
interrupting people because we
Hold
weren't
on.
interrupting nobody. But
Okay,
you want to
okay.
interrupt, so now you've flown off the
Okay,
flow
hold
of the
on,
flow,
hold on,
which is
Ella,
what they
Ella,
do
I
in
got
real
it,
life.
I
Go
got
off
it.
the flow of
White,
everything.
Ella,
white,
hold on,
white
you guys.
rude.
Hold on.
She throwing up racist
Hold on.
talking points.
Hold on, let's just do one at a time. Okay, I got the timer. We're gonna do 3 minutes and 50-second timer. Go ahead, let Pearl finish. Getting back to Ella. Ella just remain on silent until she finished. Go ahead, Pearl. You're on mute. Let me take you off.
Felonies, 51% of arrests for murder in 2019 were black. Black women are 7% of the population.
Now, this is what I'm saying. This is also what I'm saying. Let me do this real quick. I want you guys to listen to this and take this with a grain of salt, right? We hear these talking points from these women when Pearl is not here. These women will use these same talking points against black women. I mean, against black men when Pearl's not there. So how comes when Pearl's there, all of a sudden these talking points are detrimental to men in the black community, but when Pearl's not there, they're flexing these same talking points when it suits their argument. All right? Y'all black men are committing the crime. Y'all black men are harming black women. Y'all black men are doing this. Now that Pearl's here, it's a problem.
Population, 39% of abortions. Felony conviction rate for black individuals is 61%. Black people are 13% of the population, but are incarcerated 38% of the time. 48% of black adults are obese. 54% of black women.
What's going on, Beachy? Good to see you, love. Welcome to the show, Beachy. I gotta go over your Kevin Samuels show. They're not ready for that one. Good to see you, love. Welcome to the show. Let's go.
Are obese. 1 in 4 black children born in 1990 had an imprisoned parent by age 14. Yeah. So if you want facts, there are some facts. Go ahead.
I would like to know, how do you quantify black men being more violent? I think that there's statistics, but how do you go and measure that? Like, without just the numbers, how do we go through our daily lives?
BG said, I'm so glad you're live. I'm sick of these. I feel you.
And observing just reality that black men, just by default, just by being black, are more violent than all other males walking around. How do we quantify that?
I would say, number one, the data reflects it. And also,
what's going on, Soundmind? You said these new Manosphere ninjas having the conversations we were having back and dismantled during COVID times. Late as hell. Yeah, I'm already hip. But my thing is, it's like you kind of have to keep a Pearl around, because usually this group of women here, these same stats that they're getting mad at right now, these are the stats that they throw around when it suits them. And I'm telling you, as soon as Pearl leaves the building, back to practicing feminism. And I get it. A lot of people want to tear Pearl a new one. I got it. But it's like, okay, you know, she's not white supremacy. You know what I'm saying? Explaining black history to her, that's not gonna do anything, you know? You're telling her stuff that she already knows. And like, inadvertently, what it's doing is showing how weak we are as people. Like, why does she need to hear about redlining? Why does she need to? They know about all of this stuff. Like, move the conversation forward. You know what I'm saying? Move the conversation forward. If you truly educated yourself on the black community and black politics and stuff like that, you know damn well you don't got to sit up there and go tell her that shit. So we've seen these same talking points get used against us all the time. I say that she can be a litmus test. I agree with that, Dollar Washer. There's some truth there. You said all of these pro-black groups constantly seek funding from the same dominant society they complain about, right? And then a lot of them, like I said, they you know, they don't spend their dollar black. Some of these people, you would have to pull their teeth for them to do something quote unquote pro-black. You have to pull their teeth. You know? So it's crazy how black people will click up to go after white people, cool. But then as soon as that person's gone, we get back to the bullshit. You know? So like I said, for the brothers and sisters that are educated, they've done the research and everything and stuff like that, you guys are free. Don't shackle yourself to a group of people that ain't really gonna, be on code when it comes down to them to be on code for you know, for black people. Anybody can get together on the panel and start talking crazy about white people and make it seem like they're pro-black, but they're really not. But let's let this go real quick, all right? Let's get
real lived experience. I would say that is what I have seen in real life. So
I haven't seen a black man be violent in my years of experience. So what are
now.
we talking?
Now that's some bullshit. And that's and this is where brothers need to kick in because they go out of their way and lie. First of all, not even just a black woman, a black person talk about some. I haven't seen black people been violent. What the fuck? What? Man, BG, what? This is beyond captivity. I've never seen black people being violent. What are you talking about? Oh, so you don't know about World Star Hip Hop? We just gonna play dumb now. Hold on.
2 points.
Hold on. Let's just do one at a time.
go through. So I'm gonna,
No, but what did I assume?
I'm gonna keep going. That's gonna be
You never answered,
gaslighting
okay.
right there. So gaslight. Pretend you weren't doing what you did, which is totally fine. I'm a big girl, I can handle it. But
No,
this
you
is an
can't.
example of the black fatigue. Then you're saying you're blaming it on history. I just think goes back to white people are kind of tired of hearing excuses.
Of course you are.
Yeah, and it just,
Of course you are. But why wouldn't you be proud of it?
as an
Of course you are.
adult, you are responsible for your own behavior. So if you do something rude, or if you commit a crime,
And a lot of these arguments are in bad faith. Already lying. I never seen black people been violent. Well, just lie out of her mouth like that. Look.
we're responsible. Nobody else is responsible for it.
Absolutely. But that's not a black crime. It's not a black
White
issue.
people commit more crime in this country than black people. So let's if we're gonna speak facts, let's really stop talk statistics and stop just blowing just saying out anything, because like Illa
Saying out anything, y'all. And then tell a lie like that.
said, you're just
Black men are
talking.
20 times
You're
more
not really
violent.
spewing out any facts.
Black men are
Because
20
over
facts.
50%. No, let me
Black
speak.
men are 20
But
times
over-
more
over
violent
50%
than white men.
That's what I'm saying. You're
Over
showing
50%
Hold on,
what
y'all.
we're trying to-
Hold on.
She said
Hold
off
on.
the interruption.
I have no idea. And they lie about the dumbest shit ever. They lie about shit that they just lie about shit that don't even need to be lied about with a straight face.
Hold on.
She should have
Hold
started
on.
interrupting people because we
Hold
weren't
on.
interrupting nobody. But
Okay,
you want to
okay.
interrupt, so now you flowing off the flow
hold
of the
on,
flow,
hold on,
which is
Ella,
what they
Ella,
do.
And Pearl she didn't even interrupt anybody. They let her go and they started interrupting her. This is why she's smiling, because she's like, y'all are crashing out.
In real life,
I
go
got
off
it.
the flow.
And it's just sad because when you really look at it and you know your history, these people are just crashing out to explain to her black history. It's crazy.
Ella,
Light,
Ella, hold on,
light
you guys.
through.
Hold on.
She throwing up racist
Hold on.
talking points.
Hold on. Let's just do one at a time.
Racist.
Okay, I got the timer. We're gonna do 3 minutes and 50-second timer. Go ahead and let Pearl finish. Getting back to Ella. Ella just remain on silent until she finishes. Go ahead, Pearl. You're on mute. Let me take you off.
Felonies, 51% of arrests for murder in 2019 were black. Black women are 7% of the population, 39% of abortions. Felony conviction rate for black individuals is 61%. Black people are 13% of the population, but are incarcerated 38% of the time. 48% of black adults are obese. 54% of black women are obese. 1 in 4 black children born in 1990 had an imprisoned parent by age 14. So if you want facts, there are some facts. Go ahead.
I would like to know, how do you quantify black men being more violent? I think that there's statistics, but how do you go and measure that? Like, without just the numbers, how do we go through our daily lives and observing just reality that black men, just by default, just by being black, are more violent than all other males walking around? How do we quantify that?
I would say number one, the data reflects it. And also my real lived experience. I would say that is what I have seen in real life. So
I haven't seen a black man be violent in my years of experience.
Ooh, it's gonna be a long show. Y'all please hit the like button. Please support the show. Please hit the Cash App. Please hit the PayPal. Let's go.
So what are we talking about?
A black woman said she's never seen a black man be violent. And this is a seasoned sister. She looked like she older. Never seen a black man be violent at all. Yeah, when we have these regular conversations, what do you hear? Oh, black man used to abuse black women. All the domestic violence and the just get around white people and just start lying. Let's go, y'all. This gonna be great.
Okay.
It's 43 million Black Americans that live here. So your statistics are flawed, like all of the rest of YT statistics.
Even I would tell you that's a lie.
How are they flawed?
Because statistically, black men are not more violent than white men.
They're
It's
20.
just not. That's just not a stated fact.
They're 20.
No. That's just not a stated fact.
Where are your
They
facts?
literally colonized an entire civilization. White men are inherently violent, right? That's why we have all of this school stuff going on. We're not doing that.
Do you feel safer in a white neighborhood or a black neighborhood?
I feel more safer in a black neighborhood.
Well,
That's why I live on property in North.
God help you.
Yeah,
God help you.
I do. I don't feel safe around white people. Like I'm scared of you right now. I'm afraid. Because it's because of the white fatigue. Because, and to answer JR's question, I believe that black fatigue is the original answer. And I believe that they try to flip it, just like they try to crowbar their way into using the N-word by trying to tell people that that's okay because they now want to say it. No, it's for us and it's by us. Y'all can't say that either. And y'all can't try to hijack a term that the professor wrote a book about it. You know what I'm saying? So it just goes to show the colonizer mindset that you guys have in your brain. It's literally disgusting. And it's sickening, right? It's like almost like a mental illness to me because there is no way.
This shit is embarrassing as fuck.
That y'all just really came in and hijacked this term in an effort to humiliate or talk down on black people. When you pull up those statistics, do you know that black people patent over 50,000 inventions in this country? Do you know that we built institutions? We actually
like they be like. I get it, you know what I'm saying, but why do we feel like hitting white people with like Snapple top facts about Black history? Why do we think that's? Oh my God, we invented so much in here. Oh my God, I'm just supposed to give back. Like, why do we think white people are supposed to fucking give a fuck? Like, that's the crazy part. Like, we want people to feel more sorry for black people than us feeling sorry for ourselves. We want people to have more remorse for black people than black people having remorse for ourselves. You know, when people throw stuff out like this, right? Especially in black spaces like ours, it's more people in the audience actually learning than the actual white people that you're trying to get this across to. No, Beachy, there is no one better to speak for us. Not at all. At all. At all. This is horrible and sad. And the crazy thing is that if Pearl wasn't there, these would be the same women practicing feminism on these same brothers. So let's go.
Built this country from scratch.
No, you
So
didn't.
when you bring enough statistics,
What institutions did you?
Yo, let them finish talking.
We know our history. We know who we are. We know our history, and we know we've been here, and we still here. Like 47% of Black Americans live in the middle class. So that little small degenerate class of people that you like to brag about and y'all like to put on the forefront, we don't like them either. They get shunned by us too. So this whole concept of Black fatigue doesn't really exist. Like Illa said, it doesn't exist. That's just a people fatigue.
But you can't tell people how to. You can't
crime.
You can't
We
tell
don't
people
like any of those things.
If you
it's a given.
you can't tell
Can I
people
please,
how to
can I please
Hold
talk?
on, y'all. Hold on.
We live under a system
Yeah.
of white supremacy.
Hold on, Pearl.
Right
Hold on,
now,
Pearl.
we live under a system of white supremacy. That's not going to change today. It's not going to change tomorrow. Currently in 2025, Black people live under a system of white supremacy. So to sit on this panel, Pearl, and be
Currently in 2025, Black people live under a system of white supremacy. Let's go.
disingenuous and act like that doesn't exist, you lying. You lying.
All right. Let me go to get these other folks in before we go ahead and start this debate. Amir, I'm coming to you next with the same question. What does Black fatigue mean to you?
I don't know what to say. I mean, I just want to be honest. Like, every single time that we have this type of conversation, I can't speak honestly. I can't, because every time I speak, I get told to shut up. I'm not Black. I don't understand why they do the things that they do. If I speak on my observations, I'm seen as hateful. If I speak on pattern recognition, I'm seen as hateful or racist. I don't think that this is a proper panel for me to speak on those options, on those topics. I would love to, but every time that I want to bring out a problem or an issue, it turns into something that is not fruitful. I didn't know what the topic was before I came on, JR. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but you can speak on it.
This is true, UFO.
No, we did this last time.
Really?
And
They made it
last time. No, I mean, we did this last time. I mean, I can't. I mean, I don't even want to speak on it because
I would like to know I would like to know what would you say is one of the problems that you observe, Amir? If you're saying there's a problem.
True, you weren't here the last time, or maybe you were. We talked about it briefly, and all I did was speak about what we see. And then as soon as I spoke about things that I see, it was like one of the answers was, well, that's because white people did this, and you don't understand because they did this, and that's why Black people do this, and you can't speak on it because you're not Black, so you don't know. So I don't.
The preemptive cloak of victimhood is giving me fatigue. Like I think that's very exhausting. I'm fatigued with that.
I'm fatigued further with the attitude. You see, she's so polite. Attitude from the Black
girl. I think
she's not even giving you attitude, and Pretty can definitely give some attitude, and she ain't even giving it to you. But the fact that you're talking while they're talking, while the fact that you have an average, I could kill you easily with the stats and history, because this is the thing about that's annoying me about you, because we all know that Black people have a lot of issues. We're from the hood. I'm from Newark, New Jersey. I live.
Be honest about it.
Can I finish talking, please? This is your expression why we're upset, because the fact that you think that you're a white woman with 2 million subscribers coming to a Black channel, you think that we're supposed to bow to you as you think that you're the face of intelligence on this panel, but you're not. We're gonna let you talk, sweetheart. Just wait. So what I'm saying is, white folks, we all know Black people have a lot of issues. It's given. I grew up in the inner city. I've seen the dangers of gangs. I've seen the drama of single parent households. It's not nothing to be proud of. It's terrible. But everything has a chronological order. And one thing about being an American, America loves and values and cherishes history. This country values history. They remind you all the time about the Civil War. They remind you all the time about the Gettysburg Address. They remind you all the time about how this country was founded and how the great forefathers of the past, all cultures venerate their history. So let's not pretend that history has no place on the current time. There's a difference between making excuses and saying how things came about. You build a house.
All right, god damn. Here we go. Everybody just want to just get their chance to tell her Black history. Shout outs to Anthony Southeast in the building. Happy holidays, my bro. He said, Kuda, what's good, chat? He one of them niggas that defend his sisters. I got you, bro. SD, what's going on? Good to see you. All right, we in the building. Y'all, please hit the like button. Please hit the Cash App. Please support the show. SD, let me give you a wrench. I've been seeing you around, so I got you. All right. Y'all hit the poll. Please share the show. Let's go.
You build your foundation, then you build the walls. It's a chronological order, then you have a house. Black people in this country have been attacked when they behave their best. So for you to make claims as if our behavior is a direct correlation with how we're treated by Europeans, there's no precedence for that, because we have proof that when we did behave a certain way, when we did carry ourselves at the highest levels of civility, we were just not disagreed with, not ostracized, murdered. So if we were murdered when we behaved at our best, that's evidence that our behavior is not what dictates this negative response from Europeans. But you want to talk about numbers, so I'm gonna read something to you.
Hey, you gotta wrap it up.
Hold on, I just want to read this real quick, JR. These, because she loved to bring up
Man up here giving the Gettysburg Address.
numbers. These are stats from sexual abuse offenses. 93.5% of individuals sentenced for sexual abuses were men. 55.1% were white. 15.2% were Hispanic. 13.9% were black. 13% were Native American, and 2.8% were other races. 67% of individual cases involving production of child pornography were white. 55%. Hold on.
And mind you, I got videos literally from a day or two ago of these same women going in on the man that's speaking right now about patriarchy. What's going on, Star P? Give me 1 second.
Sweetheart,
You've been talking forever.
55.6%.
This is what Pearl has been talking about. Like, it's like, bro, there's no moderation. Niggas been talking forever. We're not really getting nowhere. The sisters don't even care. Look at the woman above them. Look at Bo. See, it's when black people, when we engage in stuff like this, then we wonder why other races of people don't give a damn. We want other races of people to give a fuck about black people in ways that black people don't even give a fuck about black people, which is crazy. And we are so unaware of how we look and sound and stuff like that. This is why I tell brothers to actually leave America. You can go to Jamaica, you can go to Puerto Rico, you can go to all of these places. Leave America for a while and be around people that's not around that type of around American culture and stuff like that, and you will see how much of a chip you have on your shoulder as just being black. Black man and black women. You'll see how much of a chip you have on your shoulder. You know what I'm saying? Be around people that quote unquote ain't did you nothing. Be around people like that. And you'll see how much of a chip you walk around with on your damn shoulder. Like, why? Like, this is race SBE right here. This is race SBE right here. Explaining black culture to people, so they can feel sorry, or they can try to understand your plight or where you're coming from. It's really hard for them to do that when they can see you guys twerking and being violent and all kinds of stuff, and our image is fucked up and shit like that, all over the internet, all over the phones, all over, just in a lot of stuff that we do. I know it's crazy, but you got this woman that came up here and said she's never seen a black man get violent. But I bet you can go find her arguing with niggas here in the patriarchy, talking about violence and abuse and beating the wives and beating the kids and stuff like that. Like, come on now. Remember I just showed you the guy that was talking about, oh, well, we should start whipping ass again. And the girl was like, oh, well, I seen you been in the military, and you used to, for the white man, you used to unsubscribe women and kids and stuff like that. So I see why you want to do that. Like, bruh, come on now. Just lie. Let's go.
Of individual cases involving travel for prohibited sexual contact worldwide. 60.5% of individual cases involved in criminal abuse were Native American. 85%.
This is what I'm saying, UFO and party. Imagine trying to have the conversation, but you don't know how to have the conversation. And you having it with the wrong people. What the hell is Pearly gonna do? Hey Pearl, did you know we used to be slaves? Yeah, nigga, now run along. Like the fuck? What's she supposed to do?
Individual cases involving statutory rape.
We gotta wrap it up, Ella.
I'm just saying, you get the gist of it, because I got information.
I'll just say the difference.
But it's not about being racist.
Ella.
All right, go ahead.
All
you could do is laugh. I ain't lying.
The difference. Yeah, see, that's again.
30 seconds.
She laughing because this shit is embarrassing. This is embarrassing. This is embarrassing, man.
30 seconds, Pearl. 30 seconds.
White people don't get offended by laughing and smiling. That's just basic respect, decorum, politeness.
I'm not offended by it.
No, y'all definitely get offended when you hear.
What's going on, Guido? You said, remember when? Happy holidays, brother. You said, remember when Aaron Magruder, the Boondocks creator, said black folks are running out of time regarding race? Yeah, and that speech is real. I've said something like that, and then I'm glad that he said it. You know what I'm saying? I said something like that, and I'm glad that he said it, because it's like, bro, there any type of sympathy that quote unquote white people had for black people, they're running out of it, bro. All right, please support the show. Let's open up the panel. Let's try to get at least 1 or 2 supporters so we can open up this panel. 47 minutes into the madness. We're going to be here. I got you guys. It's Player Talk Radio. Let's go. Let's get back into it.
That's actually micro. That's actually
hold on. Right, BG. This shit is embarrassing.
Hold on. Let it go. Let Pearl get up 30 seconds. And
the second thing is, I think as an adult, you are responsible for your behavior. So I wouldn't blame that on history. I would blame it on your poor life choices if you're somebody that's made a poor life choice. And because I was rudely interrupted, it's okay. I did it too. The attitude. Chill out.
Hey, Ella, let her finish so we can go to get the ball. Ella, just mute up, Ella.
That's all right. He could go ahead.
Okay, go ahead, Bo. Never get cool in there.
Yeah. You ain't running shit.
Okay, great.
So this is a class A display on how the black and white conversation ain't gonna get nowhere. Because every time white people come around, this is what black people choose to do. To just start talking about history. Hey, did you know we were slaves? Yeah, I think they know. I think we know about that. And let me tell you why this shit is actually really embarrassing now, because you know what? We've actually come to a point in American history where black people and white people actually have to have a sit down and actually have to talk about some shit. You know? Yeah, I mean, and the funny thing is that Pearl is wrong about a lot of her stats and stuff like that, but it's funny, like in the end, she ends up schooling people, and it don't gives us even the people that want to see her get like cursed out and stuff like that, it never gets to that point because we don't get to see that happening before a bunch of niggas crash out. So it's like the objective is to sit up there and tell Pearl off, and it doesn't happen because niggas are crashing out. And it's like they're really stepping over each other to just tell her history that everybody already knows. And it's like every time black people throw up like these stuff that happens to us in history, it's like, what are white people supposed to do? Are they supposed to pick and choose which one they're gonna feel bad about? And then you know what's funny? We're living in a generation now, like the Zillennials and down. We're living in a generation now where there's a bunch of black kids running around that don't give a fuck about none of this shit. They don't give a damn about these slave stories passed down. As a matter of fact, they're using these slave stories as content. They just turn this shit into content. They're like, oh, I'm gonna take Charleston White to the most racist place in America, since he says racist shit on the internet, and I'm gonna take him to a racist place in America and just see what happens, all in the name of content. Like it's to the point where it's like, what are we fighting for at this moment? What are we fighting for at this moment? What are we trying to restore? Let's go.
Good God. So now I forgot the question. Oh, how do I feel about the word black fatigue? So when I hear it, I just hear literally my entire existence. It's being the safe light skin that's got to hear, you ain't like them other ones. You don't.
What the fuck is she talking about? What the hell is she talking about?
Speak like them other ones. You don't act like them other ones. And I'm just like, that's what I hear when I think about black fatigue. I am tired of them skating by and not taking accountability for the fact that they don't have to know anything about racism, the structure of it, how we have to live our lives going through it. They're not required to know it. So then they're like a bull in a china shop every single day, going through life, just knocking people over at free will whenever they get a chance. And not having to apologize about it, yet still playing the victim because...
Bro, you know, if it was up to niggas, black people will want white people to apologize every single day. Like we want to turn this shit into worship so bad, it's ridiculous. Like white people, every day they wake up, it's just, man, we did black people so bad, we just need to apologize. If you apologize yesterday, you gotta apologize today. Really? And then you know what's the fucked up part? Let me tell you the fucked up part. If Pearl or any white person get on here and say, you know what? We're fucked up. I'm sorry. Niggas wouldn't know what to do with themselves. If white people in general was to say, you know what? We fucked up. We're sorry. Niggas would not know what to do with themselves. It's basically like, you know, you have a hot piece of coal in your hand to throw at somebody, but somebody doesn't give you they don't give you the opportunity to throw it, and now that coal is burning up your damn hand. You did? Shout outs to Robert Platinum in the building. Good to see you, player. Good to see you. Shout outs to RP in the place to be. He says, my question is, what would we restore our community to? The last time our community really had something was during Jim Crow, aka all the Black Wall Streets and such. Right. What's going on, Kwafi? Shout outs to the good brothers in the building. Please hit the like button, support the show. Happy holidays. We on the move on today's show. We're going to talk about it, man. Y'all come on in. Shout outs to everybody here. We got a group, we got a crowd. Shout outs to everybody over on Rumble. Please support the show. Please hit the Cash App, hit the PayPal. You already know. Guido says black people in America were officially conquered in the 1990s. He said the 80s crack boom left a legacy of destruction and dysfunction. What's going on, Hola? Happy holidays. Let's go. Player Talk Radio. Good to see everybody here. We in the building. Let's get it.
Don't get mad because I done came in here and knocked all this shit over. You just got to deal with it. So now you got an attitude, and I'm gonna call out your attitude for something that I created. And I personally call that the white woman syndrome, where they create the problems and then cry about what they did and the reaction to it. But the internal...
See, listen, this is where I'm coming from, guys. I want you to keep your eye on the sparrow. It's like, yeah, this sounds nice. This sounds significant. But why are the sisters practicing feminism? You know, let's not, you know, all of the stuff against black people, Jim Crow, redlining, all of that stuff. You could throw feminism right in there with it. You could throw feminism right in there with it. It's like, okay, all right, if it's the white woman syndrome, then why are you part of the white woman's gang actively in 2026? Why are you a part of the white woman's gang actively in 2026? Let's go.
Oppression that black people have, they hate what they've been told to hate. They buy into the stereotypes that white people see.
Right, party.
So that's kind of what has me tired as well. And that is what I think of when I think about Black fatigue. It is having to be responsible for someone else's creation. Like having to pay for something that someone else did. Being responsible your entire existence, generation after generation. That's what I think of.
All right, go ahead, Cooley. Black fatigue, what does it mean to you?
Yeah, so I mean, one, I would say the term black fatigue,
Absolutely.
I remember when I first heard it, this was some years ago.
Banana in the tailpipe.
It is a term that was, psyoped by white conservatives, just like the word woke. Black people use that term as far as, oh man, you woke, man. You know about history, you know about black history, you know about these things. So truthfully, if we're being honest, the term has been psyoped by white conservatives, and it's the far right white conservatives, if we're being truthfully honest. And they have an agenda. The agenda is what I truly think the agenda is. I think it's a complete psyop, because
now when I say feminism also too, black women, y'all got to understand that they practice feminism against you also. So a lot of the dysfunctions that go on with the sisters amongst other sisters is derived from feminism. So let's go.
It's a thing that black fatigue is real. White fatigue is real. Puerto Rican fatigue is real. All the fatigues is real. Mexican fatigue is real. Oh, y'all niggas crossing the border? God dang, stop crossing the border. Put the borders up. Why isn't Trump saying Mexican fatigue? Right? So truthfully, I think it's a psyop, and a lot of the whites have been psyoped by, things that's being trendy on the media right now. Like they'll see a video on X and it's a black woman acting ratchet, which I don't condone this behavior. I think it's immoral. I think it makes the community look bad, right? So we have to be honest about those things too that we do see on the media. But I do think that it's a clear psyop. But let's peel the layer back to this. Why is this happening? Why is the white community on the right?
No, but this is the thing, Hola. Black women have no reason to be practicing feminism against black men if they've never been under a system of any type of black patriarchy or any of that. And that was the nail in the coffin in the black community. That was the nail in the coffin in the black community. Okay?
And I would say that I'm a fairly conservative guy. I voted for Trump if anyone doesn't watch my content, but I'm just being open and honest here from what I see, right? But I think it's also a side effect of white guilt. Let's speak about white guilt for a little bit. What is white guilt? White guilt is it's dumb. Like, how did this even come about? Like, white people shouldn't feel guilty for what their ancestors done in the past. there's no black guilt. Like, think about this. Like,
Ooh, don't go there, party. Ooh, don't go there, party.
how did the
Party going for the jugular, bro.
particular community, I would say, just be honest, the Jewish community, I would say more of not them. What'd you say? I gotta.
Yeah, that J word just that.
Yeah. Well, we won't stick with the J word, but let's say let's give them another word. Let's just say it's AIPAC, Israel, those type of individuals. I think it was a psyop, and if you think about it, they truly had to psyop the whites and also psyop the blacks.
Yeah, I mean, I understand why feminism exists. You know, I agree with the original definition of feminism and stuff like that. But in the black community, oh hell no, hell no. You know,
as well, because they wanted to seem like a victim class, so they made then the black people seem like a victim class as well. And that's what created this white guilt, right? So I think it's a side effect of white guilt, and these white people feel ashamed.
Yeah, RP, they know who they can talk about and who not to talk about. You know what I'm saying, bro? Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. They know who they can talk about and who not to talk about. You know,
like, think about it, when these white people are kneeling down to these black Hebrew Israelites for all of.
And you know what's funny? It's been a little bit relaxed. I've been seeing, you know, especially with politics and stuff like that, I've been seeing a lot of people actually outright just saying it. But hey, they can probably spin the block. So, rule of thumb: be scared to say the word that starts with a J. All right.
The sins that their ancestors committed. I think maybe you've seen some clips like that. It's very stupid where you see this. It's pitiful almost. But I think that I'll land my plane in a second. I think that the people that have the white guilt, it turned into rage. It flipped and it turned into a rage guilt. So then it went from, when they finally got the truth and the curtains was peeled back, it's like, wait, we were lied to. We don't need to feel ashamed about what our ancestors did in the past. So now they're noticing every flaw within the black community.
All right, please, y'all, hit the like button. Please support the show. Hit the Cash App. Hit the PayPal. We are an hour in. It's only going to get crazier from here. Let's go.
Noticing it all. Like, wait, I had to feel white guilt before, but these black people are acting wild over there. What's going on? Black fatigue. So I think it's this rage guilt that's coming out of the white community, right? Now, these are just all my thoughts.
Well, there were certain deals and certain things that was cut during slavery. Hold on. You know what I'm saying? There were certain deals and certain things that was cut, quote unquote. You know what I'm saying? During slavery, you know. And when you do, quote unquote, your history, black history, you know, it's real evident. But we might have to, again, like I've been saying for a while, we might have to do another movie night, because I gotta show you guys again, Goodbye Uncle Tom, and break down to you guys once again, some of the stuff that went on, and the movie kind of touches on it, but we don't talk about it during these talks and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? And I talked about it a little bit when I was talking about how they got rid of the mammy in black history. The mammy, they got rid of the mammy. Of course, the mammy was a coon, but she was basically a mama-san. You know what I'm saying? Anyhow, you have a head matriarch, it's a mama-san. A mama-san is a madame. You know what I'm saying? Even now, it's bad that we got, young renegade harlots in the black community running around right now. And, it's just a lot that's going on. You know what I'm saying? It's so much to talk about. But I'm telling you, you're listening to women that would normally be practicing feminism if Pearl wasn't here, and race loyalty wasn't on the fucking table right here. All right. Shout outs to RP. Yeah, man, I gotta do it again, man. I appreciate you guys for rocking with me. and supporting the show. So I definitely want to do more things like that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, absolutely, RP. And another thing, like I've been saying, when the slaves first got freed, a lot of the women that were actually employed white slaves and slaves from other ethnicities were the mama sons, you know. But remember, by default, the mama son is a house nigga, and she was one of the slaves that the white man trusted the most. You know what I'm saying? The white man trusted her. You know, the white man was sleeping with her. The white man allowed her to, breastfeed his children. And the white woman had to trust her to a certain degree, even though she knew what was going on. So I understand why white women practice feminism. But it ain't got nothing to do with black people. Absolutely, RP. It ain't got nothing to do with black people. Or black men for that matter. So the fact that you want a family, you know what I'm saying, a functional family, you shouldn't have to hear about any of that shit. You shouldn't have to hear about any of that shit. Alright? Alright, y'all please hit the like button. Please support the show. Beachy, I got you. Alright, let's go.
On this randomly, I wasn't really prepared for this conversation, but I'll go ahead and land my plane there since the time ran out.
All right, would anybody like to respond to Cooley or Pearl, anything?
I would say that it's really not a social media thing. White people get fatigued from black people's behavior in real life. I could give some personal examples.
Well, I would disagree. You know what I'm saying? What's going on, Beachy? Are you here? Uh-oh. Let me see. Hold on. Okay, I think Beach dropped. Okay. I would disagree because this is the thing. Now that you have the internet and you have World Star and you have like all of this stuff. Now that you have all of this stuff, right? You said you kicked yourself off? All right, I got you. Give me 1 second, guys. Y'all hit the like button. Please support the show. We here. Listen, now that you have the internet and now that you have all of this stuff, you have people that have access to the black community and stuff that goes on in the black community that they normally don't have access to. Like somebody, if they wanted to, they could say, oh, well, let me go on World Star Hip Hop and learn about the black community all day. Or, oh, let me go over here and learn about the black community all day. Or what they think is the black community. How do they know the difference? They're not in our communities like that. You got suburban kids that normally wouldn't be around certain type of music and introduced to certain type of music and even pushing the culture forward that's around it. So social media absolutely played a role in it, okay? Beachy, are you there? Yeah, you on mute. Hold on. Let me see if I can unmute you. Oh,
I got an echo. Do I need to close out the YouTube?
You probably do need to close out YouTube, but we don't hear an echo here.
Okay, I fixed it.
Yeah. Okay, Kwafi said because Pearl will never go to the black community. She's only going by what she see on the internet. Well, I mean, she was around black people. She did employ black people. I'm not going to say I know how much black people she been around, but I don't know. She's on black panels now, and the result is the same, you know? Jump in, Beachy. Have you seen this? This just happened like a couple hours ago.
No, I was resting through the storm. I didn't.
Okay,
I'm glad I saw you because I was gonna go and I really wasn't feeling it. I'm like, nah. Then my guy was live. I looked. I said, my God, Kuda fucking live.
I appreciate it. Yeah.
So let me save my energy. So yeah, I'm appalled. I got so many thoughts in my head. I'm listening for the first time. You ain't even that far into it, and I'm already like, what is this shit?
Yeah, you said you saw Shorty lying already. I've never seen violence in the black community. Like,
I would have just left right there. Like, why didn't anybody else come in and even we don't got a lot of kick it, y'all. Why wouldn't another sister come in and say, "Now, come on, now you reaching? You don't, girl."
right,
You know,
right.
we all know a story or two or three or four. Like, you don't got to try to just act like, come on,
Right.
that's not even plausible.
Right.
You know,
I mean,
it's just
we can have the conversation without fucking up our credibility, just being disingenuous. You know.
that was embarrassing.
Yeah. Party said that shit implies she ain't been around savages, but she been around black folks. He said because them niggas they gotta they got their knee pads on. That's what I'm saying, Party. But this is the thing too. I mean, she's dated black guys. I mean, I think she's dating a Latina guy right now. But I think he's like he's like light skinned black. You know, I don't know if that counts. You know, he might not be black enough. You know, but all right, let's go, y'all. This is about to be crazy. All right, y'all, please hit the like button, support the show. Let's get it.
For example, I was in an office. It was all white. The one black guy that worked there decided we were in a sales job. Instead of calling the customers, he was going to call fax lines. So it would register as if he was calling people, but there was no one on the other end. Hiring a black person, having them
Let me drop your channel also too, Beach, so they can subscribe to you. Okay.
steal from me. My parents live in an all-white neighborhood. A black family moves in. There's a literal murder. Swear to God, 2 doors down from where my parents live. So, you know, in my experience, and I think white people really, and you guys aren't going to believe this, but I don't think really white people are taught to see race or care about it or talk about it. But then I know you're not going to believe it, but I'm telling you, we don't
Hey,
care.
Pearl, question for you.
And then I'll finish, and then you can go. And then real life happens, and black people take advantage of white people's kindness, and then that's how we're here.
Hey, Pearl, quick question for you. Do you
Now, honestly, the way she says stuff, it is ignorant. I'm not even gonna hold you, but like, I do understand where she's coming from when she says certain things, but she's like really speaking personally. You know what I'm saying? Like what happened to her and stuff like that. So, you know, this shit it's interchangeable. You said light skinned black diluted. I mean, light skinned black equals diluted black. Yeah. Coffee says she's lying. What's going on, D-Mac? Good to see you, man. Happy holidays to you and your family. Be careful out there on the road, all my truckers. All right, let's go.
think that it's like black fatigue
Let me know when you want to jump in, okay, Beachy? Okay.
and the things that you experience? Do you think that it's something that's unique to white people? Like, do you not think that, you know, black people feel a fatigue about whites or other races and things? Or do you think that it's specifically unique to black people?
I think white woman fatigue is real. I'd actually agree with you on that. Like Karens, I would totally agree. God, there's a lot of people tired of Karens. But no, I would say if black people were that fatigued with white people, every time they get money, they move into our neighborhoods. So I
think it's
our neighborhoods.
1 second. I think it's interesting, right? Like when we talk about black
The
fatigue
wording
or
is
white
crazy.
fatigue, whatever that means. The fact that our children in schools now have to do mass shooter drills instead of tornado drills causes me to have white fatigue.
Well, do you know the issue?
Damn, let her finish.
Well, there's a.
Hold on, Pearl.
Let her finish. Let her finish.
The entire structure of how we prep our children in schools, because the majority of them are YT people, that gives me fatigue a little bit, you know? Makes me want to like homeschool.
Okay, the issue with that
stat is that it's true. The issue with that statistic is it's true and it's riling you up and it's making you turn into a tomato.
I'm so
Come on down,
calm.
let me finish.
I'm actually so
Be
calm.
feminine. Okay, but be feminine. Let me see it. Let me see that femininity come out of you.
Oh my God.
Anyways, so the fact that we have had to
Right, hold on.
hide our animals because y'all just love to screw them, right? Like bestiality. Y'all
See?
take over that.
See, this is the thing. When black people actually have a chance to speak, it's full of foolishness. Like, you're talking to her about school shootings. I'm not gonna lie, black people and Latina people and stuff like that in these public schools, they be shooting shit up also and bringing guns to school. It just don't make the news like that. You know, if you go to local news and stuff like that in PG County and all these other places, you hear about that shit all the time. You know, now they don't shoot up the schools, granted. You know, I'll give you that one. But listen, when we get the chance to actually speak to people, quote unquote, white people, why are we talking about screwing animals?
Right.
Why are we talking about goofy school shootings that happens all the time?
Correct. See, let me tell you what they need. I don't think I could do it, Kuda. I'm retired.
Mm-hmm.
I'm getting my Alabama teachers retirement faithfully.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
If I was in that conversation, I would have been able to clock her on that. Like, hold on a minute. No one's really doing that. Like, it's already understood one time, you know, kind of what to do. The school's not over. The schools are not going over that drill all the time.
Right.
They're just not.
Right.
It's that wouldn't be accurate. There's a drill. Like early education with little kids and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
They go over it a couple times, but by the time they get to like middle and high school,
mm-hmm.
no one's doing those freaking like they're just not. Down here, because I live in freaking Tornado Valley, they're more likely to be prepared for the tornado, but
right,
they're not doing that. They're not every month running in case of AK-40 drill. They're just not.
Right.
That's not. She was really reaching with that, and I probably would have asked her. So, how many times has that drill been ran in your child's, education? Like, what is the drill?
Right.
So you got to ask people. You can't just let them say something. You got to be like, oh, so since you know about the drills, tell us what's the drill. I know what the drill is. I don't even think it's. I don't like the drill, but I know what it is. So you got to ask people, because they'll just say something and people just keep going, but no one questions and says, okay, so what is it? What do people do if someone comes in and they hear shots? And then when you got to wait for their response, and when they don't have, well, I don't know, but you just sit there and said drills are being done all the time. Like you just can't throw stuff out there,
right?
Which is what people keep doing, and then not follow up on that information. So that's all I got to really say on that, because that's where I would have went with that.
Right. I mean, but this is the thing. A lot of these parents don't even know what goes on at their kids' school. They don't even be there to even know what goes on at the kids' school. So how they're doing these school shooting drills all damn day, which is cat.
They're not that was seriously a reach. So so you mean to tell me see, I would have went somewhere else. Yeah, they wouldn't have liked me, because I would have been like, no, let's talk about what's really going on in school. It's not these drills. They're not doing that. They're not running that. Where did you get that from? And
then when they get the chance to talk to Pearl, they keep trying to talk to her about screwing animals. Like what the fuck are we? What's she supposed to say to that? BATL. If you want to join the panel, you can join the panel. What's going on, Kite? Happy holiday to you.
That the weirdness, the odds of any of us knowing at least one white person that has had sexual relations with an animal is minute compared to how many of us have seen some dang on black violence. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of like, ain't nobody ever saying that ain't never happened, but if you weigh the scale, it's not calibrated. It's like they might have heard it from somebody else and heard somebody else. The odds of them actually knowing a white person that said, yeah, I be throwing down with my llama sometime, it's almost a 0% chance, because that's not how those things happen. They happen, but not to the point where they even make it on the board. That's like a what, even white people are like, come on, we know there's always somebody weird, with something weird, but that in comparison to some violence going on, that's not even close. So why are you even throwing it out there?
Like, what's the point of throwing that out there? It makes no damn sense. You know, that's like getting around black people and be like, yo, do you eat chicken? What?
Right, and see, blurting out goofiness, which shows when you do that, it's like you're not winning. You're not winning when you start just like blurting out anything, and it's like, okay, you know, you're taking L's back to back to back, just taking blows.
Right. And look at everybody's face on the panel. A couple people look crazy. This is embarrassing, but let's go.
Right, like y'all just be out here with the animals, okay? Like somebody needs to talk to you guys about
y'all just be out here with the animals.
That's okay.
The fact that you guys have had a 400+ year head start and are still the main ones on government assistance. Let's talk about West Virginia, right? And how that entire state is struggling because they were the only ones on Medicare Plus. So we're not going to sit here and act like the entire country, taxpaying citizens, parents, right, of children who are going to public schools don't have white fatigue about the entire structure of our country having had to change because white people cannot seem to take advantage of this 400-year head start that you guys have been given. I would be fatigued as well. I was watching a video, you know, my personal experience. I was watching a video the other day where there was a group of poor whites standing up, pissed off because there was an immigrant driving a Lexus. They're like, look at him, driving a Lexus. He just got here 3 years ago and we are still in our hoopties. Yeah, I would be pissed off too. I would be mad that somehow I've had this much of a head start, and yet whenever you see a black and brown person somehow catch up to you and pass you.
What the fuck is Pearl supposed to say about this? Okay, first of all, school shootings, animal fucking, white people mad at somebody in a Lexus, West Virginia. What are we doing here? Like, what the fuck are we doing here? What are we doing here? What are we doing here, black people?
While your entire family is sharing just one set of deng.
Oh, you know, a black person can show up to a white panel and there's not going to be a bunch of people there trying to explain to them about all of this shit. God.
This is what we do. Niggas splaining. They over here doing some niggas splaining, and it's not a good look.
Yeah.
Like you get pissed off. Like you get pissed off. I understand it.
Like, but is she up here smiling? I mean, if I was Pearl, I would smile too. I'm like, which one am I supposed to talk about first?
Right.
I just need y'all to relax a little bit and understand that fatigue goes both ways, my love.
If we're being honest too, we have to be honest and truly honest. If we look at the black community, one of the real problems with the black community is the lack of fatherhood in the community. And one can only say when you're tend to think about this, well, why don't they have any fathers in the house? If you look in the 50s, actually, there were more black fathers in the house, where I think that it was more white fathers. I think there was more black fathers in the household than there were more white fathers. Per capita is what I mean. So, like, if you look at things, the side effects of
running that word into the ground this whole week and this weekend, per capita.
Single mothers raising the children. We know that they lead to juvenile delinquents. They lead to a lot of gang violence and a lot of things like that. And if we look at the ideology of things, because I always like to say influence creates thinking and thinking creates behavior. So, well, what ideology did the black woman adopt? They adopted the liberal white woman's ideology to
feminism,
be independent of a man. Feminism started from the liberal white woman. They want to be independent from the man. They want to be equal to the man. They want all of the same rights and opportunities as a man. So if we're being truly, truly honest here, and we're speaking about black fatigue, the reason why y'all white people is upset is because of the ideology that the ideology that came from the white woman that the black woman adopted, and this is why they got rid of the man and married the government and got on SNAP benefits. That's where most of the problems are coming from. So I'll land my plane there.
So I'd like to start with the school shooter stat. That's not accurate because on the south side of Chicago, the issue is the way they they like capture the stats. There's a lot of school shootings that aren't included because it's like a certain number that has to die. If it's over a certain number, it's not included in the stats. If you go into the south side of Chicago, there's a lot more shootings than like at the white schools in the suburbs. Majority white, obviously there's no rule or anything. Okay, next, I don't think Black people are really aware of how unlikable and how much attitude you guys have a lot of the time, even on this panel, you know, pretty intellectual, pretty bad attitude. I don't really have that as much with the white women on my shows, although I am also tired of white liberal women. You have no argument with me on that, except that I still don't really like blaming a group of people's behavior on someone else. You are responsible for your own actions as an adult, but I do agree that white women are annoying. You will gaslight us and pretend that white people have the same issues, but in real life, I've lived in mostly Black communities and mostly white communities. And when I was in a white community, there's a lot of issues that I did not see that I did see when I was in a Black community. You can get mad and get angry at that, but when I was in the Black community, you know, I would see.
Kite says, he said, I think the problem with disapproving stats is that people disapprove a state they dislike, but then pretend their favorite, a stat they dislike, but then pretend their favorite stat could never be corrupt, right? Well, this is the thing, and I try not to use stats for the most part. Stats got to be explained. You know what I'm saying? They got to be broken down. Like they got to, they're just, those numbers are just for conversational sake, for the most part, to kind of give people a mental demographic of what's going on. But they do need to get, you know what I'm saying, unpacked for people to be like, oh, okay, this makes sense, or oh, okay, that makes sense, and stuff like that. So, like I said, when she says that Black people go to jail more and stuff like that, it's because guess what? We're disproportionately, policed. Police are in the hood all day. Certain things, so stuff like that needs to get broken down. You know what I'm saying? You said
I mean, it's literally 2026 now, y'all. We're just a few days. Right. Yeah, we're just a few days into 2026. I'm not really sure why some of our people, Black people, have not learned to communicate with other races. They don't know how to conduct themselves, carry themselves, keep up their demeanor. Like they just fall apart. A white person walking around, I see it all the time.
Right.
They weren't raised like my mom. She raised me. She was like, you need to know how to be around white people, talk around white people, interact, because they're in the world and you're gonna have to deal with them. Mm-hmm. And I didn't really understand what she was saying, but I get it. When I grew older, I've been like, oh, now I get what she's saying. Don't be that Black person, white person come around, and now you either all master this, master that, you overdoing it, or you're on defense, and you for no reason, no one said anything or done anything, you just necessarily on defense. Or if something is done, you don't know how to properly react to it, so they don't rage bait you into a character that you don't want to be seen as. So that takes being around and growing up and like diversifying yourself. So I'm very disappointed that there's no reason. I would have no reason to have an attitude with the chick. I mean, she could say her little stuff and I would rock how I'm a rock the same way if anybody else was saying something, whatever. Just because a white woman is speaking, I don't all of a sudden, this strange presence comes over me where I got an attitude now, and I'm sitting back all crazy. I'm overdoing it with expressions. I got that, it's not necessary. It's back to, okay, well, let us reason together.
Or let's unpack that. Yeah, because you know how these conversations go, Beachy. You know how these conversations go.
I'm waiting for somebody to really get my pom poms out, and I can say, yeah, she did a good job. I'm really waiting for someone to do that, but I'm looking at people's faces and I'm like, oh man, this is you don't even know how to fake it.
One of the sisters actually had a good point until it went to shit. She started talking about animals. They do have a 400-year start, but I understand how something like that can fuck a group of people up. You know what I'm saying? When it comes to you got a 400-year start on these people, but when it comes to other people and what's going on in the world and stuff like that, that kind of really didn't, it doesn't really pan out
Yeah.
the way it should have. You know what I'm saying? Doing commerce, it's not like I don't understand why black people think that white supremacy just affects them. That
Correct.
shit gotta spread around. Like the white man don't sit around thinking about black people as much as black people sit around thinking about black people, or think they sit around thinking about black people. He hasn't just been a threat to quote unquote black people. You got Latinos, you got the Asian, you got other white people, like you got Indians, you got all kinds of people, and they all have a problem with the quote unquote white man. And I can show you. I mean, honestly, you can just go turn on politics and see that. The white man is in every corner of the earth and has done something in every corner of the earth.
Right.
So for black people
And,
to be
and
like,
they get away with it. I'm not gonna be nice anymore and share and bring on things of my family in the different race and let them speak, because don't nobody want to hear it. It's like they don't want to hear the truth, and I'm like, I'm telling y'all how it goes. The conversations that happen. I'm like, how are you? You're white, dude. We don't even want to get in the car with them, because we'd be like, now you get pulled over, my black ass probably gonna go to jail. You gonna drive off into the sunset.
Yeah.
But I remember I've given examples. I'm like, how are you riding around with no license? Your tag expired. You breaking all type of laws. What happens when you about to get pulled over? And he'll honestly say, oh, I just rolled the window down. I put my arm out. And once they see I'm white, they'll just drive around me. I'm like, oh, so that's how I be like, so that's what y'all be doing?
Mhm.
Now you understand, your sons can't do that, right? They looking real Afro-ish, and they don't, that don't work. Their skin is brown. And we talk about those things. And then also how he's useful when there are some black people that say, hey, we need to do this. We need to, I'm not going to go into details, but if they need something done, they're going to ask the white counterpart to drive, because no one's going to bother them.
Yeah.
Versus they're probably going to get pulled over. I'm not going to go into details. Just use your imagination, people. And I'm just like, even some of us, we're like, well, if you're going to be white peopling, then look, could you help? Look, do this for us, because we can't get away with it. Like, it turns into one of those, each one needs one. And I don't know why we're not ready to have that conversation. I really think because some people be lying and they don't deal with other races and they don't know how to work it, because sometimes you got to work with what you got.
Yeah.
And you might have to utilize another race to get what you need done. And that's nothing. People been doing that since the beginning. We've been doing that. Some of us black, our sisters, we know how we had to use the lighter skinned woman way back then. We couldn't go in, and she could pass the color test. So we would make a big list and say, look, we didn't get mad at her because she was light and born, and I don't want to say bred, but she was born from in certain ways, and her skin was lighter that way. We didn't get mad at her. We were like, girl, we need this medicine. They won't give it to us. We need this with this. Here's the list. And she was going to make it happen. And then we will network that way. So I'm really not understanding what's going on in here. Why are they so outdated with understanding how things work?
For sure.
I don't.
It's like they don't even work around white people or understand, or never been on a college campus, or just never been around. Like, it's like, what's going on here, But they getting their shit off, Beachy. This is what getting their shit off in entails. Because even with Fatty, if Fatty had let that panel go on, this is what would have happened eventually. Still, they just keep going out of their way to try to tell Pearl their history. So, But let's go.
People shoplifting. I never saw that in 20 years of living in a white community. Things like that. So again, you can gaslight white people and say it doesn't exist or we're making it up. But at the end of the day, we do believe what we see with our eyes. And the other thing is, you said white women and bestiality or something with dogs. The difference is we don't get triggered. So if you say, you know, white women are weird with their dogs, that would.
I mean, like that's a cheap shot. You know,
It was.
Yeah, it's a cheap shot. That's like saying Asian people eat dogs and shit. Let's go.
Agree. So,
real quick,
yeah.
Let me ask Pearl one question. Hey, Pearl, question for you. So, do you think if you know, where do you think like crime would happen in a rich? Speaking of white people, right? A rich, like say they're making. A wealthy white family. Am I muted or no?
No, we can hear you. Go ahead.
I just want to say, I know where you're going with this. I'm gonna just drop in one stat, but white people commit the most white collar crimes. So for her to get on this panel and say they don't steal, they steal. I work with them. They steal a lot. Okay.
Okay. White collar crimes. What would be considered white collar crimes? First of all, they can be broken. They break down into certain levels, all the way to the elite. You got there's a level. There's a hierarchy to white collar crimes. When she just said theft, that doesn't constitute for a white collar crime. Like a white collar crime is going to go into financial activity. It's just not stealing a bar deal. So I'm really hoping that she's going to go there into explaining what would constitute as white collar crimes. Black people can do some too, but there's a level of it. Some white people ain't gonna let you get that far up. Hence, some in the stock, some in the trade. Like a lot of
it's really the access. Yeah.
I'm hoping she's not gonna be so ignorant and just use theft as a white collar crime. That's not a white collar crime. So I'm just hoping I'm wrong. And she's really going to have taken the time and dig into what constitute for white collar crimes, how they're committed, why they get away with them, because there's a reason for that. And if she hasn't done their research, she's going to be looking real stupid.
Yeah, they get into big words like embezzlement instead of stealing. It's like no, that's stealing.
They're embezzlement, or they're exploiting. Like it gets real.
Bezel.
Oh man, I can tell y'all some things. Well, I ain't about to incriminate my goddamn self on this app, but I'm not about to incriminate myself. But I really hope she's going to get some examples of, okay, this isn't a white collar crime. You just can't. Theft ain't it. Just stealing. Come on, man. Anybody can do that. What is a white collar?
Yeah. There you go. Embezzlement, money laundering, inside trading. Yeah.
Right. It's like it's some shit that you ain't never even heard of, even with hacking and the digital systems and these things that are like you got to really go in and break them down. And then they even have, like I said, the elite white collar crimes. Those are like the kind that we don't even know exist. Okay, that are out there that families build their wealth on. They're not policed because they're needed for the continuum of this world. So, I mean, if you were going to be a criminal, that's the best criminal you probably could be if you were lucky enough to get into that world. I'm just saying, they don't really get by. It's a reason for that. So I'm just going to see where she goes with that. Hopefully it doesn't sound stupid and dumb. And
it's going to sound stupid and dumb. You know, when black people steal, they be like, man, fuck these people. They steal from us all the time. See, we always have an excuse when we steal. But when they steal, it's like, all right, but let's go. Hold up. Let's see what she says.
I would agree with you. I would agree. Why can't we have a conversation about black crime without bringing up white people?
Yeah.
Are you serious?
I wouldn't disagree. I wouldn't disagree. But the challenge is,
would that be considered white fatigue?
When you say something about white people, I would say I am fatigued with some stuff with white people. Like
but is white fatigue a thing?
White women transitioning their kids, that's really annoying. I'm like, why are we doing that, ladies? But I'm not going to get triggered and pretend it doesn't happen. The difference is, when I say a stat that's negative about black people, You guys gaslight me and pretend it's not real.
We're not
We
gaslighting.
didn't. We didn't deny none of it. But go ahead, Cooley. Go ahead, Cooley.
Yeah, I just want to ask
Speaking
a question
from
because I
personal
just
experience, like I said, and it's 43 million of us. So it just sounds disingenuous and illiterate. It doesn't sound smart for you to say the 20 black people I've encountered, I've had these experiences, because I grew up in a predominantly
It's
black
more than
neighborhood,
that.
and I
It's
can
more
tell you
than
my
that.
credentials.
I've
I'm
interviewed-
white
I've
neighborhood, and no
All
white
right,
white.
cool. Let's go and let
Committed
Cooley
on crime.
speak.
Uh-huh.
Am I right to assume that she's not going to break down the white collar crimes?
Of course not. They just throwing stuff out there. They've been
Okay,
doing
well,
this
for
the whole time.
over here at Player Talk Radio, I'm gonna give y'all some examples, right? So we got fraud, deceptive practice of financial gain, including securities, mortgage and healthcare fraud, corporate fraud, bank credit card and wire fraud, insurance fraud, investment scams like Ponzi schemes, tax evasion, etc., etc., etc. That are done by individuals and massive corporations, also forever and ever and always will be. I may or may not my damn self be guilty of one of these. I would never say. I'm just saying. But I was waiting. I thought that she was going to go into that. It didn't take, you got bribery. Identity theft. It's so many,
black people know one of them, extortion. That's like, that's like low level. But it's like what Kite, but we did say embezzlement. It's like what Kite said. When other races steal, we call it business, which is interesting. We point fingers at common crime and go, ha ha. But when is somebody going to really call out these top level criminals? But that's the thing. It is called business. But the thing is that they make sure you can legally do it when you get to a certain level. It has to be in paper.
And white collar crimes, the reason they're not bothered, police, feds, whoever, DEA, whatever agencies don't lock in on them, and it's because typically they're nonviolent. That's the separation between your regular hood crime or whatever, and then the white collar crimes, because they're done in a non-violent way. Of course, we know some people up in there getting knocked off and stuff like that, but they know how to. They're found dead of natural causes. They even clean it. They even keep their deaths clean. Okay, right? They keep it clean. They ran it very, very clean. So, that's what's the separation. If it's non-violent, the people will look the other way, including the DEA. The DEA, if they know that you're running some type of drug organization, but you're not operating with guns, weapons, selling and trading in those, violence, sex trafficking. If it's non-violent, they will tend to let you exist. Yes, they will. They're like, we don't care about them. That's why niggas, when black folks are always peeking through the blinds, talking about, man, the feds watching and weird shit. I'm like, nigga, the feds don't care nothing about your nickel and dime ass. They're not checking for you. They're not thinking about you. Stop being paranoid and trying to make everybody else unnecessarily scared. You're not qualified. You're not on their radar. You got to be way up there somewhere else. Some of us black folks, we too self-centered on some stuff. We really think everybody, from the smallest guy in the corner, really think the feds care. Like they don't care nothing about you, bro. Now you go to ushering and stuff like I said, it gets violent and there's some violent activity and weapons. They're gonna come in on that. You're using that type of money to funnel violent activity. Now you on the radar. But if you're clean, they'll let you skate right on by and not even bother you. So
and the funny part is that when they get to that level, though, like when we use it for violence and stuff like that, we get into RICO territory. When if you want to do RICOs, you can't. Them corporate RICOs, they don't even do those, But the thing is that they get into like insurance and payout and stuff like that, and things of that sort and stuff like that. Like if somebody's going for like an insurance fraud or not even insurance or whatever, what you try to do, you try to get the maximum. But your neck ain't hurting. You don't need that. But you're not gonna inform someone's insurance and say, hey man, I only need something for my foot. And that's it. Pay exactly what that is. If you can make extra money, you're going to make extra money. So even on a low level, we kind of get into that type of stuff. But when you get to like their level, with like when they're all the way up here, Man, they get into tax evasion, insurance fraud,
Yeah,
uh,
I know.
co-pay, dividend payout, and all this other stuff. And honestly, I know it sounds fucked up, but it's not really a big deal to a certain degree when you get to a certain level, because the insurance company, they just pay out. You know, they already have a pool and they just pay out. You know what I'm saying? Some people might not even pursue you at that level and stuff like that. They just pay out. And then a lot of times too, I know it sounds backwards, but sometimes in cases like that, it's good to have your crime on paper and jot it down. You know what I'm saying? It's good to have your crime on paper and jot it down, because it only depends on who reads it and who catches it. Most people ain't gonna read it. Most people ain't gonna catch it. You know what I'm saying? When Elon Musk did that Doge thing in Washington, D.C., you know how much crimes he found? And guess what? Ain't nobody went to jail. Now, look at the regular people now that's on the list right now in y'all cities and states that's on that PPP loan list.
Oh my God. Hell, just here on YouTube.
Yeah.
How many people on YouTube that was calling out they got them PPP, and some people are in some serious trouble now. Like they didn't even get one, they got 2 PPP loans.
Right, right.
There was one content creator, she was using some of her mods to go on her, giving them a couple $100 to be like,
hey,
say
you're on my
work
payroll.
for me. Like,
yeah, you're
how
on my
they
payroll. Right.
Bro, that's not a lot of money, you all. To be the penalty for that was very stiff.
Right.
So it was just like,
and also too, you got to pay people a certain amount of money before you can issue them a 1099. So
yeah, so you're lying all the way around, so you can't go something like that. See, that's sloppy. That's a sloppy thing to do, because not only can it be those other people, when they're not going to take a charge from, I don't know, they just told me to fill it out. I've just, you know, that's very sloppy and not worth the penalties that come with that for that little petty money. I saw some people, I was like, wow, how many content y'all really got that little, you know?
But you know what they did with them? They gave them 3 options. You could either, hey Miss V, good to see you. Happy holidays, love. Capricorn season's on the way. No, but you know what they did? They say you could either pay the money back, you could either do some time, or you could either come up with the paperwork to prove. You know what I'm saying? That you know that you know. So most people are gonna end up doing the time, and that's just sad, you know.
Yeah, there's some people. I mean, I know what I don't know how they run that, or the people just haven't pulled up the rest on it, or how that goes. But they were gone for a while, and I was like, yeah, you over there doing some time. It's some people that were even. They got out of doing the time. They tried to play crazy. It was all type of shit. Like
they knew it was gonna come back though. They dressed it up like it was a white collar crime.
But it didn't work. They didn't know what you're doing.
Yeah.
You gotta really go. You gotta really. That was a trap, boy. And niggas was not prepared. They didn't really, you know. That's, you know how long that would take. Because the fines they put on there, now you got 20. Now you paying back 60. They like, you're gonna be paying for a long goddamn time.
For a long time.
They're going to get it back.
Yeah.
And they're gonna come lock you up. You know, people trying to play crazy, go admit themselves into
psych wards,
crazy institutions, to try to do anything to get from going to jail. I was watching them like, man, and don't know what they did with the damn money. Don't got nothing to show for it. A new bedroom suit is not sufficient.
Right.
Like, damn, if you didn't know what to do, you should have just buried it or something. Like, they don't know what the hell they did with it.
You said buried?
Buried that goddamn. Like, just because what did you do with it?
It's
a couple
gone.
new outfits. It was just giving. Come on, man.
When did it come out? Did it come out early COVID? When was the PPP loans? When did it really came out? It was like mid COVID.
Came out after COVID, somewhere in there.
Mid-COVID, yeah, mid-COVID. Now, Kites, shout outs to Kites. Kites says, does the legality remove the malicious and destructive intention in the end? Like, wouldn't that be horrifying to know that the law can justify my abuse towards others? Yes, but the legality is called business. It's called business. You can legally rob somebody business wise. You know what I'm saying? It happens all the time in the music industry. If you don't negotiate a point on a record, you're supposed to know that. So they look at business the same way as they look at the law. You know how they have that saying that's like ignorance of the law doesn't negate the fact that you broke the law, and that we shouldn't, push the law or the circumstances against you. It's the same thing
Right.
with business. Ignorance of business doesn't negate the fact that, you know what I'm saying, that this is why people have contracts. A contract, to a certain degree, whatever side of the contract you on, is a binding agreement where somebody can legally fuck you. They
Do
can
you know
legally.
also who uses that, Kuda? You
Mhm.
cannot plead ignorance, religion or faith.
True.
It's written many times over and over, when it comes to things like, the judgment. It's written in not just one religion that you cannot plead ignorance. Ignorance will not be acceptable as I didn't know. So not just law, but the spiritual realm. The spiritual law also don't allow you to plead ignorance. Okay. I just want to throw that out there. You know how the law, sometimes you'll find out the law. I haven't gotten a chance. I'm waiting on somebody else to do government versus God, just like I was starting systemic versus Satan. Like, you'll find some things start going hand in hand, like how they have to exist together. They're like the system, but we haven't gotten there yet. We'll get there.
All right.
We'll get there.
All right, let's get back into this foolery. Yeah, Hellcat season and stuff like that. Yeah, a lot of people fumbled those PPP loans, y'all.
Yeah,
Like if-
let go.
Hold on, Aisha.
I mean, if we're being honest, we got to be honest about black people too. The thing is, the black community we've been hearing it. Like, I've been hearing black people need to get themselves together and pull themselves up by their bootstraps since I was a youngin. So we've always heard
Absolutely, Miss V. It was a setup.
this from white people. It's nothing new to us, but I do think that black people, there are a lot of effeminate people in black culture, and we need to get away with that. We need a patriarch in the home. But the question that I was posing to you, because I just want to get to your thinking. So if there's a wealthy, where do you think more crime would happen? In a wealthy white neighborhood or in like a trailer park white neighborhood? Where do you think more crime would happen?
Probably
That's
in
a
the
jump.
trailer park neighborhood.
In a trailer park, right?
Yeah.
Now, when you're speaking about, now let's go to black people. If you looking at a wealthy black family or the hood black family, where do you think more crime would happen?
Do you know what? It would probably be in the hood, but from my personal experience, even when black people move into white neighborhoods,
You just terrible.
a lot of time. No, I'm being for real. I lived in
Okay,
a
but
nice-
speak your
to
mind,
answer
man.
the
Fuck
question,
you,
but Pearl, to answer the question, you would say that you would see a difference there. So since there's a difference between white wealth and white poverty and the crime rate would be higher within the white poverty, and it would be the same within the black wealthy class and the black poor class. You would see more crime where there's less income. This is true. So if we just take that into account, well, yeah, why it isn't a race factor. It's more to it. It's more of a community, education, family, a nuclear family. So there's more factors, and just the color black fatigue. There's more factors into it.
Disagree. So again, you can.
So okay, are you saying
okay?
Then there's an ethnicity thing that's unique to black people?
Yeah, I would say. Yeah, and this is just my personal experience.
Okay, got it. So then it's just unique to black people. That's what I wanted to know. You see, you want to get to the ideology of people.
Let's let her respond, and then we'll get Ms. Pearl.
All I can, you can, slice the numbers to say whatever you want in some cases, but there's just a lack of basic decorum that even when black people come into white spaces, a lot of times they lack. As I said earlier, it's an attitude thing, a lack of work ethic thing. It's not all, because again, I've met black people that don't do this. It's not every single one, but just as a group, balance of probabilities.
What'd you say, Beachy?
She just slicked through and you niggas are lazy when she said lack of work ethic.
Yeah, she's sneaking in little jabs and stuff.
Girl, you ain't slick, girl. I be hearing that shit. You said.
Pearl a hot mess. She a hot mess herself.
You messed it up, but you just said lack of work ethic is.
But the thing is, they don't catch it. We catch it.
Yeah,
They don't catch it.
You just said niggas is lazy and y'all ain't going to, ain't got no jobs. She just she just said that. Okay, but you know I don't agree.
Yeah. But I think she going off of the people that worked for her, because you know she was saying how they stole from her and stuff like that.
I heard that.
Yeah.
But
I mean, they kind of fucked her shit up with the whole thing, the Sarah Garvey thing and stuff like that. They did a number on her and called her a colonizer and all kinds of stuff. So, you know, messed up a lot of other people's careers too. You know, shout outs to everybody here. We're almost 2 hours into the madness. Please hit the Cash App, hit the PayPal if you guys are enjoying the show and enjoying the breakdown, giving y'all some game. All right. He said, shout outs to me. Got my 2nd degree this year. Congratulations. This one is in accounting. Shout outs to Robert Platinum, man. Reach out to me, bro. Maybe we can share some clients, because I'm doing bookkeeping. I already, got everything off the ground. So hit me up. You know what I'm saying? Maybe I could pass you some clients, but I don't know if you're gonna do for a CPA firm or whatever. So let me know. But I'm doing bookkeeping. Congrats, man. Kite said, this is interesting because in California, it's common to see black wealthy neighborhoods completely safe and clean, but the tore up houses surprisingly are white owned. But we hear about this, right? But the thing is that us as black people, for whatever reasons, is we put our fucked upness on the forefront. And what we do in America is, we've been used for the longest time as the race of people that other people in America look at and be like, damn, I know it's fucked up in our communities, but at least it's not like those Negroes. And the thing is that sometimes, I'm gonna even tell you the truth, it don't even be as fucked up in those black neighborhoods, but the stuff that we put on the internet and on Front Street, right, people take it, because a lot of times things will be going good in the black neighborhood, but those people see it and we see it also, so we think things are going bad. So we really, other than being outside and in certain places, we really don't have a real temperature gauge of what's going on in the black neighborhoods and stuff like that, because we're seeing what other people are seeing. So we're here to as a hidden class for people to be like, damn, I know the economy and all this other stuff is fucked up, but at least we're not out here acting like those black people, when in reality a lot of times their race is doing way worse. Their race is doing way worse. And then look at the concept of that. Think about it. I hate to say it, and this is a fucked up way of saying something, but there's always some good and bad. If black people are this comfortable with dysfunction, I hate to say it, at least we kind of function when times are fucked up. Other races, they would lose their mind compared to and the funny part, the irony is they think they would act any different. They probably will react worse because they're not contained.
They fall apart. I've had firsthand witness. They do not function well in dysfunction. Completely have full breakdowns, borderline. I can't tell you how many times I've had to step in and like, hang on, this ain't worth dying over. You need to calm down, go to sleep, all because of a loss of a job. Something that's like, hold on, you can they completely fall apart on a level that's,
for sure,
it's astronomical. It's kind of like, hold on, let's start thinking, let's try to hustle together, let's come up. They don't have that ability. They just fall into a hole that is like, okay, you literally just got to back up because can't pull them out of it. Like,
for sure,
I don't even know if anybody's ever done the statistics of crimes or
Jumping
violence
off bridges.
committed upon someone losing their job. Like, I don't know if that's there. I know, like, which race is more likely to come in and shoot up the UPS or the postal service upon getting fired. You know, like, it's just kind of like you have to really dig there, and then you might probably be surprised at who's going to come back and tear the place up. So I don't know. People need to start getting, these talking points are kind of stale. Like, they need to start digging into others. It's all type of things that haven't even been touched.
Right.
They're for the taking. It hasn't even been tapped into. And I don't understand why, but you know.
They crash out. White people be jumping out the window. Cuda dude, it's all over, bro. It's like, no, it's not. Go find another job. I can't find a job. You can go find another one.
Right. You got preferential treatment to how quickly you're able to go right onto another one, but instead you want to go jump out the fucking window. Like,
right.
And devastate everybody. The whole family, not everything that went from you can't come back from, I mean, like, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a couple of things. I mean, suicide rates. Like, there's something that could be tapped into. Why one race would rather just fuck it out, end it all. Why one race will say, you know what, I'm just gonna thug it out. You know, it sucks. You know, that's a good discussion.
Yeah.
And then turn around and asking the other race, particularly non-black, like, so why would y'all result your cop out would be to just end it all? Why is it, you know, you find it more typical, not typical, but the probability of it happening, white women, I don't know how many would admit it, why they stay married. It's not because their marriages are doing great and they don't believe in divorce. They don't want to die. And I've told people before, those stories, I don't know, some people just don't talk about it, I guess because it doesn't affect us. Mm-hmm. But I know too many white girls, and they're like, girl, like their husband will have taken them to like a empty field and showed them, like, you want to leave me? Go ahead. Like, the threats of like,
right here, right,
I don't want to die. So they just stay alone. It's not that they're doing so great and they're so lovey-dovey, they got it all figured out. No, those men, like, they take it a little extreme. Mm-hmm. They take it to death to us part extreme. So you'll find, just like with some people, like with the missing white women, how it's always like last seen at the mailbox. What happened? Mm-hmm. She went to the mailbox, never seen again. What the fuck happened? And then they find out upon the investigation something like, oh, well, she actually had been talking about divorce or filed for divorce. And they come up missing. Those stats are high. So I'm just really, you know, disappointed that people really aren't showing how, like, hold on, we all got some fucking issues here.
Right. And this girl, she skipped over the shit to talk about animals. Let's talk about these damn teachers.
Yeah.
These white teachers are sleeping with these kids. It's all of them damn near be white.
Yeah.
So, and these police
that
officers,
would have been she would have been able to pull up way more. Like, why didn't they come in prepared? Well, if they hit me with this, I got this. You should have your own syllabus prepared for where you're gonna go. Don't just walk blindly into these dang on panels and not having some type of treat it like court.
Right. Be
able to, like, if something comes up that, like you just said, you'll be able to bring in, well, hold on a second. Instead of going to the random and bestiality and going to those encounters, you weigh the stats of those other teachers, other races, how they fraternize, and fraternize is an understatement, but their inappropriate activity with their students. And that would have been, oh, why did man, come on. Y'all getting all the type of free game over here at Player Talk Radio.
Absolutely.
Y'all not hitting the places, you know what I'm saying, that you could go to. You're just keeping it on this same basic, okay, crime is going to be here to stay.
Right.
Crime ain't going anywhere. Okay, let's move along, people. And in some places, crime is just a part of, you don't even call it crime. Okay? It's other words, but this is just elementary. This is very
surface level shit.
Young, like, they're talking. I know high schoolers that would have done a very better high school kids and women. Some of our black high school girls that would have they do their debates. They got their debate team. They got their UN meetings. They would have easily came in on this. Like, this is awful. This can't be the best we got. So I'm really waiting on somebody to come in and say the motherfucking day. Okay, I'm ready.
but all you're gonna hear. You know what's funny? I'm actually point something out that nobody really points out. How comes you never hear all this black history when black people are talking amongst each other, but once a white person get in the room, now all of a sudden everybody's a scholar?
Oh my God.
I don't ever hear black people politicking like this when it's just us here. But as soon as a white woman enters the room, now all of a sudden everybody turns into Francis Cress Wilson. You know, everybody's a scholar now. So,
good question.
All right, let's go back into it.
You're going to get more of an attitude, lack of good faith, more emotional is just the trends that I've noticed, even on this panel. But not you, Cooley. You've been great. So
go ahead, Miss Pearl.
She want to work with Cooley.
Go ahead.
So there was a lot that was said. I want to make us aware that when we're talking about media and what we're seeing, our stats, where we're getting our information, your statistics are from the FBI and the Bureau of Justice. Okay, what I basically want to say is those people have been and will always be against Black people. They're always going to perpetuate a fraud. They're always going to convey things that are not all the way real. I could go on there and speak about stats, and I think you're heavier on stats, Pearl, but you've been on another platform where it's already kind of been exposed that you've publicly stated that statistics are not always factual. So I know that you kind of lead with that, but you can give misleading information. You can give information that has been delivered to you.
I can explain that.
Let him talk. Yeah.
I know you mentioned earlier you didn't know what mental expressions are. You're doing now, like you're interrupting. It's very subtle, but it's very intentional. It's a slight and it's an insult. Like, you won't let me finish this if you're trying to epistemically take my knowledge away or my stance in terms of, like, you just might, like you said, she just camera down right now. That's insulting. If I'm speaking to you, that's as if you're turning your back to me. But I'll continue. I'll speak to people who are relevant to the conversation and who are actually listening and want to add value to our community and our culture and help us evolve. See, I was just playing a little bit, but I'm gonna take the gloves off. So when she was speaking about Blacks taking advantage of white people's kindness, she said that once. And then she also said that we take advantage. Hey, how you doing? You take advantage of white people's nature. I don't understand how you could speak about white people's nature here in the U.S. Those same people who continuously oppress us under colonialism, patriarchy, and capitalism, which can't literally operate those three motors without sexism and racism of some form. So I don't understand why or how you think we would be taking advantage of a person's nature who are literally oppressing, suppressing, and depressing us. That's why we're having this issue and this conversation about Black fatigue. It's something that white supremacy has created. And until you acknowledge that and culturally justify why you won't let us have our way and be alone and do, because in Tulsa, Oklahoma, we were fine in 1921. We were also good in the 60s.
Why don't you let us have our way and be by ourselves, and you're taking stuff away from me? It's like, oh my God. Okay.
She was doing good.
You guys came
to this part, you know.
She was calling Pearl out. Like, now you got someone speaking calm. Now you got someone that can meet you eye to eye. Now someone is, my delivery is pleasant, my demeanor, all those things that you talked about. But you're cutting me off. And you were a little rude there, but I'm gonna continue on. But then she lost me with the let us do us. Like, okay, now so let me see if she can make a comeback.
And stopped our movement for human rights and started the feminine movement. We're always fine. We don't need you all. But when you speak like this, it speaks as if you come from a place of white ignorance and white avoidance. It's like you pretend you don't know these issues exist, and then you don't want to talk about them. You kind of do both of those. So before you kind of interrupted me, I was speaking about like our media representation, which we know is one-sided, and that's evolving around artificial whiteness. It's the ideology that's embedded in the concepts of like AI and where you get your statistics, the media, and what we're talking about right now. It mimics the logic of white supremacy, and it's very Eurocentric and masculinist. But I get it. That's where you get your information from. But again, it's one-sided. Doesn't add value to this conversation. But I'll let my plane because I know real people understand.
Let me ask her a question to test her logic. If you mind yielding the floor to me, Pearl, I would just want to test her logic.
No, I was gonna respond to her.
Okay, sure, go ahead.
Pearl can't even talk. Here we go.
Hey, go ahead. Because I just want to test the logic. It sounded nonsensical, but go ahead.
No, so the reason I know she said that I forgot what she said about the facts, data, and statistics, but my opinion on facts, data, and statistics is they can be helpful. However, you do need to take them with a grain of salt because you will be easily manipulated if anybody can put a study in front of you and you automatically believe the study. So that's my opinion on it. I think I've interviewed 1,000 people, and I found that what you see in real life with your eyes is the most accurate. So you can take that or leave it. I understand other people have different opinions. And that kind of goes back to the good nature. Again, you can say like, white people, you have nothing to complain about. Black people don't take advantage of your good nature. But if enough white people have that same experience, which a lot of us have had, you can't gaslight us into not feeling it. Like, for example, I hired somebody and I got a camera stolen from me. Hired a black person, hired another black person. They said I had a colonial mindset, and, basically called me a racist at the time, even though I doubled their subscribers. And it's like, we offer opportunity after opportunity, and it's not all. Some of my best employees have also been black, but I just haven't had the same experience. And me personally, I've interviewed 1,000 people across countries. And
now the funny part is that you have a lot of black people, and I said this then too, that would get mad at her for hiring a bunch of black people. But in reality, black people don't even hire black people. Or you got to pull their string, or it got to be something before they hire anybody else black. They have to preface it under some revolutionary act. Like, oh, I'm doing something revolutionary because I'm hiring a black person. And it's like, you're just hiring somebody, to a certain degree. Why do you got to put black on it? But then again, let's put black on it. Black people don't even hire black people like that, for the most part, unless a lot of times it's like an independent small business or something like that, but rarely do you ever see that happen. So.
She doesn't, which is why I wouldn't hold her to a fault. Like I listened to one of her videos on Black Fatigue, and she was explaining how one of her first best friends in life was a black girl. Mm-hmm. On the volleyball team with her. She had to make sure we knew that it was a black girl. Her best friend, she loved her. She loved her personality. She was fun to hang out with. She wanted, blah, 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 all that.
Right.
But she had to throw in there, this is where the supremacy come from, that she doesn't realize she's doing, or either if she is intentionally doing it, mm-hmm. then that would just make her to be something that, we might casually say a little she-devil, but mm-hmm. Okay, but what she would go on and on. She'd say, "Oh, my black best friend, she's on the volleyball team with us, but she was missing too much practice, and so I volunteered." This is Pearl words, y'all, not mine. Pearl says, I volunteered to go pick her up to get her to practice because she was missing so many, and she's really, really good. Mm-hmm. Hence saying we need the nigga on the team that's got all the athleticism. We need her here to help us get these points. So somebody got to get her here. But where she didn't realize she was insulting, or she did realize it, just wanted to scratch. I call it scratching on people that had ticked her off. So she's scratching back, and she was like, She lived, it was so inconvenient. She lived all on the other side of town. That was her way of saying, we lived over here in the suburban arts community. She lived way out there in the hood, but I still, went all the way over there, inconveniently picked her up to get her to practice. She didn't have any transportation, and I don't understand why there wasn't any transportation, but it's whatever. And I'm just like, Pearl, you just sat there and
I'm helping out my black friend.
My poor black friend on the other side of town, and they don't have cars, and you don't understand why there's not enough cars for her to get here to practice. You just insulted in the same way. It's like a backhanded compliment. Like, would that friend of yours appreciate that you were treating her like a charity case?
Right.
That's something that people don't realize when they do that. That would be considered a type of supremacy. When you think you're doing the nigga a favor. Like, I went all the way out my way to get you. You're on the other side of town. I mean, you didn't have transportation. It's like a backhanded compliment. And something in them, just like it's something in us. I don't know if you realize how offensive that would have been to a friend. Like, why did you need to tell the world that I had, we had transportation issues? You basically just shitted on me, man. Like,
right.
Come on, that's my best BFF behavior. So it's stuff like that, and I people don't catch it, and it slides by. But it's not just Pearl. It's something that they do, and they don't often realize they're doing it. Like, I don't know what it is. Something in them. It's been done so long. Stuff gets passed down in our blood, y'all. Things get passed down. We've got some stuff passed down to us, and the treating a black person as like a charity case, it makes, they don't want to admit it, but it gives them the higher up, like,
it's a superiority complex.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, it's a superiority complex. They gotta kind of come down.
Right, like if you're being kind and you're giving your good friend a ride, you don't need to let the whole world know that they live on the other side of town and they don't have cars like you. Like, you don't need to throw that in there. That's backhanded, and whether she may not know she's doing it or it may be intentional. Her mind is,
right.
I'd have to ask her, did you realize those are things I would ask her. Did you realize when you keep telling that story and keep letting everybody know? They know.
I mean, after a while, like, so many people can, say it to you. I mean, her wording is wild. I will say, I think she knows, but to a certain degree, it's like, that's how a lot of people talk, and you're not trying to re-raise somebody. And it's like what Kite's saying, and this happens all the time. Like, how can I be racist? My friend's black, my mailman's black, I like my coffee
black.
Yeah, my wife is black. I like my coffee black. It's like, what's going on, Ray? Shout out to Shannon B in the building. Y'all, please hit the like button, support the show.
I said, why not go to practice? She had transportation issues. Did you not hear me? The girl it's not that she didn't want to go to practice. Based on where the school was located, it didn't take a rocket scientist to figure out, okay, the school was in a certain type of neighborhood. The black girl was nowhere near close to that neighborhood. She didn't have transportation. It's not that she didn't want to go to practice. She had a ride issue. So someone had to be her ride, and Pearl designated herself to be a ride, being that was her BFF. So what do you mean, why not go? When you don't have rides to play, like, my daughter is in a lot of stuff, and her group is in a lot of things. We take turns. Like, Science Olympia was yesterday. Okay, I'm gonna pick you up from Science Olympia. Something comes up, we work together. If somebody can't do it, but in this situation, there wasn't, because it was so far. Ain't too many people gonna just volunteer and say, "Oh, I'll make sure that you get to practice." They practice a lot. Y'all practice be going on like several days a week, right. And then you calculate where it's going. It's not always plausible for people to have a ride. I mean, that can happen if there aren't enough vehicles or you don't have a car. That's not surprising. But for them, for somebody like Pearl and how she grew up, she wouldn't understand. Like, I don't get why there's enough cars around. Like, somebody give her a car, she wouldn't get that. Right. She would understand, like, girl, well, her volleyball, as good as your friend is, someone's not considering that a priority to wherever they got to go. And it's just like, you're just not going to be going to practice. Like, that's something.
No, what you're saying is right. This is simple, but look, Shannon B said so. That's a community problem. So that's a community problem or a personal problem. It's not necessarily a personal problem, but if that's her friend and that's her teammate, she gonna make sure she get to the damn practice. She wants to see her friend and her
she's
teammate.
good. She's not a shitty teammate. Like, we need her here. She's one of our,
best player.
Whatever it is. If she wasn't valuable for the team, they would have been like, man, this girl ain't come to practice. Whatever. They let her fall off. They were insisting on not letting her black BFF not fall off and not have to quit the team by going way over there to the goddamn on hood to pick her up and get her to and from practice. That's how good it lets me know that black girl was. They're willing to go out their way and get her to practice because she had a skill set that they needed for the team. Or if they would have just been like anybody else and they stopped coming to practice and they can't play on the game. That's how that works. So.
And sometimes you need your buddy. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you don't even play well or do well when you don't have your buddy that's like your teammate and somebody that's like, so, that's another thing too. So, shout outs to Anthony Southeast dropping the huge $5 on the Cash App. Let's go.
What a money reside. What a money reside. What a money reside. What a money reside. Okay, let me tell y'all something. I'm doing something real big this month. Any deal that y'all got and they beating us, I'm gonna be about $400. Just give me your pen and the paper because I'm asked what the what? What a money reside. What a money reside. What a money reside. What a money reside. Okay, I told y'all before. Y'all know what I do. I give all these good deals and everything else. Y'all better ask about me because I do all that all the time. And that's on
who? Mary had little lamb.
Okay.
Shout outs to Anthony Southeast for dropping the huge $5 on the Cash App. I appreciate you. Thank you, everybody, for hitting the like button. Please, if you haven't done so, hit the like button. If you haven't done so, please support today's show. We getting into it. We just starting. Make sure you guys support the show. And make sure you follow Beachy's channel. Okay? Shout outs to Anthony Southeast. Kite says life happens. It's a personal problem. Yes. Does that give you the right to weaponize the problem to say this black person was the issue? No, of course. But people ain't looking at it that way. People ain't looking at it that way. This is in hindsight, That's another thing that's the problem with the black community. We gotta stop thinking that, we gotta stop thinking that people should feel as bad as we feel bad or having people feel sorry for us and stuff like that. I get everything everybody here is saying. These are great points that are being made, but we want other races of people to feel bad and stuff like that. And sadly, if you haven't been around other people or out the country and stuff like that, we often don't realize how much of a chip on our shoulder that we walk around with. We walk around with a big chip on our shoulder as black people. And the thing is that it's like, we feel some type of way when other people don't, have that chip on their shoulder. I mean, we feel some type of way when other people, we feel some type of way when people don't have that same chip on our shoulder that we have, And sadly, we shouldn't have that chip on our shoulder like that.
I'm just gonna say, what's with the chip? What's going on there? How you wake up, in the mornings. Sometimes, we're tired. We're getting up. We're getting these kids to their transport to be taken out to their schools, and I can tell by the parents. Some of us are just we going, and then you have some. I call it the stale face, that locked in, angry stale face, and it's like, what? You don't smile. What's going on here? Your face will lock in, and it's like you that disgruntled. The day just started. I know we gotta wake up face. We got a sleepy face. There's different types of face, but you already looking like this day is F, and you just walked out. You just got out of bed and got out here like you. This is how you start your day.
But this is the thing. This is the thing, BG. We don't even greet each other like that. Hey, brother, how you doing? How's your family? You guys need anything? Okay, let me know. We probably know one or two people that probably greet us like that. We don't even greet each other like that. Black people don't say hi to each other.
I could have. Well, I still do. I probably don't as much. But when they say I was being too friendly,
right? Or you get taken advantage of eventually.
Well, some unfortunate things, some uncomfortable things that I had to go through because I was seen as too friendly, and I'm green, I'm vulnerable, but really I'm just being myself. I smile, I'm likable, I like people. Hey, what's going on? Let's get to go. You know, that's just my personality. But I guess because I'm a Black woman and I'm supposed to just have an attitude, I don't have that, you know. So I was told, you're being too friendly. You're being too friendly with these. No, I'm not. You know, I can't have a cheery spirit.
No,
I can't have the
not
type, you know.
not amongst niggas. I mean, you'll get taken advantage of. You got
Right,
people
and
that used to do that, and hey,
that's very unfortunate that has had to happen. So now I'm trying to figure out, me personally, like, okay, how am I gonna do this? How am I gonna read? I'm literally planning and strategizing, depending on who I have to work with, how to change my demeanor so that they don't think they can get over on me, because I can't just be my own freaking self. I'm coming off too friendly, and they look at it like, oh, here's an opportunity. This friendly bitch here, you know.
Right.
Like, wow, I gotta have a nasty. I'm not gonna have a nasty. I refuse to do it. But yeah, I gotta dim down my light, dim down my friendliness, dim down my cheeriness. To be safe or not preyed upon. Come on, this is some bullshit. That doesn't happen with other races, though. It happens with our men, and I really wish I wouldn't do me like that. And other people that we just have natural born cheerleaders. We're natural born cheerleaders on the field, on the court, and in life. We carry this cheer spirit with us. But the way y'all act and have made us now, we like, man, we can't even come out. We gotta downplay our cheeriness, because the Black cheery girl is looked at like, you got so.
Or they'll say you hang around. They'll say you hang around white people, or you know, look at her. Why is she so happy and blah blah blah.
Right, well,
Shout out to
I'm not
Kite.
reasonable. We have struggles. It's your spirit. Like, dang, how you gonna tell a person you wanna break their spirit? And I know what that feels like to be the cheerleader and someone intentionally break my spirit just because I was too dang on happy. And I'm like, oh my God. And it's not, look, struggle. We got the same bill. Look, some of us, listen, we got same bills, same struggles. Money high one way, money fluctuates, health fluctuates, circumstances change. But that does not mean you need to just have a stank attitude and approach to how you deal with people, okay?
Right.
I don't understand that, and it's very frustrating for me. And I personally am trying to figure out, how am I going to continue on getting the results?
Well, that's funny, because you know what, Beach? Pearl just said the same thing to the people on the panel. Why do you guys have an attitude? Like, what's going on? Kite said, wait, I can't agree with that, Kuda. In my job, before I became a YouTuber, Black people built a solid community. Greetings were exceptionally common. Yeah, you have to be around a niche of Black people to get that. You know, you have to be around a niche of Black people to get that. Like, in certain places and stuff in the Black community, if certain people greet you, it's uncomfortable. You know, in the DMV area, yeah, I have my people that I greet and talk to and stuff like that. But honestly, rule of thumb, I just think everybody trying to set me up.
Right.
You know, like I ain't gonna lie, we move with our head on a swivel. It's hard to accept certain gestures from people and think that you're not getting backdoored or somebody trying to set you up. If you in a city or in certain towns, Black people, you move with your head on the swivel. You think everybody trying to set you up. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes we be needing help, but we can't accept the gesture because we think it's a setup. You know what I'm saying? We think it's a setup. And sadly enough, we're the ones that set each other up. You know, a lot of Black on Black crimes is through proximity. You know what I'm saying? Most of us, God forbid, if we get murdered, you know your killer for the most part. You know?
Yeah,
your killer knows you.
I think it's Black women homicide 6 times more likely than the Caucasian woman to be for the act of homicide. And I forget that it's like a 99.9% of your own of your own race doing it. That's pretty high, y'all. That's pretty high. I'm 6 times more likely to be murdered than
the average.
Really?
Yeah,
average race, not just white women, but the others. Like, damn, that's freaking high.
And then also we built a culture around it. You know what I'm saying? We built a culture around it. So
correct.
Yeah.
Like, Why is
And
everybody riding strapped up? Why are we out here? Like we did that. We cannot blame anybody else.
And then our numbers are contained. So you know, when stuff happens in the black community, it's a big thing. You know, because it's a smaller group. You know what I'm saying? So when something big like that is happening, the concentration makes it bigger than, you know, not necessarily other groups, but if our population was the size of other groups, then, you know, then our numbers individually would look a little bit different. You know. But see how you just pulled out that stat, Beachy? What's up with them? Why are we hearing about animals and shit in fucking school shootings? Anyway, let's get back to it. We got a lot to chop.
Also hired every single race. Like there's no race I haven't hired. So there's patterns and things that you have when dealing with black people that you don't with other races. And you know, you can pretend it's not real, but our real life experience is gonna keep fatiguing. So
you've spoken on nothing but your personal experience this entire time.
Yeah, I don't.
Yourself.
Facts. And we don't talk about personal experiences on this panel.
Yeah,
I do want to get True in there. Go ahead, True. And
I
then
don't think
what
that
Cooley
is-
wanted to ask.
Shit like that.
Yeah, I don't think that is fair, Pearl, that you make it seem like a person's
We don't talk about personal experiences on this panel. Then what do y'all talk about? Like, what the fuck?
response has to coincide with what is palatable for certain demographics. If somebody responds with passion, that's their right. If they're not throwing hands or, you know, maybe trying to be overly offensive, in my opinion, I don't think that's an issue. Because you.
Thank you so much, Kites. I'll see you soon. Thank you so much for supporting and tuning into the show. Let's get
compared a lot of times that as a white woman, you're not triggered. Well, that's your personal choice. If someone gets triggered by something that is being presented to them, I think they have the room for that. When they start getting disrespectful, then that's different. But your comparisons to me are very bleak. People typically focus on very limited experiences and then expound upon it and make it conclusional. And I don't think that that's fair. White people don't spend enough time around black people to, in my opinion, gather the real life experience that is the vast majority. So if you have one,
now that's bullshit,
an isolated incident, or maybe even a dozen.
White people stay around black people. Certain ones, though, you gotta use your eyes to figure it out.
And then you compare it to how old that person is, all these other variables. That's what we're trying to get you to understand. You, in my opinion, you can't form a hard conclusion. And I think that sometimes maybe people like yourself, maybe people that belong to, you know, your class per se, they typically try to focus on what they believe to be behavior, and then not having the skill set, in my also opinion, to be able to engage and dismantle some of these interactions. What I've noticed is that there's petty crime and then there's organized crime. White people typically are organized with their crime. They will set up contracts, they will set up whole agendas to thieve from talent and from individuals, and then make it seem like it's okay because that individual, those group of people may not be privy to how things truly work. So I think that the fact that you make it seem like, oh, well, we're not that bad, it's not a bad or a good. I think people need to grow up. I think people need to be better, but you can't say one is better or worse in my opinion. And I think that's the issue that I'm having, because I see white people have attitude and I see some that are pleasant. I see some that are thieves. I see some that are not. It's, you know, this is a human type of situation. I think Cooley tried to set that up. It's like, please explain to us in your experience where you see this happening on a regular basis. And I asked you a question: how do you quantify a black man being more violent? You would have to start at the exception of every male born and then track their life. Because I can tell you, being a brother, most brothers are not violent. Most brothers can't even fight. Most men can't fight. They don't even, own the
people from trying to be violent.
Of martial arts being something that is a discipline, but also is tied to knowing how to strike and knowing how to defend oneself. So for you to make blatant statements, I think is very disingenuous. I would like to have a conversation where we can hopefully grow and learn some stuff, but the attacks are not necessary, in my opinion. And I land.
Okay, so can I respond? Cool. All right. So again, Black people do have the right to be passionate when they talk, but we also have the right to be fatigued. So it can be very fatiguing when, it's a little bit rude. Just my opinion. You can take it or leave it. Black people do commit more crimes. I think it's very obvious with the crime rate. The fact that you're kind of uneasy generally when you're in a black area, you're much more likely to have someone commit a crime. And a third of black men have felonies. So, I mean, I don't even know why we're arguing that point. Like, it's very obvious that black people commit more violent crime. Like, I'm not going to gaslight you about the liberal white women. Like, can't we just be real here for like 2 seconds?
If you add in per capita, we can have an honest conversation. If you add in per capita, we
fine. Say per capita. Fine.
You did not, but you said
I know, but see, that's bad faith.
Fundamentally do not. That would not be the case.
It's like it never ends.
You continue to speak on your personal experience. You continue to center yourself. You spoke about employing black people. The majority of white people in America are laborers. They do not employ anybody. They are employed. So therefore, you speaking about your experience as an employer is quite literally antidotal to you and the minority. The majority of people are not out here hiring people. So
that's not true, though. That's not what I said.
And another thing that I know about you, like you're third generation, like your family is wealthy. So you do not have any experience with, I was in a white neighborhood and the black people moved in. You didn't talk to the black people, sweetie. You did not talk to the black people. You were not around the black people.
Oh, that's
you are making it up.
Okay.
So that's why it's hard to listen to you, because I would like you to say something that's founded in fact and not just your feelings. I do understand like you want to embody the ideology of a feminine woman, but please try to practice some stoicism and speak on some kind of facts. Like use some numbers. You threw out a bunch of statistics from the FBI, then turned around and said, I don't trust statistics, and then spoke specifically about your experience as soon as your statistics from the FBI was debunked. So like what we're seeing here is that you're pivoting and you're continuously trying to do this to move us from the point of the argument. But the point of the argument is black fatigue based in something more than just pearly things experience.
Well, it wouldn't just be my experience, because there's a ton of people online talking about theirs too. Ton of white people are talking about their experience with black people. This is not just me. I don't really understand that.
But Pearl, real quick, by that logic, we have to say that there's a ton of black people speaking about all the systematic oppression and everything from
I gotta
white
finish
people.
Cooley. I gotta finish Cooley.
Just
They're
logic.
But you just interrupted everybody on the panel, though.
Because everyone's talking to me. So
We're talking about a topic.
Hold on, y'all.
That's fair. Yeah, let her land her plane. That's my mistake. Go ahead.
I mean, everybody is talking to her. She's supposed to be the
Right.
quote unquote white supremacist on the panel. So all of white guilt is all of the white shots are being thrown at her. So.
Pearl.
see, God, I kind of forgot. So this is why I try to get going. But wait, hold on. I forgot what you said. Sorry. Please. Yeah, I'm trying to.
I'm gonna go ahead and switch it up a little bit. How much of today's behavior comes from history, like slavery and Jim Crow?
Yeah. So, you mind if I speak on this a little bit real quick? Because I was gonna ask a question to Miss Pearl and then also Pearl, because Pearl says something like, "Well, I see a lot of things on social media, and a lot of whites are complaining." If using that logic, you would have to be logically consistent and say, well, since black people are always speaking about, the past history of, white people enslaving us and Jim Crow and everything like that, then that must have some legitimacy to it as well, right? This if we're being logically consistent. But anyways, to answer your question, you said, how much does the past history have to do with today? Do I have
how
that
much
right?
of today's behavior? And I'm gonna drop the timer down to 2 minutes. We got to get some other folks in, y'all, because some of the same people talking. How much
I
of
got you. I'll
today's
make it clean and
behavior comes
concise.
from history?
2025,
slavery
and we're
and
still
Jim Crow?
talking about slavery, bro.
Yeah, so I would say
we are still talking about slavery in 2025, y'all. 2026, mind you. My bad.
not too much, but it depends on the person. So if you think about what depression is. Depression is, dwelling on the past. And if you're dwelling on the past too much, you can find yourself in a state of rumination. And if you're in that state of rumination, it's very hard for you to overcome and move forward and to grow when you find yourself in that state of rumination. I think that currently a lot of Black people, when they say things like, oh, well, systematic oppression, we were oppressed in the past, those Black people are weak-minded, feminine Black people, and they're relying that all of their thought process is focusing on the past. So they're actually in a state of rumination, just like how a depressed person would be in a state of rumination. It's very similar. I think that mental state, Black people need to overcome that. It's pitiful. It's the saddest thing that I see from my Black people. And I'll be honest, I used to be in that state of the victim mindset and thinking about the past, but that's something that we all have to overcome.
Okay, go ahead, Bo. Same question to you. How much of today's behavior comes from history like slavery and Jim Crow?
Say that again.
She's not even listening.
How much of today's behavior comes from history like slavery and Jim Crow?
Well, I know history, right? But we don't know exactly when. Just like
how long we go Jim Crow, everything, right?
Incomplete numbers that I have been hearing that are directed toward my people. Those numbers are a direct result of history and the state of the Black community right now, because if you take away someone's ability to be self-sustaining, then they
All right, she about to say a whole bunch of nothing, y'all.
are going to commit a crime. And a lot of the crimes that we commit are proximity crimes. So this fake narrative that is being painted that we are out here trying to get these napkin colored people, we are not. We largely commit those crimes in our own community, just like they commit like horrible atrocities in their own community as napkin colored people. So history plays a large part, the economy plays a large part, and racism plays a large part in what happens in our community. When you put people in a desolate situation, when you put them in the projects, that creates hostility, that creates desperation, that creates.
Why does every sister trying to be deep gotta talk like Maya Angelou and Rosa Parks and shit like
Right.
that? Like
You put yourself in the projects. Nobody says, here, you're in the projects now. You go to the office, you get the application, you realize that, man, paying rent in an apartment I don't have it. But I can go to the projects, and the most they can charge me is $25 a month. You take yourself to the projects. Why did she say you put us in the projects? You don't have to. It's not forced upon anybody. You take yourself to the office in the projects, get an application, fill it out, show your proof or non-proof of income, or whatever you got going on. They give you a little lowball number from $0 to maybe $25, and now you have signed up for your residency to be in the projects. Nobody put you there. There are other alternatives to doing that, but some people they want to live for the free ski, or they realize, okay, I don't know my work, how I'm gonna my income is here, there, up, down. At least I know in the projects I ain't got to worry about getting kicked out, because who can't pay $5? Who can't come up with the $20? If I got to pay the $20, okay, they're gonna realize it's their best option based on their limited income. But nobody put them there. Nobody just took a big old train load of people, dropped them off at the projects, and said, "Good luck, buddy."
Right.
You know, they chose that based on the monetary value, what they could do or what they didn't want to do. Some people just sit and say, I don't want to pay all that rent. I go over here and stay in the projects. They said that, and they do that. They could make it in a apartment or housing and pay the rent, but then it's more work, and it's like, I'm just gonna stay in the projects. I ain't got to worry about it. So nobody put you in the projects. You put yourself. You take yourself in there. Okay, so not really sure why she would say y'all put us in the projects, like somebody dropped everybody off at the project and said, this is where you're gonna stay. Good luck, buddy.
I mean, it's the same thing that we've been hearing for the longest time. Like, it's like, why is she telling? Why do we have to hear this? Like, okay, we kind of know this, that the projects exist, and then you got black people that stay in the projects. You know how much black people get rich and stay in the projects and die there?
Yeah, I do.
Shit is crazy.
I know some that's got some good money. They the new projects now that they have rebuilt. I know down here, looking like some little condominiums. Shoot, they had me side eye. I'm like, hold on a minute now. They had to tear them down because of the lead that was found in the walls that have called. See, why they're not talking about that? Why the projects are being torn down and rebuilt, and the settlements that came out because of the lead in the paint was so extensive it caused major birth defects in kids. They paid those people out. Now, whether or not you took the money, it had conditions, of course, but why they not speaking on that? Like, when you built these projects, like who architect that? Why did you use so much lead? And
well, they're going after Pearl. They're going after Pearl because they think that they're talking to white supremacy. And the funny part is that, I hate to say it, but a Pearl is more closer to Negroes than them, and at this point. Tragic mulatto type shit, But I don't know. I mean, rich middle kid, white girl, she's just aloof, if anything, talking to Pearl ain't about to help shit. That's where I'm at with it, Talking to Pearl ain't really about to help shit, And then aside from it, the brothers on this panel and Pearl got a little bit more in common because guess what? She's really trying to talk about some red pill shit, not no goddamn race shit, So I don't know, y'all. Hold on, y'all. My shit is acting up. I might have to bounce out and come back in. But look, we're going to let this play a little bit before I do that. And we're going to get to it because I can't really see the chat at the moment. This thing acts stupid after a while. But hold on, I got you. What's your thoughts so far, Beachy? Do you think they're making any type of progress? Are they showing her what's up? Or are they,
they're not.
Okay, all right. We're on the same page. All right. They sure told her they're sticking it to white supremacy, y'all. All right. But let's go.
People who are going to get it however they can. And so that's what I mean by internalized oppression. You are believing, you drank the Kool-Aid and you hate your own people for reacting to a system that they were put in, and the system that still is going, that still is functioning. When I tell you that thing get an oil change every 3 months, it's going. It ain't stopped going. They keep that thing maintained, oiled up, and ready to go. So to say that history plays no part, and just because we have melanin in our skin, that makes us some beautiful ass people, moisturized too, and unwrinkled 45.
What is she talking about?
We
She's just bigging up herself. Like, what is she talking about? Melanin.
What does moisturized skin got to do with any goddamn? What are you doing here?
She's trying to point out that black people age better and we're just superior. Like, this shit is just, it defaults to worship. That's another reason why we can't have no real conversations, because it just turns back into worship.
Yeah, that's some low vibrating. Your moisturized skin ain't changing the fact that our infant mortality rate is up. Black women,
right?
We are dying more in delivery, and it's going on an incline. Even though with all the medicine and technology and all the things going on, Black women are the only race with the highest infant mortality rate, and it's increasing. And our babies are dying, if not in the womb, after delivery. Why is that going on? Okay, it shouldn't be going on in no freaking 2026. No one should be having an increase with infant mortality during pregnancy and after. But for some reason, the Black race, we are leading and it's increasing. So you need to be worried about that and not your moisturized skin. Why our babies are making it, and we're the only race that's increasing. No one else is. They're decreasing in their infant mortality. We are increasing. How about that? Because your moisturized skin ain't gonna stop you from the issues that's going on with Black women and why we're dying quicker, and it's increasing. It's something like infant mortality. That's like that's some old stuff. We're supposed to be past that. What is going on to why we're there? And digging into that, the findings are quite shocking. Yeah. And I've already, I got my little stuff prepared for when and I continue on that, but it's just like I wasn't prepared to see that. Like, wait, what? I didn't know that. And then me going into the infertility, like we see other baby mamas and they just assume Black women are having all these kids and all this, but actually based on the data that the CDC, Mayo Clinic, credible research institutions are providing, non-biased, we're the most infertile group of women in the entire fucking galaxy. Okay, that's the issue. So something's not, something's going on here. And
it's our diet and stuff like that, and then a lot of it goes back to what the conversation we were having about feminism, because Susan B. Anthony really their goal was to keep Black women infertile, and just a lot of the stuff like our diets and stuff. Man, the Black community, we got a lot of problems, that do need to get addressed. Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah, and I heard it shocked a lot of people.
That's not enough. I went to for like, that's not going to work. Systemic issues, no, that had nothing to do with why are we dying out on these dang our babies' tables. Mortality. It don't have anything to do with system. There's something else going on, and I mean, some people just don't want to touch it.
Yeah,
y'all want to touch that because you got to do the work. You got to be able to accept the research from non-biased communities and CDC centers that are credible. They want to know too, what the frick is going on here, and so systemic won't work when I look at the numbers and I'm like, oh, it doesn't even have anything to do with money. The upper middle class Black woman with a great upbringing, all that, and then the poor Black woman with hardly nothing, we're still neck and neck. It's the same rate supply. Her chances in the hospital with infant mortality are the same as mine. So that's not systemic. That's something else. So you got to go deep and you got to dig. And then when you go into those deep dive type of research, the answers will leave you stuck and questioning what's going on with us. And that's where I am. But I'm this superficial stuff talking about who's stealing what and all that. Come on, we got other things a little bit more, way more serious than who's stealing. Okay, people gonna steal. People been stealing. Theft is still like, come on, we got some other issues that should be like, watch out. The science of some things going on in our bodies that can't just be diet itself ain't just working. It's some deeper things, and I'm just waiting to get to where I can finally get enough information and go further. But
it's crazy. I mean, it's a code switching things, because the thing is that if they were arguing with men about the red pill or patriarchy and stuff like that, you might hear that argument. But now that they're talking to a white woman and throwing race into it and stuff like that, you're gonna hear something completely different, which is ridiculous, But I understand why a man would hear that argument before a white woman would hear that. You know what I'm saying? Especially in these spaces. So, but I don't think any of them are going to be sharp enough to throw that out there or, mention any of that stuff. All right, let's get back into it, guys. Hold on.
We have to pay the price for something that someone else created. And then we have to get someone up here that is spewing skewed numbers, incomplete, not skewed, incomplete numbers at us.
Go ahead, Ish.
What was the question? I took notes, but
she's not even
the question: how much of today's behavior comes from history like slavery and Jim Crow?
Okay, all of it, but I don't know why. It created wealth and economic inequality. This came from.
I think she froze.
A white man holding her back.
We'll come back to it. Go ahead, Ella.
Stopping them lies, yo.
I think Jim Crow and slavery is like the low-hanging fruit. I heard Cooley say, people looking to the past is weak. I think looking to the past it can be weak, but everybody in the world does it. You know what I'm saying? Just that we never got compensated for what we went through. So it sounds. Oh, go ahead. She back, so I'll let her go. Go ahead, Aisha. I'll come back.
So we're gonna just talk about, because you just said slavery. I'm gonna just say the 20th century, right? So we'll just say, and it just keeps doing this. So in the 20th century, we have redlining. I was in the military, so we can talk about the GI Bill exclusion, discriminatory lending practices, hiring discrimination prevented Black families from acquiring assets at the same rate as white people. So that means today, the typical white family has 6 to 8 times the wealth of the typical Black family. This gap is directly connected to policies that blocked assets accumulation from the 1860s all the way to 1975. Okay, if you want to talk about neighborhoods, housing, and segregation, racial zoning began in 1910 to 1930. We weren't even able to be in suburbs to 1960. Okay. So most American metropolitan segregation today still matches those redliners as well as the schools. The schools still remain segregated. I'm from Fort Worth, Texas. So modern segregation is not accidental. It was purposely done, and it's just a racist policy. If we want to go into the criminal justice system, from 1970 to 1990, because we're talking about the 20th century, the war on drugs, mandatory minimums, crack versus cocaine, powder versus rock. Y'all know what I'm talking about. This targeted all Black communities. Policing has been historically concentrated in low income, because you like to talk about our neighborhoods, segregated neighborhoods, which created policies, not behavior. So they just, all of that. Criminal justice disparities from a mix of historical racial control systems and ongoing policy.
I mean, just say that we have to unpack those stats because we're being disproportionately policed in our neighborhoods, so it's not all the way true.
Yeah,
that's all you have to say.
The data is going to be flawed because some things aren't that contributed to another. Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah, like she didn't like why we already know this stuff. Like, why do we have to go down this rabbit hole?
Same old stuff.
Yeah.
Decisions that still affect us today. So over policing, under investments go hand in hand. Black Americans are more likely to be arrested and receive harsher sentences than white people. Should I continue? Is my time up? Pearl, you can go ahead.
I just saw Ella next. Go ahead, Ella.
Well, she broke it down, so I don't really have to expound upon slavery and Jim Crow, because I think, like Pearl like to use words like obvious. I think it's obvious, what happened to Black people. But when I deal with history, the reason I look at history is not to play victim, but to show you a pattern of behavior. See, a lot of white people are talking about post-affliction behaviors that our people show, post-crack, post-redlining, post-civil rights movement, post-slavery, post all this interference from you. Of course, you want to see a lot of dysfunction, but they never want to deal with who we were before that. because if they would do that, you would see probably the most exceptionally behaved people like have you ever seen. Like, you like to talk about decorum. Well, like I said earlier, we were murdered when we were behaving at our best. So it was our issues with Europeans were never based on behavior. Because if that's the case, then how do you explain the past? But when you look at history, you see a pathology and a pattern of behavior by people, whether it be European, whether it be Black, whatever, African, Moorish, whatever word you want to use. So when you look at the history of our people, we were always benevolent. I wouldn't say it was perfect, but we was always open. Anybody that's getting murdered openly, who's still opening their house to white folks, even the shooter that happened in South Carolina a couple years ago, the man went into a church full of older people and he was a young white boy. He murdered everybody. So let's stop talking as if Black issues are strictly based on their behavior. Most of the biggest atrocity that happened to Black people from white people were from people who were unbeknownst to it even happening, let alone behave in a certain way. So when you talk, because I'm talking to you, Pearl, it's like, what stats can we bring up? Because if we bring up stats to defend our argument, they don't count. Only your stats matter. Only your information matter. That energy, that pathology alone shows you the elitist mindset that there's nothing we can do to change it, because there's nothing we can do to change your mind. No information matters. But at the end of the day, since y'all been on the planet, and I got some cool, good white people, but at the end of the day, since y'all been on the planet, it's a bloody trail of violence. And then now that we're at this point, you're seeing the side effects of dealing with you guys for so long. You have the audacity to be surprised when we do each other dirty. We're not even doing nothing to white folks. We all the things that we're doing is to each other. We internalizing this problem. We're not analyzing.
I mean, you proving her point, but Jesus Christ, man. Jesus Christ.
I think your stuff. We're killing each other. We're beating each other up. We're disrespecting each other. We're talking to each other. But let me finish. You're gonna get your chance to reply.
You're just rambling on.
But at the end of the day, everything that we're involved in that's negative, there's a white dollar, a white CEO, a white hand in it. Now, if you're just absolving yourself from all our issues, then you have the right to say, hey, but everything that's negative about us is a paper trail that goes to a funding or an okay by somebody that looks like you. And all
right, give me 1 second, Beachy. I'm gonna go out and come back in. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Hold on. What's your thoughts? I'm gonna put you on the Summer Jam screen. I'm gonna go out and come back in. My thing is glitching out. Give me 1 second.
Hang on, y'all. I'm eating a Hershey Kiss. And you put me in here with a mouthful of chocolate.
Even better. It's pro-Black Day.
Literally. I'm sitting here eating Hershey Kisses.
All right, I'll be right back.
I don't want to go there. We should never go there. That's how I feel. I don't want to be the one to go there. I don't want to carry that cross, y'all. How far back is anyone willing to go and trace before that? Before Jim Crow, before slavery? Go all the way back, like Genesis back. You can get some answers. Probably not gonna like them, but I'm not gonna. I can't do it. Not yet. I can't. I'm not gonna be the one that said it. I would say there's a target on our back. I'm still trying to get who put it there. It's gonna take some thing. You're gonna have to hear some stuff we just not gonna want to hear. You just gotta go. You gotta trace some bloodlines. You really gotta bring the science in, and the biology, and trace lineages, and trace bloodlines. Trace, and you'll get answers at, oh, this is why this group is this way. This is why this group is this way. This is why this group is cursed. You'll get answers, and some people don't want to hear it. You might not like it, but it all goes back way before a Jim Crow, way before these times. What was before? And so that's why I'm like, people are we avoiding bringing up what was going on before then? What were we doing
Right.
before then?
Right.
What were our typical practice before any colonization, before the what we also like to call the intruder alert, the invaders? As my guy Killer Mike say, before the invaders came in, what was going on? Okay, so you gotta. I don't hear people go back. How far back are they willing to go? And you'll get some answers there. You're not gonna get the answers with Jim Crow. No, you gotta go back. You gotta go so far back that I don't even know if it's documented. You can find it, and it might come off a little creepy, a little spooky deep, but you can find it. Okay, and that's probably for
But I
every
mean,
race. But I'm just speaking
but
for
but not
us.
Beachy. But not Beachy. The fact that the fact for a long time, and this is a staple in the black community, the fact that you have to tell brothers and sisters to do their research, like literally, that's one thing we say to them, yo, do your research. Yo, you got to do your homework. Yo, we at the what's going on, Link? Happy holidays, brother. We have to beg niggas to do their damn research. The same people right now, so it's like these people don't want it, man. These people don't want to do their damn
It's
research.
okay. It's like this. You
They
just
don't know.
can't pull up. Okay, you get a statistic, you pull it up, and then that's it. No, you need to go. Okay, what happened before then? You gotta
Right.
walk. You gotta walk it back. Just like how everybody want to back that ass back. You gotta back it. You gotta twerk it back, and you gotta keep going back, keep going back, and keep going back. You can't go forward until you really understand. Oh, so this is how that probably happened. It's probably what's going on. Okay, and then on an individual basis, decide how you're going to alter the outcome, because everybody might not be willing to. They don't want to hear it. They don't want to do what's required to change something. So individually, you'll be able to accomplish it. Communities, some people still like in denial about, hold on now, let's not pretend we didn't strip our women down. Like, we know when we were sexualized by other people, but you got to admit, we're doing it to ourselves now. Some of these girls have plenty of money. They do not need to strip their clothes off anymore. They're dating ball players and all this. They don't got to get on the ground twerking, spread wide eagle anymore. You should be able to move forward past that now.
Right.
But yet,
right.
they can't. Those are things that it's like, but why? How much? You've got all the money. You got enough money. If you never made another dollar, you should be able to. You'll sustain a wealthy life. You've got the wealthy husband. Why are you still got your ass? Like, why are you still having to do this?
Even the women that are killing it, the ones that got like the high degree and the good paying jobs and stuff like that, they say fuck that. I'm going straight to OnlyFans or to Magic City and stuff like that. So, oh Lord, Beachy, what is going on in our community these days? This is.
I'm on to something. I'm just
I would
not
say.
prepared to say it.
But I would say you did a good job. Like I could look at, like, I even use you as an example. You've raised a family. I wouldn't say, I don't want to even say the word saying that you didn't raise the quintessential black family. Like, you've raised the type of black family people should be trying to raise. You know what I'm saying? But you haven't raised the, what's the word I'm looking for? The typical black family. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like you've done your biological imperative and you raised your children into upstanding people in the community. To tell you the truth, you go around a whole bunch of other black people and you try to have that conversation, it's gonna kind of stand out. It's gonna be like, well, damn, their children doesn't know how to play the piano. Their children hasn't gotten invited down to the White House. Their children, you kind of stick out like a sore thumb even amongst your own people. but you don't. I don't see you leading with that. It takes somebody else to mention that. The only time you would mention that, from what I know, is that you're like, you're a proud parent. Yo, I'm proud of my son. I'm proud of my daughter. I'm proud that they've accomplished these things. But around other black people can't say that shit.
Well, I was telling people, like, okay, self-sacrifice. My children, nobody will say, not one of them will say, Mom, we used to bring men in, or they open the door and I'm laying in the bed with the man. I brought men into the home. I conducted myself. I understood I gotta sacrifice. I don't want what I want them to be. That means I need to sacrifice my bullshit to the best of my ability to give them a chance. Yeah, they're gonna run into some type of, they gotta find something, figure some stuff out on their own. But at the very minimum, I can give you a moral code to, if you kind of follow this, you gotta, most likely you'll end up this way. And then you explain to them. You even show them examples. You even go somewhere and say, "Come on, I'm gonna take y'all over here so you can see." And I don't want to hear. I bet you when we get back home, no one's gonna be complaining. But like, it really is a self-sacrifice.
It's because you're not going to be around them 24/7, so you have to instill some ethics in them.
Teaching is not just in the home. You got to take them outside the home. You got to get them in that car. You got to take them around other family members, other situations. It's the type of thing. It's like I don't understand how hard is it to give up your own desires or some type of way. It's not that complicated,
right?
I mean, if you show your well enough, young people are going to do what young people are doing, but I expect my sons you don't need no kids. Let me tell y'all why. This is what's going to happen. I tell them the truth. This is what's going to happen if you pop out with a baby, and I give them the numbers and I go through how they're going to take all of what they're going to pay, and they don't like it. Well, if you don't like this. You don't want to have to spend the rest of your life forfeiting over a large percentage of your hard-earned income. Then you're going to have to conduct yourself a little bit differently. So I suggest you choose yourself and act wisely. That honesty and just being direct, why you want to do it, I don't know. I don't know why some people won't do it. I give them examples all the time. I'm like, this is what's going to happen. Choose yourself. You do not need a child at this age. You don't know what you're doing, and you're not going to be able to do all these other things. And I'm not going to help you because I got a life. They'll look at, they'll listen. But if you live a certain way, act a certain way, and then your children come out and they start to mimic what they saw, it's going to keep producing unfavorable results. It's like the mom calling me crying. Oh my God, my daughter, she got a sex tape. She's only 13. And then I'm like, okay, I'm sorry that happened. That can be dealt with. But, you've been prostituting now for the last 30, since I've known you. It's kind of like, what about your accountability? You cannot go too hard on her for already behaving.
You exposed her to that.
Her age, but you are the biggest whore we know on the block. You got more penicillin than anybody I've ever known on the planet. You just have a never-ending bottle of penicillin because you're always contracting. But so it's like I'm waiting to hear that black woman say, you know what? I hate that this has happened with my child, but based on my behavior, how all they ever saw were men around me, different men in and out. They noticed I left. I ain't had no money when I left. When I came home, I'm like, okay, y'all, let's order some KFC. I got some money now. They're able to put this stuff together. And how dare you?
Kids aren't dumb neither.
With an iron fist, when you yourself, you need to judge yourself accordingly. You need to hit the floor and hit your knees. You need to apologize to your children for showing them a dysfunctional way, an unacceptable way, a diabolical way, the debauchery, lasciviousness. Apologize to them for even opening those doors, and then start working it backward to try to eliminate that stuff. You don't just go hand in hand as we do as a coach, ready to wham the child for the behavior, but it was learned behavior. You told them that. They never saw anything else. What did you expect? You didn't put her around a group of women or some clubs or societies where they practice virtue, or they weren't chasing boys. You left them, like you did this. Like you created these freaking harlots, okay?
But you know, hell will freeze over before they'll take accountability for that. So hell will freeze over, and then the crazy part is that those children got to be around your children.
No, they don't. Yeah, they won't take me.
I know. I know you like not if I have a say in it. Yeah, Beach like not if I have a say in it.
We go out our way. Let me tell you, ain't enough whole. It's enough of us. We block them out. We judge. Sorry, kiddos, but you will be judged by the conduct of your mother. We don't even really put it on the fathers. We go to the mother because we still okay. If the father's provider, y'all lacking here on that.
But the younger parents don't do that. Have you noticed that? Like the younger parents will have their kids go over sleepovers and all kinds of stuff, and never met the children's parents. It's like, no, let me meet their parents.
Yeah, and know the character of what their kid got going on. But they're not operating in that type of network where, hey, do you know? What's going on? And Madison's having something. What we know about her? We do a rundown. Oh, was she cool? Well, you know her daddy got some charge. Like we go through the rundown, and then we decide, okay, the girls on
today's parents ain't doing that. Yeah,
they smoking weed in the house openly, or their mama got a real bad cocaine. Like we eliminate because we understand. Yeah,
but that's old. That's older parents though. The younger parents ain't doing that.
Well,
you know.
But some of the older ones
younger
aren't
parents
doing
over
it
there, right? The younger parents over there smoking weed with them, sniffing coke and stuff.
right on the dang on table. Like I can't. Oh man, you got people calling the number for the poison hotline number discreetly. Like, what do I do if my child accidentally took a sip of like they're trying to play it off, and it's like because they don't want to go to the ER, the kid, and you know it's just like, why would you be so reckless? Why do you, regardless of what you do, why don't you put some order in your debauchery? There's always, like somebody mentioned earlier about white people do crime, but they're more organized. Well, you know what? Maybe you need to be more organized with it. If you got some type of debauchery or bad behaviors, okay, that's fine. But can you be organized with it? Can you put things up so high that the kid didn't, just chewing on the straw, and the end of the straw got a heart or cocaine residue on it. Now the kid's acting weird and got an accelerated heart rate. Nobody wants to take him to the ER. Nobody wants to. Everybody in the house going to get a child endangerment charge. So you're just on a hope and a prayer, hoping you can slow. Like I didn't see like. Don't call me, y'all. I'm not bringing nobody back to like y'all on your own. Why would you have that where it's in their vicinity? You could not. Well, the discretion is out of the door, and as a community, y'all, we got to be held accountable. We're kind of losing. We have lost discretion because it should be discretion, okay, and whatever it is you choose to partake in. Okay, discretion is out the door. Now it's just like, oh, okay. I go where I have to go and I avoid what I have to. And sometimes I have to tolerate and turn a blind eye to some things because it's not my house or my home or my place. But I'm like, dang, ain't no discretion here. Them two, your daughter, I'm pretty sure they back there fucking in the laundry room. But whatever, your parents don't care. I don't want to hear it. Don't call, but it's like, I don't know.
Just something like that. They'll bat your hand away. Don't tell me how to raise mine.
I'm not going to do it because now we ain't talking for 5 years. All because I simply mentioned, hey, there's some sounds going on back there, and I know it's your daughter. Oh, what the? And then people get angry. Like, you know what? Have at it. If you like it, I ain't gonna say I love it, but I'm not responsible.
Mental note.
That's not a community. That's an individual failure. You failed your child issue. That's not a community issue. Okay, that's a weak parent. So some of this stuff it ain't community. It's individual. What's the word? Individual.
So wait.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think the black community is an actual community? Because I mean, we do practice a lot of individualism.
In some, we can do community things, but it's still always come back to on an individual basis, because the community will accept what's given to them, but as far as opening to change, people just turn blind eyes. You know, like you see a whole bunch of trash, like who the fuck live there? Somebody need to go out there and pick that out. Like things that you think somebody would actually do. It's like, no, if it was in front of my house, I'd be out there just myself, even if I didn't do it, picking up a whole bunch of like hideous trash or something that just don't go there. The city not coming through and doing what they're supposed to do. They just learned to turn a blind eye and just accept that that's okay. Like our roads are horribly paved. You go across, you're hitting potholes, your tires always and rims getting messed up in our area. They do not like. We should have the same. Yes, I mean those are the type of things we're talking about. Like why our office,
why our parks are dirty and
why
stuff.
aren't you not paving our road? I mean, you'll never see the type of potholes. All I gotta do is go a few miles over to the next community and we driving smooth. I ain't hit a pothole yet. I'm talking about the road super smooth. Come back over here, boy, you bump, you forget, like, God dang, the hole so big it'll knock the whole freaking wheel off. You mean nobody's gonna fix it? Like, damn, it is a big effort. And then our own people, and then it's like, well, hold on now, because then we got our city workers, and then I'm looking at them, I'm like, have y'all got a call about this yet? Yes, it's been reported. Okay, well, it's been 2 years now and nobody's fixed it. What are y'all doing? So
no, that's what they do. They be having them deep ass potholes when you go over them. That shit open up your trunk. You go over them joints. And,
I've got a issue out here with the water company, and the fact that I'm going into the second month, and I called this up, said, listen, this shouldn't take all this. What is going on? How many times we have to do that? And then the workers come, and then they all black, and they like, it's your job. So it's like, now come on now. So y'all treat your own people like shit. Because if I lived over here, they people come out on a call like, oh, we got to go over here and fix it. But because it's a black street, y'all just taking y'all time getting out here to the issue. You don't give a damn. But so we be doing we be hurting each other. Why?
It's not gonna snow where you are, right? But like what they do is they try to fix the streets right before it snows, and it's like that defeats the whole fucking purpose. Because then they're gonna put salt down in it, and it's gonna break up the street all over again and stuff like that. So it's and then you're a homeowner, so guess what? You get taxed for that. Right. Taxes go right back into that. So
you see, I should just camera down right now. That's insulting. If I'm speaking to you, that's as if you're turning your back to me. But I'll continue.
And I found that what you see in real life with your eyes is the most accurate. So you can take that or leave it. I understand other people have different opinions. And that kind of goes back to the good nature. Again, you can say like, white people, you have nothing to complain about. Black people don't take advantage of your good nature. But if enough white people have that same experience, which a lot of us have had, you can't gaslight us into not feeling it. Like, for example, I hired somebody and I got a camera stolen from me. Hired a black person, hired another black person. They said I had a colonial mindset, and basically called me a racist at the time, even though I doubled their subscribers. And it's like, we offer opportunity after opportunity, and it's not all. Some of my best employees have also been black, but I just haven't had the same experience. And when it's a little bit rude, just my opinion. You can take it or leave it. Black people do commit more crimes. I think it's very obvious with the crime rate. The fact that you're kind of uneasy generally when you're in a black area, you're much more likely to have someone commit a crime. And a third of black men have felonies. So, I mean, I don't even know why we're arguing that point. Like, it's very obvious.
Okay, yeah, I went further back. All right, hold on, guys. It's where we are.
Real quick, by that logic, we have to say that there's a ton of black people speaking about all the systematic oppression and everything from
I gotta
white
finish,
people.
Cooley. I gotta finish.
Hold on.
Black and colored people. So history plays a large part, the economy plays a large part, and racism plays a large part in what happens in our community. When you put people in a desolate situation, when you put them in the projects, that creates hostility, that creates desperation, that creates people who are going to get it however they can. And so that's what I mean by internalized oppression. You are believing, you drank the Kool-Aid and you hate your own people for reacting to a system that they were put in, and the system that still is going, that still is functioning. When I tell you that thing get an oil change every 3 months, it's going. It ain't stopped going. They keep that thing maintained, oiled up, and ready to go. So to say that history plays no part, and just because we have melanin in our skin, that makes us some beautiful ass people, moisturized too, and unwrinkled 45. We we have to pay the.
All right, here we go.
I know what I'm talking about. This targeted all Black communities. Policing has been historically been concentrated in low income, because you like to talk about our neighborhoods, segregated neighborhoods, which created policies, not behavior. So they just, all of that. Criminal justice disparities from a mix of historical racial control systems and ongoing policy decisions that still affect us today. So over policing, under investments go hand in hand. Black Americans are more likely to be arrested and receive harsher sentences than white people. Should I continue? Is my time up? Pearl, you can go ahead.
It's on Ella next. Go ahead, Ella.
Well, she broke it down, so I don't really have to expound upon slavery and Jim Crow, because I think, like Pearl like to use words like obvious. I think it's obvious, what happened to Black people. But when I deal with history, the reason I look at history is not to play victim, but to show you a pattern of behavior. See, a lot of white people are talking about post-affliction behaviors that our people show, post-crack, post-redlining, post-civil rights movement, post-slavery, post all this interference from you. Of course, you want to see a lot of dysfunction, but they never want to deal with who we were before that. Because if they would do that, you would see probably the most exceptionally behaved people, like, have you ever seen? Like, you like to talk about decorum, but like I said earlier, we were murdered when we were behaving at our best. So it was our issues with Europeans were never based on behavior, because if that's the case, then how do you explain the past? But when you look at history, you see a pathology and a pattern of behavior by people, whether it be European, whether it be Black, whatever, African, Moorish, whatever word you want to use. So when you look at the history of our people, we were always benevolent. I wouldn't say it was perfect, but we was always open. Anybody that's getting murdered openly, who's still opening their house to white folks, even the shooter that happened in South Carolina a couple years ago, the man went into a church full of older people and he was a young white boy. He murdered everybody. So let's stop talking as if Black issues are strictly based on their behavior. Most of the biggest atrocity that happened to Black people from white people were from people who were unbeknownst to it even happening, let alone behave in a certain way. So when you talk, because I'm talking to you, Pearl, it's like, what stats can we bring up? Because if we bring up stats to defend our argument, they don't count. Only your stats matter. Only your information matter. That energy, that pathology alone shows you the elitist mindset that there's nothing we can do to change it, because there's nothing we can do to change your mind. No information matters. But at the end of the day, since y'all been on the planet, and I got some cool, good white people, but at the end of the day, since y'all been on the planet, it's a bloody trail of violence. And then now that we're at this point, you're seeing the side effects of dealing with you guys for so long. You have the audacity to be surprised when we do each other dirty. We're not even doing nothing to white folks. All the things that we're doing is to each other. We internalizing this problem. We're not scandalizing your stuff. We're killing each other. We're beating each other up. We're disrespecting each other. We're talking to each other. But let me finish. You're gonna get your chance to reply. But at the
And he is all over the place.
end of the day, everything that we're involved in that's negative, there's a white dollar, a white CEO, a white hand in it. Now, if you're just absolving yourself from all our issues, then you have the right to say, hey, But everything that's negative about us is a paper trail that goes to a funding or an okay by somebody that looks like you. And now one last question for you, Pearl. At what point does history play a part today? Give me a time frame that we can start referencing, since nothing matters to you.
What kind of question is that?
That was a lot.
You want to answer that question?
That was a lot.
What's going on, EB, in the place to be? Shout outs to everybody here. Hopefully you guys are having a great holiday and enjoying the show. Yeah, he does have a point, but how much times are we gonna tell white people the same shit they already know? This is not going anywhere. Yeah, like y'all bombed this in Oklahoma. They know. They did the bombing. You know what I'm saying? It's like, bro, and the crazy part is, I'm gonna tell you the truth. The reason why a lot of us keep repeating ourselves to white people is because we're just learning this shit, and it's news to us. And it's like, bro, Pearl. What is Pearl supposed to do? Cut Negroes reparations and shit? What is she supposed to do? The thing is that like, we're asking for sympathy, and it's just funny to her. Like, imagine going to a white person's panel, and they just keep telling you white statistics and stuff like that, and want you to feel sorry for Elton John and fucking all these other random white people and shit like that. Celine Dion, she did this and blah blah. And it's like, bro, what do you want me to do? Of course she's playing coy. I ain't gonna lie, there's really nothing she can really do without seeming more racist than she probably already is.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, what are like, I'm trying to figure out what do we expect from her at this point? At this point.
The points.
You gonna answer that question?
All of them.
All right, so we're gonna let Pearl.
I would love it if you
hold on.
didn't give me the attitude, but you can keep doing it.
Give me the attitude.
Pearl. I'm gonna give you 1 minute and 30 seconds to respond, and we're gonna go ahead and get to Amir. All right.
Okay, so see, they do so many different points. It's very tough to address sometimes.
Okay. I'm confused. I'm like, well, what was the question?
Yeah, I don't even know what we're doing now, because they're just throwing out, like, I'm throw this at you and throw that and throw that and throw that, because
yeah,
I don't know what type of deflection it is. It's giving deflection. I really can't answer the question, so I'm gonna deflect by throwing out all this other stuff,
Yeah, she said they asked so many questions.
But people, she's not wrong on that.
Right.
Not just
throwing the whole
others.
trope.
Kept throwing out like 10 questions, and a person responds and throws out 50 accusations. Like, which one? She's not going to sit there and write each little thing down. It's like, just keep it.
Yes.
There used to be, what was it? KISS. Keep it simple, stupid. Like KISS. Just keep it simple, stupid. One thing at a time. You just can't just throw the whole trash can at somebody and expect them to pick up each little piece. Like, come on now.
Right. That's exactly what I call it, degenerate. This is racial SBE. It's all racial SBE. Shame, blame, and explain. So that's what this is the whole time. Like, we're just schooling white people on shit we learned yesterday and shit. So let's go.
Okay, so the original question was about slavery, right? It was about, what does the past affect the now?
Well, I was gonna let you respond to him. Otherwise, I gotta go to.
Just answer that question. You ain't gotta answer everything. Just answer the last question. What period of history should we start taking into account to evaluate the current time?
I think as an adult, you're responsible for your actions. None.
You didn't just answer. I agree with you, but can you answer? I'll just ask you a question, because I just ask respectfully. I agree with you. That's a great point. I just want to know so I can know how to deal with you. At what point in history can we start? Can we use to refer to our current paradigm? Do we stop at the 50s? Like, what time frame is relevant? Is relevant to you that we can use to apply to our modern day situation?
It's not relevant. As an adult, you're responsible for your.
So history is not relevant to nothing today.
I would have said go back to the book of Genesis.
The book of Genesis, right?
I would have sent him back to Genesis, and let's start there, buddy. That's just me.
Right.
You ask her
Right.
to go. She wasn't here then. She's not even 30. But if you really want to go that far back, sit down
Well,
with
she
some
just
people.
turned. I
and-
think she just turned 30.
Okay, well,
I think
when we go to
yeah.
Genesis, that's Old Testament. So that would include the Muslims. It would include a lot of religions. Like they have a type of Genesis, and some of it almost like coincide, almost line for line, just very few variations. But that go back to the beginning, and you will get some answers. So you gotta do that yourself, buddy. I mean, you want to go there. You really want to ask, if you really want to answer that question, then go back. But you got to do your own research, you know.
But this was hilarious. When Coach Greg Adams was debating Andrew, and Coach Greg Adams was bringing up slavery and all that other stuff, and Jim Crow and all that other stuff. You know, Andrew had a solution. But it's funny. It's like the position that white people put black people in. If they were in that position, they wouldn't know how to get out of it also. You know, the solution that Andrew was putting out there, it's like, oh, who wouldn't have thought to try that? Like, you know, all of the stuff that they're gonna throw out there, black people have already tried it. You know, so it was just the irony in it is it shows that if white people was going through the same thing, they wouldn't know how to. You know, I mean, you know, they did a sin. You know, we get it, but god damn. You know, it's not really all that bad. Like now, I mean, it's bad. Don't get me wrong, but now, white supremacy isn't focused on black people like that. You know, everybody. I mean, I'm not gonna say anybody can. Well, shit. Well, I will say it. Anybody can get rich now. If you got a Wi-Fi connection and a phone, you can. It depends on how you use that phone. It used to be you would have to go to the library and go find certain books and go educate yourself and stuff like that. But now you have the whole library in your pocket, you know, and you have the same 24 hours as anybody else. You know, you can go learn college level courses and classes and stuff right there on your phone or on your laptop. You know, so you know it really ain't an excuse now. Now everything's kind of equal. You know, I mean, you can scam and create fake certifications and stuff like that and get hired at certain jobs and stuff like that. You know, it's really an open market now.
Seeing that all the time. White and blacks alike know how to create fake check stubs just to get into certain apartments or get approved. They all type of like. I mean, you can't create a fake transcript. So if anybody wants to go that far as far with education, want to pull up a transcript, those have to come from the actual institutions of learning. But if you want to just squeeze in real quick, you can create all type of false things. I mean, including check stubs to try to show proof of, you know, employment. Like it's all type of stuff, you know. And people do it. Some people say, man, I've heard some people say, look, I need to get into a place. I need somewhere to stay. I don't have a 1 year or 2 year proof of fucking employment. And I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to go up here and create me one because I need a roof over my head. And I don't blame them. I'm like, well, I don't blame you. That's the only thing that's stopping you. You got your deposit. You ready to move, but you don't have some freaking check stubs. I'd probably do the same damn thing. And sleep just well because what are you supposed to do? That's a little glitch that you can't get around, and they require that. So you just gotta do what you gotta do sometime. You're not hurting anybody. Or somebody that try to tell me, oh, that's lying. I'm like, look, man, it's not hurting no goddamn body for somebody to do that, get into a place or something so they can not be homeless on the street. Now that's gonna hurt people. Them not having a roof over their head and hurt their family. So who gives a shit if they created a goddamn fake check stuff to get into a place and they're you know. Come on now.
Go ahead and say you was a manager at Toys R Us. Like, ain't nobody really say who they gonna call. Who they gonna call? Toys R Us.
Like years you spent at Toys R Us as a corp. Like, no, they're closed. So look, don't play like people aren't gonna, you know, do a little fudging to try to get the end result. I mean, that's in itself a crime, but yet, you see what I'm saying? It's kind of one of those things where your moral compass. It's the game. I tell people all the time, y'all, the game is rigged. It is so rigged.
Yeah.
And sometimes you can play by the rules and get the worst result and then you can not play by the rules and do everything wrong and get the right result.
For sure.
The game is rigged. So you got to start you got to figure out how to play with the cards you're dealt, because it's rigged, because you can do everything right and still get the fucking wrong results. And then you can do everything wrong and then it works out. So
and get exceptional results.
Yeah. Right. It is rigged. So I side out of people who say, well, I did everything right. And, I did this, and, I'm like, you capping, because there are many people that sit in confusion. Like, I did everything right. I paid my credit cards off on time. I got on, why is this happening? I don't understand why it's happening. It's like, did you think you were exempt from this thing we call life? No one's exempt. You can do everything the right way, and you're going to still get dealt a bad hand. Okay. It's rigged. So sometimes you got to learn, maybe not necessarily breaking the rules, but got to bend some stuff. Okay. Or go under. When they say, swim or sink or swim, sometimes you got to doggy paddle your way through. You might not know how to swim, but you got to flow. You got doggy paddle. You got to figure it out. But sinking is not an option.
Right.
So sink or swim is a real thing, and it might require you to, you got to hang on by any means necessary. That if it's not hurting anybody, it's not violent, it's not causing harm on another individual. Yeah, you need to swim, and doing all the right things didn't stop the freaking Titanic or other things to go down. Okay, it still went down. We're infallible, or some of us are celestial beings, but they're still fallible. But
right,
they're still fallible. So what makes you think that you and your regular humanoid self is going to, somehow beat all these odds? I'm quite shocked to see people. This is some low level conversation, to be honest. I'd be like trying to go there on another. Can we get to the fifth dimension? Can we get to the higher? Move on to what's next? Like, okay, no, we know this, but what's next?
Yeah.
What's next for us?
We can never make it past the surface level conversation. And the crazy thing is that Black people and Black Americans and white Americans need to have a conversation. They need to have a conversation in today's day and age. But let's go.
It requires research.
As an adult, you are responsible for your choices.
She can't answer the question. Got it. Cool.
I gave you an answer.
No, you didn't. Let's go.
Okay.
Go ahead, Amir.
What's going on, Black man?
Just so you know.
I failed first. Awesome. Segregation. We were talking about segregation. With segregation, I've seen a lot of Black people online say that they were better off when they were segregated, or saying that they would rather be segregated, that they don't want to be integrated with whites because it causes that imbalance where they either feel like they're treated inferior or they feel like they're treated with racial bias and so on and so forth. There have been people calling for segregation again because they're tired of feeling that they are discriminated against because of their race. But the good thing about America is that, in my view, America holds the majority or the most Black billionaires in the world. And the good thing about America is that in this country, we aren't.
What you got on?
Is that true that we have more millions than everybody else? Because them Saudis over there, they got the motherfucking oil.
I mean, we do got a lot of Black millionaires, but like,
do we have the most? She just said we have the most in the entire world.
No, not the most. Well, maybe in America or whatever, but
she didn't say we have. She said Americans are the most millionaires in the entire world. I don't know. I'll see if I can get anything on there.
Yeah, that I don't know, but I know people with real money, they pay to keep their name out of the fucking.
I was just gonna say they be hiding the money. They don't want you to know.
Yeah.
They have an infinite amount of money. Like that's why we got the dang on president not trying to steal the goddamn on moon. The oil industry and the gas is so locked in, they ain't let it go. Those Saudis are saying, and Arab said, "Nah, this over here on our territory. You're gonna play by our rules. We're not giving it up." And then we got Americans trying to go to the dang on moon and harvest their gas because the Saudis not letting go. Which I think in itself is like, come on, y'all really tripping if y'all think we're gonna steal the moon. But go ahead with it, okay? Y'all got to be what NASA doing.
They're really trying to work with us too, though, and to make Bitcoin like a big thing. But
they hide their freaking money. They don't want you to know how much they got, but it'd be a lot.
It'd be a lot, yeah. But it don't even really necessarily be money. It'd be like gold or oil. It'd be like commodity,
which is freaking money. Look, we went Kuda, me and you did it about the most expensive liquid in the world, coming from
them scorpions over there, and they're right there in America. Right,
but
is
right it in America?
No, it's in the Middle East.
There. And it's liquid gold. The most expensive liquid in the entire fucking galaxy is not in America. So I'm gonna try to see if I can find out something about that.
Right. And look at all the stupid shit you would have to go through just to get one of those scorpions over there just to squeeze its tail.
Right.
Fucking Delaware or some shit. You better off flying to them.
Right.
We done gave y'all the blueprint that whole show. So shit.
Let's find out.
All right, what's going on, Kwasi? Happy holidays. Shout outs to Black Manosphere. Happy holidays. All right, please, y'all, hit the like button and support the show. Let's try to get at least a couple more contributors. We're 3 hours and 43 minutes into the madness, giving y'all a great show. Let's go.
Help to our ancestors.
All right, what you got?
Quick. So I went to find out who is the most.
That's the most millionaires.
Well, hold on. I only got the most expensive country. I need to reword that.
The most millionaires, right?
Yeah, let me reword that.
Oh, remember, if you have a PayPal, you can get Perplexity Plus free for a year. I need to use Perplexity more. All right, let's get back into it real quick.
Okay.
Right, let me know when you got it. When it gives you the accurate thing, because sometimes you got to wrestle with it. Because that it will hide that information too. So.
Yeah, it does pull up.
America.
United States. I said documented millionaires.
Mm-hmm.
Holding the status. Representing 40% global total. China in second with 6 million, followed by United Kingdom, France, and Japan. Where are the Saudi? Hold on, some people not even listed in here.
Most of those people you'll never know that got the money.
Yeah,
like yeah.
So documented, the U.S. 24 million individuals holding this status now. There's only 24 million. They're basing it off of 24 million people in the U.S. So that tells I'm just gonna leave that alone. I'd have to go way deeper into, because those people be coming over here. You got the embassy there. There's so much undocumented income, and I see that some people aren't on here. I mean, I see China in second with over 6 million millionaires, and then you got the United Kingdom, France, Japan. But where is Saudi? Where are the Arabs?
Yeah, our currency is high too, so I don't know. It's a lot of stuff that does go into it, But I'm pretty sure we probably do have most of the a good amount of millionaires here, current day.
Like in India, you can't get above your class in one generation. Here in America, in one generation, you can go from poor to rich. So I understand that there's a lot of talk about history and what happened and everything was bad, but in this country, it's so unique. You can't do it in any other country. You can move up in one generation. There's no need to be held to your ancestors or wherever they were or however they were treated. There's no other country, in my view, that gives Black Americans more opportunities than America. I don't see any other African nation giving more opportunities to Black people. I don't see any other European nations giving more opportunities to Black people than America. America is the land of the opportunities, and that's for every race. That's for all of us, not just one.
Okay.
They took the most from them too. They got to do it. Like,
I just want to say that we created those opportunities.
hold on,
Nobody
Aisha.
handed them to us.
Aisha.
Shout outs to Beachy. I forgot what you were saying for the thing. I kept getting it mixed up. A lot of black people, they doctor CPNs to get into certain apartments. Yeah, other than the CPNs. I forgot.
That's catching up with people, and to get cars too.
Yeah.
They've caught on to that. I most certainly wouldn't recommend doing that. It's not worth the time. Right. I mean, dang, just go get you a. But yeah, they were running them CPN numbers. Mm-hmm. Seen a lot of
totally forgot about
elite black people get caught up running that, and it's like, so then where y'all money? So y'all money invisible? Y'all just running fake, numbers.
Well, you're supposed to get in and get out. Like, you only supposed to own the apartment for like 2 months and then move. And then same thing with like cars and stuff. Is when they stay over it or they fill out something wrong, that's when they get caught.
Yeah, and greed. Keep on wanting more and more. Greed will get you caught up too.
Yeah, you can't.
You're
you
right.
can't.
You should be in and out, swapping, move. Keep it moving, but people.
You're forever moving. Yeah, you can't stay there. Yeah.
And that's weird. We are supposed to be the richest country. We also have we're leading first in poverty. So, there are some things that's just like, that's another study for another time.
Yeah.
We do have reportedly.
I mean, we say it's like, you never know. You talk to one black person, we're set back. Then the next one, we're the most enrolled and educated. And then the next one is like, oh, we're the most millionaires. And then the next one is like, bro. It varies.
Throw that out there. Sorry, Amir.
Go ahead, Pretty.
If you guys created the opportunities, you guys should be the ones taking the most advantage of them.
Right. So when it comes to answering the question, how much of today's behavior come from history? Things in history like slavery and Jim Crow. It's not like those two things don't exist in a bubble, and they affect everything about us. When you break down epigenetics, that's a part of how generational trauma is passed down. It's ingrained in us. If you think about even the talk that black men have with their sons when they deal with police, like, it is a part of our culture to make sure we understand how to navigate in these circumstances. It's a part of everything that we do. When you speak about crime, one of the biggest determinants on crime is socioeconomic status. And if 80% of the wealth gap is literally attributed to slavery and Jim Crow, then it would be assumed that the group of people that are at a disparity in that dynamic would then be the ones committing crime because they're experiencing the most poverty systemically, strategically. And we see those systemic structures still today. Quite literally, in 2025, we experienced gerrymandering in 2 states, Texas a few months ago, and last week in North Carolina. This is something that is still happening today. They have restructured.
Don't forget Jackson, Mississippi.
Correct. They've restructured the seats to be able to boot Black Democrats out of the seats and get white conservatives in. This is something that is structurally still affecting Black Americans and Black people in America today. It's a part of everything that we do. And I also want to point out something else too. When it comes to accountability, we say
she's not necessarily a manosphere reject, EB. She actually she's somewhat of a leader. I hate to say it, but all of that gatekeeping put her in an odd position. She's still running around with Kevin's blessing, so remember, she's from the Kevin Samuels camp. Pearl could have got denounced out of the manosphere if Kevin said, but guess what? Kevin's not here for that. And also, she paid Kevin for the same information that I gave Kevin freely. So she's in here. Whether y'all like her or not, I hate to say it.
I don't know if that reject is like, I don't know. Yeah, open the gate and let her in.
More of a leader. Yeah, she's in here. Yeah. She hit up Jessica X and was kind of, so she know who's who. She's not dumb.
if you look at this conversation will tell you how somebody's not a reject. Every single person, she's able to see. People don't be giving folks credit. You got one person taking on all of y'all.
Yeah.
Not losing their cool, not crashing out. That's
actually
what it is.
Actually, Beachy, everybody that's on this panel right here questioning her, she's actually their OG. She's been here longer than all of these people.
Yeah, she's sitting there like, okay, who's next? Who's next? None of them are even questioning each other. They all running into her, and she ain't budging. Sometimes I'm like, damn girl, who trained you? She ain't budging. She's calm, like all of them are coming, and it still ain't moved her. Y'all, it still haven't got. You know what I mean? It's like, well, damn. How many of y'all is it gonna take before y'all can get her to just freaking
She like one Bruce Lee fucking the whole room up.
Like next, she's like, okay, who's next? What you got next? Like she already knows this is light work. I mean, damn.
Yeah.
Bro, you hell, Pearl.
Kind of for everything we do today.
Who's next?
This system is set up
it's
to
true,
remove
though.
accountability from white men and white people in general. White women have been arming and protecting their men by scapegoating Black people for centuries, Black men specifically for centuries. White men have been able to get away with all types of sexual crimes and atrocities because they've been able to blame Black men for it. If you think about the case of
and we had and if Pearl wasn't here, y'all will aid in blaming Black men for that shit also. Let's just keep it $100. This would have been a whole feminist panel if Pearl wasn't up there, which is crazy as cat shit. That's the crazy part. I've seen the same stats that they're arguing with Pearl about. I've seen a lot of sisters use those same stats against Black men when it's convenient. So is it true or is it not true? Whoop-de-doo.
George Sting, a child, 80 plus pounds, who was put to the chair because he was accused of raping and unaliving 2 young girls who were his size. That was the white man that did that. Did they ever catch him? No, they didn't. So they have been able to scapegoat Black people for centuries, remove accountability from themselves for centuries. Y'all have been able to do that. These men have been roaming around. You think about Ted Bundy, BTK, all these people, 30 plus years roaming around, taking out white women all over, just taking them out all over the country without any kind of accountability. Why? Because they come from a small town, and who would have ever assumed everyone leaves their house, their doors open? Because we're only afraid of the Tyrones and the Pookies and the Ray Rays. Nobody's thinking about the Chads and the Brads that are out there taking people out. So the fact of the matter is that when you talk about what shapes today, everything about slavery, about Jim Crow, about Reconstruction, about systemic racism shapes what we do today. I am not saying, and to Illa's point, and I cannot believe I'm agreeing with Illa.
You can believe
But listen, this is not to remove accountability. If you work in tech, if you work in HR, if you work in sales, if you work in medicine, you understand root cause analysis. You get to the root cause to find the solution.
We're doctors now, y'all. Man, how much shit are they just throwing at this woman? Like, what is she supposed to say to this shit? Shout outs to Ghostman King. You said Pearl was eliminated from the space, but these goofy panel Negroes resurrected her. Yeah, but the wrong group booted Pearl out of here. The pro-Black group booted Pearl out of here. The Manosphere isn't technically pro-Black. You know? Whoop-de-doo.
All right, Cooley, I'm gonna switch it up. I got another question I'm gonna put into play. Do you think some people hide behind history to dodge accountability?
Of course, Black Manosphere, that's what a lot of guys are using Pearl for. But guess what? I mean, are you going to generate money or not? That's another problem with Black people. We don't know how to make money with people that don't like us, but they sure know how to make money with us or off us. Because Lord knows man, you know what? A lot of Black people aren't used to the universal client. That's what they like when people come to our neighborhoods. Like if they put an Indian man in your neighborhood and he opens up a liquor store, he makes money with Black people, white people, Hispanic people, Indian people, Asian people, and all kinds of people. When Black people start businesses to a certain degree, we're usually just looking for Black people and maybe the occasional foreigner. when we could make money off of everybody, white people, but we actually can make money off of more people because they listen to us, they like our culture, our music and stuff like that. A lot of people are afraid to do business with us. What fucks us up is when we put the word black in front of something, because then people think it's only for us. You know?
Yeah, how did that work out for FUBU?
Right. And the black, and quote unquote, the black manosphere. Like, if I was to open up a Chinese carryout across the street from another carryout, I would pay a Chinese man to run that carryout. You wanna know why? Because once word gets out that a black man owns that carryout, niggas gonna stop doing business with me and go across the street and do business with the Asian guy, with the actual Asian owners for you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Just out of spite. Damn, that nigga got a carryout, but he not giving us no discount, and he know we like chicken. Nah, we going to Nakapon over here, over on the other side of the street. They'll go out of their way not to do business with black people, you know? Niggas always want discounts and stuff like that, you know? So, it is what it is, but let's go.
Okay, I'm sorry. This question is for me, you said?
Yeah, I'm opening up to the panel, but I'm starting.
Oh, okay, got it.
Do you think people hide behind history to dodge accountability?
Do I think people hide behind history to dodge accountability? I would say, yeah, this definitely happens. People do hide behind history to, dodge accountability.
Shout out to everybody on the YouTube side of the game. We got 37 people in the building. Let's get the likes up. 4 hours into the madness. Please support the show. Let's try to at least get 2 contributors to the show. If you guys are enjoying the show, please support the show. Let's get it.
Well, we see this with black people today. It kind of alludes to what I said before, and I'll expound on the point a little bit more so you guys can understand. I think that history is very important, super important. I think that memories are super important, right? Memories and history, all of this is important, but it's only important if it's utilized to extract out lessons learned. You don't utilize memories to dwell and become a victim. You don't utilize history to dwell and become a victim. You utilize memories and history to extract out lessons learned, and that's what black people truly haven't been doing. If they knew anything about a history, they would know that taking handouts from the government like SNAP is not good for anything at all. It's not good for the community because you're going to be relying on the government forever. You need to get out there and build something for yourself. I think that when we look at the history of, Jim Crow, prior to Jim Crow, I think Pretty Intellectual was speaking about some stuff. We had Black Wall Street, black people was building stuff.
Shout outs to SD. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for supporting the show. Dropping the huge $10 on the Cash App. Let's go. Hold on. Let's get it.
All right, we going. What a money resign. What a money resign. What a money resign. What a money resign. Okay, let me tell y'all something. I'm doing something real big this month. Any deal that y'all got and they beating us, I'm gonna be about $400. Just give me your bin and the paper because I'm in.
Where the wood?
What a money resign. What a money resign. What a money resign.
I don't know why this is so funny.
I told y'all before, y'all know what I do. I give all these good deals and everything else. Y'all better ask about me because I do all that all the time. And that's on who?
Mary had
Little Lamb. Okay.
Now, BG, usually black people would tell somebody like Cooley to shut the hell up because he's dating a white woman. Now, this goes back to race loyalty. Do you think someone that's dating someone interracially or outside of their race, do you think they can speak on black issues?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Why would that? They're still black. Matter of fact,
True.
They should be actually able to do a better job because they're able to say, well, I'm able to look at both sides and I can say, this is what we do or how we react. This is how they do and how they react. It actually puts you in you're experiencing both sides. So you're able to say, well, dang, I never really noticed, Alice and them got this going on, or, You pick up
Sometimes you got to
game,
be on the outside looking in to a certain degree
right?
if you were already on the inside. Yeah,
Yeah.
I see what
So
you're
outside
saying. Yeah.
looking in, I've spoken before about getting behind enemy lines, seeing how like, oh, that's how they do that. Oh, that's not that hard, you know. I don't want to say cooperate, but
But do you think they're gonna have to put up with race loyalty and people saying, "Hey, you're a traitor," or "You're not actively raising a black family"? So
they can try it, but when you
yeah,
show results and be like, well, what the fuck you talking about? It's
Mhm.
you know, it's like people have tried that, but if you haven't, if you're not having sold out to your race and you just black as you've been, and it's just like that's just the first that you know you're not uplifting another race, and they see your kid just is neck and neck with their opportunity, then it's like, oh, that ain't gonna work because they'll try it.
You see it with people all the time, though.
It
People will have a full black family that they've raised, and then they're saying, "Hey, I just retired, and like a Brian McKnight, he'll be called a coon. Couple people, like men and women, that just say, hey, I met such and such in college, and it's not a race thing. We just like each other, and this is who I'm with. But I do have a black family. So you see people that have already done their thing and raised a black family and stuff still get called a race traitor and stuff like that. And it's like, what the fuck?
They'll say shit like that. Was like, okay. Where you gotta learn how not to get baited into things like that. You gotta know what you stand on. It's like nice try, but nah, I'm good. I love my people. We rocking out. We solid. If someone's has had any relations with another race, but they love their people, they're for their people, they're working with their people, they find ways of saying, I know I've done it. Like, you need to help get some freaking jobs lined, like get some of these niggas on here. Like, once people have seen you and they know how you work, they won't work anymore. Then it turns into people like, girl, they'll ask the other way, like, needing your assistance. Is like, hey, look, we gotta start using some of these tools that are getting better learn how to stop being so dang on calling people traitors that's actually helping your ass. You don't know how people are working out here. They be the ones like, look, listen, girl, I'm gonna let you bypass all the, you ain't got an interview, fill this out, I'm gonna take this over there, and you be at work Monday. Like, nobody, they don't speak about that. Like, okay, well then let's use it for the advantage. Like, why gotta be a trade?
Well, a lot of people now, though, they're saying that too about what's her name, Candace Owens. I've never asked you what's your thoughts on Candace Owens. I think I said on the last show.
We did speak a little bit about it.
Yeah.
I somebody forced her hand. I think Candace's hand got forced to where she went that far. Like, I think her hand got forced, and she's pissed about it because it didn't have to be that way. You know what I'm saying?
She grifted a couple of times, but now she like played with the wrong people. So people are like on her ass. You know how we were talking about when you get further higher up on that ladder. So now she's on the crazy trope. She's gonna come off
like when Janet Jackson finally got married and had her baby with the, I don't think he was Arab, but he was one of those over there. He was
more lighter skin, like kind of damn near passed for white. Yeah.
Yeah, it was completely different race. I think I have to look up where his racial ethnicity. Nobody cared. Nobody called her a race sellout. I mean, she finally.
To be honest, a lot of
49.
A lot of the Jacksons are voluntarily white. So.
Yeah, and nobody says a word.
Yeah.
I mean, this guy's he completely different from Jermaine Jackson.
Yeah.
All right, guys. But yeah, so they pick and choose where they want to use that from. Oh shoot, this dude is like
Black Manosphere says, yeah, because you took your money and resources out the black community or kept it from your own black family. What is well, I mean, if they have a kid, I mean, it's still a biracial kid, The baby still would be quote unquote mulatto. But hey, you know.
I don't know what this guy, Wisdom Almana. I think he's from over there with the Saudi, because I think she was like over there towards the Dubai area. So the Sand people, I don't know, but I just looked at him. He's not.
She made a lot of money from him though. She waited
Oh,
right into that one day and then just bounced.
Yeah, pushed her over to the billionaire. I think she put in the allotted time.
Yeah.
Pushed her over. You know, she's collecting extensive money.
Yeah.
Off of him. He I don't know if he's I think he is a billionaire.
Yeah, he was a billionaire. She back with Jermaine Dupri. Jesus Christ.
Wait, what? When did that happen?
She been with Jermaine Dupri for a long time, but she left him. They broke up, and then she got with him, and then now she back with Jermaine Dupri.
I always thought something. I don't know what went wrong there, but I felt like it was something there in there. I mean, I wasn't following the story because I just don't follow a lot of dating stories. Well, not saying she's single.
No, she with Jermaine Dupri. They back together. They were just. He bought her something just recently. I was reading. You know, Black Manosphere said people are selfish. Of course, people are selfish. You got nowadays. You damn near got to be selfish, but you don't have.
They don't be giving out information. They saying no, they just close friends or not romantically together.
Man, he got that one
together professionally.
Kwasi said, it's sad. Candace Owens' black side of the family don't speak to her. Did not know that. Wow. I mean, people are saying that what she's doing now, she's not speaking on her own behalf, that she's speaking on behalf of the white man that she's with. Even though I don't know him to speak, he's silent, but he does own, I think, Truth Social, if I'm not mistaken. So, you know. Hey.
Yeah, if you end up with someone outside of the race, okay, that's fine. But why you gotta sell out? You start putting down the black, just talking down. I wouldn't talk to her either. Like, what is this about? As strong as we are as a people, I mean, I feel like you need to be bringing them over there to us. I feel like why you throwing your people under the bus like that? So when you get people that it makes them.
Well, truth be told, though, Beachy, both sides. I mean, it's not uncommon. Like both sides kind of do that. I know white people that get with black people in their family, like, yo, cut them off.
Right.
You know,
they don't want nothing to do. It's like I look at them, I be signing. I be like, you're not trustworthy. Like, so they don't want nothing to do with. I done seen white women get with a black man that already had white children.
And it don't even be wealthy
abandon their white kids. Abandon their white kids because the black man's like, I ain't raising these white boys, particularly if they're boys. If they're boys, the white man don't want to raise no black. Black man don't want to raise the white boys. And she has actually dropped her parents off, giving up her parental so that she could be in a relationship, make him happy. And I thought, I guess he felt like this ain't no good look for me, and I don't want to raise no white boys. And they will and have obliged.
It happens all the time, more than people think, and it don't even be like these rich families. It be regular families. I had a neighbor. I had a neighbor, and they were racist, but their daughter went out of their way to deal with a black man. And it's just funny seeing like the racist mother and father, like grandparents now, raising a mulatto kid. It's like, hey, that baby's hair, the kid is light skinned, but it's like, hey, that baby's hair, that's a
right.
black kid,
right. You can't run no fine tooth comb through that shit. Like, hold on,
right. Right, but they love their grandkid to death. That's the crazy part. They're like, the girl off doing whatever, and the grandparents are raising the child, but that child is like stuck to them like glue, and they stuck to the child like glue. It's like, damn, But hey, I'm like, dang, that's the kids right there. They make sure they go directly for this when they rebel. They make sure they go directly for the shit you don't want. That's crazy. And then you could say, I mean, my neighborhood wasn't predominantly black, but you could say in a situation like that, You've literally tragically mulattoed your family. You know, tragic mulatto. But hey, y'all, let's go. Let's get back into it.
We were looking out for self. But then when, things, we started eating at white restaurants, stopped funding our own restaurants and stuff like that. So we should utilize that history, those memories, extract out the lessons learned, know that they don't work for our community, and build some unity within our community. Look at the small hats, the small hats. Look at the small hats. They do it all the time, right? They got some unity over there. So stop looking at those white people and look at the other white people, because I truly think they all white. They all European. You get what I'm saying? So we look at those, see what they doing, and like, okay, all right, take some pointers from that. We need to build a community. We don't go against our community. We need ideology. We have no ideology within our culture. What's our true ideology within Black culture? We don't have we adopt the white man's ideology. Christianity, truthfully, is not. I don't believe that, but a lot of people call that's the white man's ideology. I think that Christianity is for all, but I think that when we get away from our core principles, like a hierarchy, like a patriarch, when we get away from that, it becomes very detrimental to the Black family. We need some leadership. Things need to be organized, and only men have the capacity to bring order within the household and to bring order within the community.
Go ahead, Ms. Pearl. Do you think some people have behind history to dodge accountability?
I feel like I'm just going to keep repeating myself. I think as an adult,
You said Miss Pearl.
I'm just going to say.
You said Miss Pearl.
Miss Pearl.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
They're not letting Pearl speak.
I got the list up there. I'm coming to you, Pearl. I got you.
Do some people have behind history to dodge accountability? Of course. But I don't believe that we should look at those people. I think that's also an overlay for the underplay. Like, of course, you're not going to acknowledge history if you still want things to be conducive and beneficial to you. So I just feel like we always have to discuss history, because if that was the case, then we don't want to acknowledge histories. Why do we have museums? Why do we have statues? Like, why do we have dates to commemorate certain events? Like, so you just gonna base history off what you want it to look like, what you want us to value, and what you want our perception to be. You're not gonna play with me over here. So I understand that people hide behind it, but we still need to acknowledge history and the results and the consequences of what has happened.
You still got to explain to people nowadays that winners write the history. Keep that in mind. Winners, y'all, write history. The winner writes history.
Let me say, could Cooley slid in there with the religion and the white man's religion? See, first of all, I don't use the word Christianity. I do understand the complex nature of an almighty God. I do understand that God, the supreme being, there are 7 spirits of God.
That's interesting. You said 7 spirits.
There are 7 spirits of God. You'll find that. You just pull it up. You'll get. You won't get. You'll get it. Some's given, some's not. But between the 7 spirits of God, before there was even Christ, before the New Testament, there were still 7 spirits of God. That's in the Old Testament. That's in the Quran. All those things, it's still there. So it's kind of like wherever someone taps in at, it's still going to bring them to the same thing. So it's like when they talk about white man's religion and all that, you know, I question a man and his leadership, and I'm like, well, what God? Let me know, what are your principles? What are you standing on? What is this? What is your supreme being? And it ain't even just with well, I don't know. Let me be fair. I'm trying to see if I can compare our men to another man. Which one are? It might be men in general don't want to accept the authority of a supreme being. So I can't even put that on white man or black. I'm trying to fairly like, some of y'all, neither one of y'all want to want to take a knee, bow or give some type of admiration if somebody is over you, like you're not running the show. That's a pride
Authority,
thing.
like it's like a authority thing, like they
Authority,
have.
right? To a supreme authority, and therefore, without that, and they just think they're selves and their little futile human fallible minds will lead to error in a family, and so that ain't gonna work. I mean, if you're gonna say, don't use the white man's religion, then what are you doing? I would ask him. So you call it white man stab, but what were black people? How were they praying before they were invaded? Like, see, people say,
well, a lot of people draw a line there though, because a lot of people get into voodoo and hoodoo,
right? And then it's
stuff,
like, okay, so then it's like, now if you want to go into those pagan thoughts or those, you really got to keep it honest, and you got to be like, well, what was going on there? What was going on here? Was it beneficial? Was it like you just you can't just skate and say, oh, we took on white man's religion. So what were they doing before? What was the supreme? What was it beneficial? Did it help them not end up where they were? Like, it's some things that some people just don't want to be called out for. Like, okay, like I don't get it. They just want to skip past it and dance around it. And I'm like, well, what are you leading your family with? What is because you're if I was a man and I'm like, I'm fallible, I'm gonna make mistakes. I need something to help, align me spiritually to be able to guide my family into the best possible outcome that I can. I need something. So I always wonder, so what do you do? What is your solution? Because you're not God. And then I ran into, now I'll tell you this, I done ran into countless number of brothers who didn't say, well, I'm God. And then I'm like, really? So go create something for me. They want to be God. Even in the manosphere, a couple people I done hit a couple people, over the head, like, so you're God. Well, then create something. You can't. You don't have the power of creation. You can recreate something, but create me something. I'm not going to acknowledge you as no freaking God. Like, it goes off into some places that I'm like, this is what. See now you felt so inferior. You had to make yourself something that you can't live up to. Hey, I get it. It's demigods. There's many different type of entities, but you need to be living up to it. And you also need to be holding accountability, because you're not running the show. If you were, you wouldn't be in this situation. You'd be doing some God, some deity type things. And being that you're not, that means you're subpar. So who is it that you go to when something comes up? Where's your backbone? Where's that thing that you just don't have? And so when I find a man don't got anything, those are some of the most dangerous ones, and that's across the board, white and black. Like, so you just relying on your own self and no other principality to help you when you're in the mud and you can't get out. You just gonna let us all drown. And then that's where I don't agree with no feminism, but that's some women are like, okay.
No, I understand why feminism is here. Yeah, I definitely,
I'm not the feminist. I'm not with that all that. I am for thinking for myself.
Right.
Now, other women, they're not gonna be able to tell me either. Well, that's what my husband. Okay, well, he might be wrong right here, and bitch, y'all about to die. Okay, somebody need to say you need to save him. You might have to step around sometime and say, I'm trying to save you, because we all gonna die. Okay, you don't just let the whole boat go down because some following reckless behavior, like something that takes a different type of woman. Though you don't gotta minimize his importance and role by coming around and doing something
and helping, right?
Oh, just complete devastation. Why the whole house got to burn up because the leader he might be making, he could fall short.
Because that's the point of marriage. Yeah, when he's down, you have his back, and when you're down, he has your back.
Yeah, somebody got to be, somebody need to be on point.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Somewhere, not just leaning on their own understanding, because you're gonna fail. I've seen it. People lean on their own understanding. I'm like, so how's that working for you?
Yeah.
And their pride will not let them just finally say, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing.
Yeah.
I need a little help here. The pride, man. The pride of a man. I don't know how y'all do it.
Well, I mean, that's all we have. I mean, That's all we have. But at some point, the pride comes before the fall.
Yeah.
So and like, if I get married, I definitely want my word to hold weight with my woman. But if she definitely sees something and I'm tripping, or I'm for sure tripping, I definitely would like her to kick in.
Yeah.
And damn near pull me out of a rut. Now, as factual as that sounds, it we still kind of look at it sideways. Like, for example, Keisha Kayor is helping Gucci Mane, with his episodes and stuff that he's going through, but now they're calling her his handler. You can't win for losing, and you can't lose to win, Beachy.
I'll say this.
But she is kind of giving handler vibes, but still, it's like, that's the man's wife,
If it's gonna embarrass him, don't just sit back and come out of the limelight.
Yeah.
Unless you're just that greedy to where you just know that you're not content with whatever you have.
Yeah.
That type of mental illness, when you're dealing with like schizophrenia and stuff, and they're medicated, and something their answer, you don't want it to embarrass them, so you're trying to be the forefront. Now you still embarrassing him.
Well, she kind of embarrassed him on the Breakfast Club, yeah.
Yeah, completely.
Yeah.
So if you know that you're going to a play you got to present him. He has to present himself. He's not capable of answering questions that don't make him look cray or whatever. You don't need to go on those things. See, this is where money mess people up. You need to decide right here. We're going to work with what we got, because me coming out here talking for you is making your legacy look bad. And we just can't keep chasing the bag. See, greed is what be messing people up.
For sure.
Mammon, who is the god of money, be messing folks up when it's like it's never enough. It's never enough. You keep going, and now you got the man looking embarrassed on breakfast. So maybe he could just like, hey, Gucci Mane retired, enjoy the old music, and then you protect that person. Don't put them up there to look like that. Yeah, I don't know why would she do that? Like you got him looking a type of way. He might not even realize he looking like that. But of course, there's a bag involved, and your woman keep running to it for the money and selling out your
image,
your respect.
Yeah,
that's not okay. That's when it's like, damn, greed really tear people up. At some point you got to cut it off and say, we're gonna be content. This is the ballpark we're gonna live in, because I'm not gonna have you just laughed at and mocked, because I know maybe you do have a situation, and maybe stuff come out your mouth be all type of crazy. I got a couple of schizophrenic look, and they even said some stuff, and it's like, oh my gosh, but you still love them. You don't take your love away, but we also, you don't put them out there. And
he didn't even get a chance to promote his book, but like the way that she came in, it looked like he was putting her through hell also. Like she's going through her own separate hell, dealing with him. Because she was like, oh, you don't talk to your wife like that and stuff like that. Kind of like a kid, But I mean, certain drugs will put you back in the childlike state, just to,
And you usually get a warning. I mean, warning comes before destruction. Some of those, it just depends what people were dabbling in. They went overboard. You might have just had something already underlying there, and then it triggered it. It's tricky, But yeah, if I gotta I'm not showing up with my guy. If I gotta speak for him, talk for him, and he's sitting there, and now his image is being destroyed.
Yeah, like you're more PR than his wife.
Yeah, but I'm only being PR because there's a bag involved. I'm not doing it for free. So you selling out your husband's or your partner's respect and dignity, so you could get the next bag. Like, how aren't y'all? When is it enough? When is it enough? See what I'm saying? So greed is just one of them. I'm not for greed. If somebody got a greedy spirit, I don't want to be around them, because I understand you'll sell me out, and it has been done, because you're greedy, and just the bag's big enough, you'll let me throw me under the goddamn bus for that bigger bag. I've seen it done, and it's a terrible feeling, but people do that. No one's exempt from it, not even Gucci Mane, and he just probably too goddamn medicated to be able to say, hey, I'm not going, I don't want to go in the Breakfast Club. I don't want to go. I don't feel good. I'm not able to,
People say Beachy. People say Beachy. They say there's no honor amongst thieves, right? You've heard that saying, right?
Yeah.
All right. I tell people there is honor amongst thieves.
There is. I was gonna say I don't know why they say that, because there is honor. Yes, it is.
Well, I add to it though. While they're doing stuff, there is honor amongst thieves until there isn't. You know what I'm saying? Up until there isn't, there was, but hey, it's the same thing with greedy people. There is honor amongst greedy people until there isn't, So until the bag hits that number, or it's like, I'm on the, they're on the way out. What May say, Beach, if money hasn't changed you haven't made enough. Said, damn, All right, let's get back into it, guys. We just dropping gems. No sticks, no stems, y'all. All right, let's go.
It's not we just not gonna talk about it, and we can't use.
Gucci Mane is in an endless K-hole.
Some people who have advanced and who have had opportunities to put a blanket over the rest of us whose houses are still on fire. It's great that people are able to have opportunities, but again, you have to look at what those opportunities are rooted in. The system that we're still talking about is so relevant today. How many opportunities do you really have? Or is that an illusion as to what it looks like? So I know people keep talking about this playing field, but we also keep having discussions about the goalposts and always being moved back. So I don't want to move too far away from the question. Yes, I do believe some people have behind history to dodge accountability, but you got to ask yourself, what accountability are you dodging, and who set that up? So I'll land my plane. I don't want to talk too much.
All right. True, I'm coming to you and put another question into play. Can both be true? History hurt us, and we still must own our own choices now.
Yeah, I believe both can definitely be true. I think that we're at a place that hopefully we could take all the historical facts and things that occurred, build from it. So yes, both could definitely be true. Yeah, there's a lot of good things being laid down tonight. I'm blown away. So
yeah, if you want to expound on some of the things, you can go ahead.
Oh, just the fact that I think that the conversation is moving forward.
You know what it is? This is another thing that I noticed with these conversations. When black people are yelling and venting at white people, eventually they get it out, and then there's nothing else after that.
Yeah.
It's like all right, you got it out, okay, all right, where to go from here? I don't know. It's kind of like Patrick. Patrick, even though he's one of my favorite characters from SpongeBob, even though he's dumb as hell, the dumb characters are actually smart in a lot of the cartoons, because it got to a point, something happened with Patrick. I forgot what the episode was about, and he was like, I didn't think I would get this. He's like, the person was like, what now? He's like, I didn't think I would get this far. It's the truth. It's the truth. It's like, damn, okay, well, I kind of didn't, was windmilling. Didn't think I'd get this far. Where to from here? And it's like, I don't know, That happened to me. I got to a certain age, I'm like, damn, I didn't think I would get this far, Now that I'm here, what's going on? What are we going to do, So, hey.
Great. The ladies are definitely holding down as well as the fellas. It's true. Some of the things that have occurred, unfortunately, in this country, this is manufactured. And I think that for anyone or most of you guys who have done your history, America is an experimental society in itself. A lot of the things that you're seeing, it's false truth. And I think that as a people, we try to stick with what is mostly integral, what's organic. America's a morphed manufactured perspective, and we own the media eye. We own it. There's no continent on this planet that we have not touched. from most people know the American culture or the American way. So yeah, and we're just kind of somewhat a part of the overall system. I think that now, current day, because of technological advances, because of certain things that have grown, we are able to create a life that is not as restrictive as it once was. Information is everywhere. You don't get booted out of Barnes and Noble or certain, you're not going to get kicked in the head if you try to read a book or anything of that nature. So I think that
kicked in the head is crazy.
We're just in a better position than we once were. But I do think that there's still a fragmented, maybe emotional track. We need an ideology. Cooley said it 5 minutes ago. That's one thing I would like to see, before I pass on to glory, is that at some point we figure out what it is that we ultimately are standing for. We have a benefit. Amira said it. We're Americans, and we're Black Americans, and we're, people from inner city. We can change some things. So I'll land there.
Go ahead, Bo.
Okay.
Oh my God.
I got two things. One, I said I'd never address this person directly, but I got to right now. And I would like to do so without being interrupted, but I do want to respond afterwards.
She about to say a bunch
of
nothing.
I would like for Pearl to make sense of one, the conviction rate, the arrest rate,
and she's not even going to answer the question.
Exoneration rates, because people keep bringing up these crime rates, but they never speak about arrests, actual convictions, and then exonerations. Because then those numbers
do this already, like 2 days ago.
Like we talked about this, right?
Why are we going? Like, we come on, y'all. We know we.
But this is the crazy thing. When they're ready to flex these stats on Black men, they do the same thing that Pearl did. So
we know there are some. The other races, like I said, white men, they'll some of them will volunteer. Like, hey, I know I can get through there, man. Let me go. Like, no one's. Why are we still? Someone's already addressed many times the arrest per conviction. The more likely of a Black person getting arrested is the race. But we've done this conversation 1,000 times. Where are we going to graduate? This is why I don't be going on those panels, because I feel like, do you imagine going to school and you never graduate and you never level up to the next grade? Why are you still on the 6th grade? You're supposed to move up.
It's circular. The conversation is circular.
Well, sometimes you need to get out the loop. Sometimes you need to walk out the circle and take the road less traveled. That was, I forgot who was that, Robert Frost or somebody, I don't know, the road less traveled. You need to get out the circle and take the road that's not being traveled, so you can find the answers that will free you from the type of captivity, whether it's mental, through all captivity. Okay, you really want to get out of bondage, you really want to elevate, then you're gonna have to get out this loop, take the road less traveled, and find it for yourself. And then hopefully when you find it, you can then first you start with yourself, your family, your immediate people, and do the best you can with that. And then some people just not gonna make the cut. I mean, it's no nice way to tell people, any group, guess what? We all not gonna make it. There are some people still singing, we're not all supposed to make it. We're not meant to all make it to glory, as they say. There are some people in this, most people are just fillers. When you get to a place and realize, oh shoot, most of these people are just fillers. There's only a few of us that caught on, link on, and we're supposed to resonate with each other. And I'm supposed to let my light shine. Cool, you let yours, and then hopefully together we can do the best with what we got. But we're supposed to understand this is fluff. These are fillers. They're not dictating anything. Okay.
But I mean, we already went through it. We already went through it, BG. Like, most people didn't like Martin Luther King. Most people wasn't rocking with Martin Luther King. But the thing is that, like, you don't need everybody to rock with you. You need your tribe. You need like a special, a small percent, like 30% of Black people can do a lot in the Black community. Martin Luther King had about 30% of Black people or something like that, or a little bit less or whatever, and made a huge difference. And Now that he's dead, everybody's gonna act like they, they rocked with him, and he, act like they wasn't calling him crazy and shit like that. But
Right.
the thing is, if Pearl was to say the exact same shit that you just said, which is the truth, she'd be all kinds of racist. They, had to get her the hell up out of here and stuff like that. And then, you know what? A lot of people was last week. A lot of people was acting like, oh, why are we letting white people in the black community? White people have always been in the black community. Before Pearl, we had Jane Elliott. A lot of people don't remember Jane Elliott. You remember Jane Elliott, the old woman that do the little studies, the racism studies in the classroom?
What happened? Is she still around?
I don't know. I think she came out during the election not too long ago, said some wild shit, and then disappeared. I'm not sure what Jane Elliott's doing these days, but even in the manosphere, we had girl rights. The reason why Pearl is in the position she's in right now, NOLA girl, that's a whole nother story. That's a whole nother arc in and of itself. Jay said, I'm actually tired of talking about black women versus black men. You said, every day there's a new YouTuber creating a podcast. It's ridiculous. Yeah, they kind of saturated what we've created, Of course, Jane is totally different from Pearl, Kwafi. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
I don't know
Kwafi.
if it's my age.
Mm-hmm.
And I get it. I understand the system. I'll take it on.
Mm-hmm.
I understand the beast. I'll take it on too. I understand the devil's architect. I take that on.
Mm-hmm.
I take it all on. Because I'm trying to go to.
Mm-hmm.
I need it. I need it all. Like I need to see the good. I need to see the evil. It was like the across the tracks theory, how there were things put into place before it was even a black and white thing. Some architect, we got different type of architects, but a particular architect had a mindset to lay train tracks in a specific way that no matter what, across the world, whenever you would go across the train tracks, you immediately enter in the fucking twilight zone or into the most impoverished area, the lesser areas, the poor communities with fewer stores, no hospital. That type of thing that was set up and designed that way was way before, the laying of the railroad industry. Who figured out how to do that? See, I have to go to the mines. See, I don't want to just know how to play chess. I need to know who made chess. Who created this thing? Because those are the masterminds that put some stuff in place that go far larger than these type of panels. The ability to see that far down into architect, a layout for communities that you don't have probably a lot of train tracks over there, but you just think about the States. You go across the train tracks, it will completely cause it's a division. And I've tried it in several states. Some of them, I'm like, let me turn around before I go too far. It's getting dark here. None of the
I know what you mean. I know what you mean.
Things, they were done intentionally way before we were even like someone. And of course, like I said, that goes into the devil's architect. But they're the mind frames of people that they're thinking this is small thinking. I be wanting to go back, take me further. Who was able to think this far ahead to know, we're going to go ahead and let's lay train tracks and we want division amongst people. We want to have
well, you understand that you're being distracted from something. You're thinking outside of the box. You understand that there's a bigger picture behind all of this stupid shit that's going on, and you're past the surface level and stuff like that. You're thinking behind the box. But this is the thing, and this is what I've noticed, Beachy. You got to keep yourself sane, because when you're 2 years, just 2 years, not even a decade, when you're 2 years ahead of thinking, people don't they don't function well. They can't keep up, and you don't have to be like this big genius. All you got to do is just be 2 years ahead of people in your thoughts and stuff like that.
I agree. They looking. See, so you got people looking behind, and then you got people that look around. Then you got the rest of us, we look up. And the ones of us who look up, because up is higher, we tend to do better. We tend to not. This is some low vibrating conversations. I don't want to hear nothing about no sister who the likelihood of this in jail and arrest for. Come on, I'm past it. Give me something. You're gonna have to go higher for me to even engage, because this is low level mental thinking, regurgitated and said and done a million times. We can't even remix. It's the same thing. We got to go up. You got to go higher with me. So that's why I'm like, I'm looking and waiting for some people. Like, y'all not going to get out that box. Y'all just going to stay down here with this subpar level. You can't rise above it. Okay, well, bye. You can't rise above the few of us that can. Strap on your wings, and we taking off, and we leaving your asses behind. We not coming back. We not picking nobody up, and you can't catch a ride. Get your own wings. Look up and try to start how to fly above and over this shit, because this is all programming.
But you're explaining the stairwell to people who can barely see the next step, So, I'm kind of like that. Like, to a certain degree, I don't want to be the smartest person in the room or on the panel, because then I'm not learning. If you're the smartest person in the room or the panel, shit, you're probably in the wrong room. And you might be on the wrong panel because you're not learning.
Yeah, and you should leave as soon as you can. I don't care. Make up my Wi-Fi not working and leave. The minute you realize that your light is on and super bright, and then nobody else around you is of the same, you should leave.
Yeah.
You don't need to waste your time. Drain that. Get in and go, because you don't even belong there in the first place. Like I said, I'm like, we're not all carved from the same stone. I know everybody, equality my ass. No, we're not all carved from the same stone. There are some people that are just created completely different, whether I don't give a damn who likes it or not. It's just like you can go through every religion, and God has always had favorites. And I know when I used to say, God's playing favorites, somebody got, wow, that's offensive. We're not. There's always been favorites. Each faith you can find, this was a favorite, this was a favorite. These people, like, who am I to go against that? But what I'm not gonna do is dumb myself down, dim my light, and sit on panels like this and try to pretend that this isn't the most subpar elementary, high school conversation I ever heard. And these are supposed to be adults. Like, these are adults, and this is what you mean you live for. These women are giving me 30 plus. 40, some are mid 40s. You live this long, and that's the best that you got to come up with or say in a conversation. Where the hell you been? Like I said, some of us are not. We're not going. We're on a different destination. Okay, we're going to other places. So
I've always said, though, you're a different caliber. You can't teach people caliber. So that gotta come with Hopefully it's supposed to come with age, but I don't think it hits everybody the same, BG.
No, I just think some people are just set apart, and they once you begin to get able to call out your own, your own self, understand there's a better, like, hold on, it's got to be a better way. I see it. It's a trap. I'm locked in. I go to the left depth, go to the right depth, go to the north depth, south depth. All this is going on, but I know there's a way out. And then you start to question, and you got to be bold and like fearless to ask those questions to the entities that set this up a certain way, and be able to, you'll get an answer. You'll get an answer, and you're like, okay, well, I don't want no part of that. Exclude me. I want to be. I don't want a part of it. And that's evolution. So this shit here, this de-evolution. Some of us, we are actually evolving as a species. It's evolution, maybe. So we're going other places. We see it different. We already see it coming before it's said. We know the questions they're going to ask, and we are totally bored. And we're like, okay, we need to start trying to. I mean, I'm a dime, but I'm not the only one that knows and thinks this way. It's just so few of us, that's willing to say we leaving all y'all behind.
Right.
This isn't helping. Where is this what in this conversation has been revealed thus far that has been like I think that guy down there, I don't know what he's talking about, the true guy that said he was blown away. I don't know if he was speaking to himself or he really thought we believed that. Nothing in this conversation has been said that has blown me away and taken me to a wow. My eyes are wide open and now I see the light. Nothing here has said anything. I'm here to entertain you and help with the show. Saying redundant bullshit that like, okay.
That we've been talking about for years.
For years. Like it did. Yeah. Where you blown away yet? Did we miss something, sir? Please, I would like to hear for him to elaborate where he got his mind blowing information from this panel, because I didn't see any.
Right. All right, well let's keep it going. Maybe let's play devil's advocate. Maybe we might be wrong. All right, let's keep it going. You know, but no, you're right. And what you're describing is something that's a lost art called preemptive thinking. Preemptive. You know, Jay said it's content creators' fault if they it's the content creators' fault if they really felt some way about Pearl. They would never bring her on any black platform, but ninjas love Pearl's attention. This is true. Black women love arguing with Pearl, and some ninjas want to F Pearl. That's true also.
Work for you as well as you think that they're going to work for you, and you all
that
never.
That is also true. Evolution is for those who earned it.
Speak.
And you also said something also. Devolution. What's the word in devolution?
Yeah.
Devil.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, devil.
And we'll have to play with that word one day, devolution, and I can show you like the DEs and you can connect where the devils run.
Devil,
you'll meaning delusion.
Yeah. Evil, live,
delirium.
Yeah.
Desire.
Even fundamental, fun to mental.
Right.
You know,
those spell words be hitting like, you know, but hey, you know, we still over here talking about it. And on another note, before he go on, older women, she's like my age, bohemian, whatever. When y'all are like almost 20 years older than somebody, you ain't got no business trying to really rationalize with somebody that you old enough to be their mama. If you don't know how to dang just give them a little tap, a little spank, or just say, okay, well, you know, you don't know how to rise above. There's something wrong with your ass, because there is no way. I've seen some people, I'm 20 years older than them. I'm like, no, I can't. This isn't I'm old enough to be your mom.
They're competing with them.
Say that's gonna make sense, because you have not lived like I. You got to put in this extra 20 years of time, then come back and say, oh, okay, now I get. Why?
Well, I mean,
why older women trying to come down to somebody like they're almost 20 years, 15, 20 years younger than you, and think you're gonna like win? The younger person already won. Pearl already won because of the fact that you done lowered yourself, your wisdom down to that of a young freaking child.
Well, they're competing with them, and one thing that we kind of lost even in the black community is aging gracefully. You know, aging with grace. You know. So, it is what it is, you know. You know, black people were considered witches and gypsies because we didn't age, and nobody could tell our age and stuff like that. But it's like, oh my God, you got so much wisdom. How old are you? And it's like, don't worry about it. And it's like, this person's a gypsy, and it's like, no, they're not a gypsy. They just aged gracefully. But hey, let's get it. You're also not supposed to listen to your kids' generation of music, but we got parents having more fun on TikTok than the kids. But let's go.
Arrested at a disproportionate rate, convicted at a disproportionate rate, and exonerated at a disproportionate rate, because all of those would work together. Number two, it's funny how you build a platform using Black people, get demonetized, and then turn against Black people. It seems a tad bit retaliatory to me. And I think that you are doing the same thing that the planters did hundreds of years ago You are using the backs of Black people in order to make money, and then you got mad at us when you couldn't make no more money, but you needed us to make more money, so you turned against us, and you want to use Black fatigue and crime rates in order to get your money back up. And those are the 2 points I had.
Real talk, Peachy.
That's very nice.
She said that's very nice.
I don't know. You said a lot. It's just, I listen to this and I just hear a lot of excuses. I don't really like excuses. I just think as an adult, and I've said it before, you are responsible for your own decisions. As to the list of accusations, if you want to believe that, that's fine. I don't really care. So that's all I got.
I don't think that that's really given much credence. It's very passive aggressive for you to respond in that manner. We're not saying that as adults you don't need to be held accountable. I think everyone on this panel has stated that to be true, but you're dismissing again solid facts, things that occur current day in past time. And I don't get how that services. Maybe it's not fair. You're not the white representative of the white community, but you just so happen to be in this panel, and you just so happen to be white. And then you also are making very, very bold claims as to things that we're dispelling. So where
I don't think, again, it kind of goes back to the gaslighting. So like, again, you can tell me these things don't exist, and that's fine. Like, white people aren't really going to generally entertain these conversations. Like, they'll just get tired.
Oh, we know.
I know. And I'm being honest here.
Yeah, we know.
I'm being honest, and you guys are giving me attitude, which is fine. I get it. It's like a contentious.
We're giving you energy. We're not giving you attitude.
No, it's not. It's.
I know you're so dry and boring. We're just people of flavor. We talk a certain way. That's why y'all love to put us on your stages. That's why y'all love to give us record deals, because we get that shit lit. And you don't have that ability. So you have to piggyback your value off of what we're doing or not.
God, they're still SBEing to Pearl.
See this like, right here. You because you cannot move her, because she's clearly whatever square Pearl has put herself on. She ain't budging. She's comfortable on that square. This was a chessboard. And because you're not able to outmatch her, now you got to go in with you're bored and you're stale and you're unflavorful and you don't season your chicken. Like, what the fuck does that got to do with a damn thing going on? Like, this is where it goes to she has already defeated you. Right. She's defeated every single person that you went from one giving one talking point that had a little bit of sense or some type of.
It's like when they make it.
Now you're down to hurling insults. It goes to show that you have been defeated because she has not moved. She's has her own voice. She don't got to give an attitude. She'll look when she wants to. She's clearly preoccupied. She's not budging, and that is affecting these people. And in fact, there's more them and one of her. She's like, y'all are losing it. Now you're
right. But this is what they're doing, Beachy. How they're taking one step forward and two steps back.
Right. Now you're going back to very like insults. I mean, you got to steal our stuff in our culture, and you're stale, and you're pale, and you lack flavor. Oh my gosh, dude. Okay, if it was one of me, and it has happened, I don't allow it anymore. And it's 9 other people, and they all come in one by one and try to tell me something. That already lets me know I'm in a better position, because it's all y'all coming at me, not me coming at y'all. But I'm able to keep my pause and keep my poise, and you cannot break that. It will create, it pisses people off. To be able to master that, she might be a better player than they really giving her credit for, because that in itself is the art of mastering, the ability to be like, okay, next. She ain't budge, and now they're getting upset. Now it's like, what do we got to do to piss her off to where we can make her, I don't know, say nigger or something? Like, they can't get her to be moved.
Yeah, like she's just
that's what they need to figure out. Is how you may be so confident with 9 other black people up here. We're all, us. We're united in color. 8 other black people up here. We're all trying to we're united in our points, but you unshakable, bitch. What the fuck? It ain't, her salt shaker ain't shaking. So they need to try to figure out what it is going wrong here.
They do, but that's what I'm saying, and it's like you're saying, like it's like they take one step forward and then they squander the whole thing by taking 3 steps back. She's not getting flustered. She's actually having fun. They're directing the whole shit at her. And I mean, and that's like, it's like you said, it's like if you go somewhere, because this happens to me all the time. You think you're gonna have a fair one with somebody, but they always want to jump. It's like, okay, so I'm getting jumped, I guess. So shout outs to And1 Play 5. Welcome to the show, bro. Please support the show, guys. On the way in, please hit the like button. Shout outs to And1 Play 5. Make sure you guys share the show and subscribe. Shout outs to Lil24. Make sure you guys hit the like button on the way in. First time listening, great show. Good to have you here. Happy holidays, everybody. Please support the show. Let's get a couple of more supporters on the show. All right, let's get it. We only got 2 supporters. Almost 5 hours into the madness. Let's go. Shout outs to Beachy here, dropping nothing but gems. We just up here laying paint where it ain't, y'all, and doing what other people can't. You said we got more flavor. Captain Obvious said nothing to combat her talking points. She F's Negroes and hang around Negroes. You can't shake her. You can't shake her on top of being from Chicago. That's another thing. She's modernized, yeah. All right, let's go.
Not doing, because if you couldn't, no one will give a fuck about what you're talking about. So I'm gonna let my constituents. All right, go ahead. I'm gonna let y'all.
No, Ella, no, real quick. I just
Trev, you gonna go? Okay.
If you want,
yeah.
If you want this,
I'm not even gonna hang out. I'm not even gonna hang out too crazy long. But I did want to come in and say something real quick. Right, because I think y'all not really giving Pearl a fair shake, right? Because in real life, I think she really likes black people. If you know, you know, right? So, but I do want to use Pearl's logic real quick, because all right, let's forget about what we were talking about
Pearl likes
in the past. In the past, right. Okay, so look, right. So I want to focus on what's happening right now, right? Like if we're looking at right now and you're looking at the callback rates for potential employees that are black versus white, they have to turn in 50% more applications. That's systematic, right? That's something that we can bitch about like right now, right?
What the hell?
Record low unemployment, 5.5% over the last 50 years. It was pretty much double that, right? If we talk about incarceration rates, I know y'all touched on that, but innocent black people are 7.5 more times likely to be convicted wrongfully of a crime. So that's real, right? This is what I'm talking about, the systematic shit, right? And the odds, we talked about the deletion rate, but for real, I've heard many people part their lips who are in this space to say that the exception to the rule is never the rule, right? So 98% of us are not incarcerated. I've never heard anybody horned out on a fact that was 98% ever until we start talking about black people, right? And the odds of a person actually being deleted, you go outside right now, we talk about how bad this is going on, but it's 0.002%. So it's not something that you really have to worry about. Most white people aren't actually being violated by black people. So I would want to know what people would have to say to that, because I feel like we're really honing in on a lot of things that black people are doing, but we are actually.
There it is. I told you, Clue, the majority of black folks want to be liked by white folks, not respect. Yeah, I mean, listen, and I talked about it with a friend out here. Like when you go abroad and go to these places, bro, they kiss white ass. Like they go out of their way to kiss white ass. Why do we think this is different? Because we're from America. People go out of their fucking way to kiss white ass. Like, I don't know what it is, but it's ridiculous. If you've seen it, trust me.
I have, but here's the thing, and I know you got, for the women, our women, us, we like to use black girl magic a lot. But black girl magic, it shouldn't be limited to aesthetics and cosmetics and hair and flamboyance, all that. No, that's not real Black girl magic. Black girl magic is going in, having other races look at you, examine you, see your head up high. Once you present yourself and address them the way you address them, respectfully, let them understand when dealing with you, you're going to require a certain level of respect. They immediately get in line. They immediately understand, oh, we're going to do her nails, but I'm going to do her nails even greater. That presence and that spirit and that, I want to say, I don't want to use that word here, but that gift that's been given, because it's not a talent, it's a gift. Those of us that have it, we get it, and we gotta work extra hard for the ones who don't. Okay, they can stop with the cap. I go to places. I remember going, like, some of the spas. I'm going in to get this. We have these, whatever other groups servicing us, and all I have to do is look at how the girl's acting next to me, and I'm like, why is she acting like that? Why does she keep? It's like, now that someone's serving you or giving you a manicure, you got to be unnecessarily rude. You won't smile. You won't say thank you. You don't know how to be gentle. You're being a fucking bitch to this person for no reason. And then here I am sitting over there, calm, cool, collected, giving a very good rapport, and therefore when I come back, they open the doors and roll out the red carpet, because you're going to remember me. I don't care what you see. See, this is what I'm talking about. Some of us have to separate. Don't put me in the box with the one who's a disrespectful person. You don't represent me in the community. You don't carry that spirit and that presence that makes other races say, oh, I can't do her like that. Hold on, let me act right.
No, but see, but Vici, there's so many other women that's pretending to have that type of confidence.
They don't have it.
You command
it's not just the confidence in self, it's also the respect of others and understanding we're here together, we're working together. I'm coming in for the service, you're servicing me. I'm going to treat you, you're going to treat me, and it's giving back. So I'm really confused at where I see it. Even at the esthetician, and I talk to the Indian girls who do our waxing and some of the lashes, and I have sat with one crying because they locked the door, how brutal they are. And I tell her, you are doing a good job. It's okay. I know. This is your job, though. And I gave her a little bit of advice, because how some would almost bring her to tears. Ouch! I mean, just giving her an unnecessarily hard time, or wanting to, but you're coming here for her service. If you didn't like it, you wouldn't come. No, you're coming here because somehow in your life you feel so inferior that you feel like when you go in and people serve you, now you can be an asshole to them. Same with the food industry, being waiting on tables, how they will treat us, how hard you're giving us, how many times we had to run back and get a ranch dressing, how every single person on a table, a table of 15, everybody got a different drink. How hard they would work us and leave the least amount of money. That's nothing to do with systemic, okay? That is just treating, because now that you feel like you're in a place or in a position to boss somebody else around, or you're in charge, to treat them like shit. And it's giving us a bad name. Now nobody wants the black table come in. Everybody's like, fuck, my night's ruined. But we did that. They didn't do that to us. They didn't. They were giving us fair service, bringing your friend. You kept running them back. We need a ranch. This is too. Overdoing. It's like intentionally brutalizing these waiters and waitresses, and they do it all and look at the table. And
but also too though, Vici, we tip them the most too, because a lot of people will be like, oh, the white people didn't tip us and stuff like that. The main people that would tip us are the black families and stuff. But what you're saying is absolutely correct. What you're saying is absolutely correct. I agree 100%. But see, listen, what you're saying, especially with the black girl magic and stuff like that, for every one of you, there's like 10 ratchets. There's like 10 ratchets. So when they see you, in a lot of cases, or a woman that has the decorum or that commands that type of respect, they feel that they feel that they can call your bluff. They play a game with it, and they feel that they can call your bluff. They'll be like, oh, I bet you she's like those ratchet girls and stuff like that. And it's like, no. Or they find out the hard way,
Well, if it's a class, so then like young shout out to Young Jay in the chat. He's talking about class, and he's saying black women lost class 25 years ago. Not all of us, and we are treated well, and we go in. I mean, the simple is that they can spot it. So if it ever comes down to a war, I'm gonna tell you right now, it's not gonna be a gender war. It's not gonna be a race war. It's gonna be a class war.
Yeah.
And it's going to be where people start to recognize some people, regardless of your skin, your class. And once they see that, they're going to act accordingly. That's what it's going to come down to. So money doesn't buy class. It is your approach to a person, a situation. It's your ability to be able to, even if they are on defense, to get them to drop that defense. That is a gift. And if it's been lost and some just don't have it, then they get what they get. But for the rest of us that know how to work this game and we know how to kick, like, we got it. Some of y'all just gonna have to I'm not gonna say that, but I'll put it to you this way: we're not having no issues. We don't have those problems. We come into, even if we see another race, they're on defense, but they're opening the doors. Oh, Miss Big, come in. What do you want? I can't find it. Okay, we help you. They love to see it. So we're only hurting ourselves when, if you lost that gift, never have it, you better learn how to find someone who has it. Because I'm not getting issues. You want discount, Miss B? Yeah, okay, I get it. You don't have to. They don't get to experience it enough. It's become like a rare gem. Like I'm an alien. Sometimes I'm like, they treat me like I'm an alien, like a species they've never seen. But I know for me, there's hundreds and thousands of other girls who's just like me. They got the class, they're getting the same treatment. But it's, I guess because of the demographics, we're all spread out. But they love to see that. They like you light up, you shine, you glow, your smile, your presence, and they fall to their freaking knees they want you to be happy, and they want you to come back. They're mesmerized by the fact that you're not standing in with a stank attitude, mad at the fucking world, talking crazy to them. They love to see it. So I mean,
but you know what though? It's kind of what we were talking about earlier though. There's a lot of black people that can't take actually being treated good because they're not used to it. I'm not gonna lie. Sometimes too, if you go to certain black places and you get treated good, it's like I feel like I'm being set up. Somebody trying to backdoor me.
They be already some of the sisters. I'm like, girl, take the alarm off. It's okay. This is what I want. You don't gotta. I see it. It is the ability to disarm people. Like, you can take all that out the window. You're gonna be fine. Sure. I'm gonna treat you well. You're gonna be good to me. We're gonna both win. I'm gonna leave here happy. You're gonna leave here paid. Let's get it. They comply. They say, okay. They don't give no type of pushback. They get in compliance, and we all win. I'm drinking good. I'm eating good. Everyone's winning. They get a wonderful experience, because at the end of the day, really what matters to me is how I'm remembered. I can't help how they remembered in life. I'm going to be remembered. My face and my name, my legacy will be remembered as, I remembered that girl. It was such a wonderful experience. That's what I'm leaving. I can't leave a community of people's attitudes. I'm not responsible for that. I'm responsible for myself.
Right.
Okay. I help my community. I contribute. Y'all know that heavily into my community. I'm about to have to write some checks this week. Lord, dues are due for my community. But that being said, when I leave, when I'm seen, they're going to remember me and how I carried myself, conducted myself, and above all, how I treated them as an individual. And that's how I'm going to be remembered. I'm not going to be remembered as, even if somebody came in and took too long to see me or overlook, I'm still going to handle it appropriately. I'm not going to try to nasty approach. I'm going to say, hey guys, I don't know if something's going on, but it's been a minute. Can you go back and check and see what's when do people lose the ability, or they just never have it, how to dialogue?
Well, I mean, the most of what we're talking about nowadays is that we're begging people to be decent people nowadays.
But look at everybody's face up there. Pull that back. Look how everyone's looking. And these are the same faces that they look like that when coming into a place where, like this is, I don't know, we can use Outback Steakhouse. Everybody knows that. I'm just trying to find a general restaurant. Okay. And everybody know y'all not going to Ruth Chris. You don't go in.
This say Red Lobster. This say Red Lobster.
I don't eat at Red Lobster. Okay. But I guess I can't use. I don't eat there.
You can
Let's
do Outback. Outback is good.
we'll
Or
use
Olive
Outback,
Garden.
okay? Or because I don't go. This is not how my table looks. We don't go in looking like that. We don't come. We're at the door. We come in, greeting. How you doing? We're here. We don't look like this, taking our orders or whatever's going on. That's not the face. But if someone was to generalize this and represent and like give a overall representation of the attitudes, the faces, how it's going on, it's across the board saying it's telling a story.
Mm-hmm.
It's telling a story. It is. She's not wrong. She got her ways probably, but she's kind of not wrong by saying you guys are giving me attitude by saying, and then she comes off as laxy days like I don't care, it's whatever, because she's seen this a dime a dozen, so she knows how to act to put keep. I bet if a black woman gets on there with the mindset of, honey, I'm here to let's just chop it up, Pearlie would give a whole different side of her, because she does hang around black women. She talks too much about how she's just, her affirmation for black women is she's mentioning so many. I lost count. I'm like, okay, Pearlie, we get it, girl. You got a little thing for the sisters over here on the side, okay? But she hasn't been impressed. Like, she hasn't had the company, or I haven't witnessed it. Maybe she has. It's just not being shown. Of a good interaction and leaving satisfied with what it is that we can give and how we can give it up. I'm sorry, but I can do is look at the faces like no one, even some of the men, like, why y'all all looking like this? What happened to y'all?
I don't even think they don't even look happy to be black. Shit. Like,
right. Where is your spirit? This is giving a defeated spirit. This is the presence of a defeat, like you're defeated.
Well, that's where 99% of the black community conversations is coming from. You're pre-defeated. Like, that's what I'm trying to say. What the hell is a Pearl supposed to do, or any white person for that matter? Like, a lot of the people are pre-defeated before they even engage in a conversation with them. And I guess that's what Pearl is talking about when she said good faith in this particular thing. But 99% of black topics are in good faith. Good faith is not really, that's not really a part of it.
That is stale, baby. That's that. Them faces out, and I didn't even hear anything that it's because Pearl is withholding. She's not budging. She done got that dude at the end out of his. He done jumped out of his bag. He over here throwing shade. He lost it. It's because
there's nothing she can say. What can she say? What's she gonna respond to? The animal shit? What is she gonna say? Like, I do not screw goats. Like, what is she gonna like? What is she finna say?
This is like, come on, y'all. She's not that complicated for y'all to be able to like.
Right.
Y'all playing everybody's doing the same thing, running the same play over and over, and it's been overdone. It's overcooked. She's like, man, it's a well done steak. I eat my shit medium rare. She's just serving it too gangster for me. For these people, and they're older to not know how to take this situation, facilitate it, and flip it around. And before they leave, have her eating at the palm of their hands. How do y'all not know how to do that? Especially at my age, you should know how to do it. Have you not been around any freaking white women? They'll be eating at the palm of your hands. It's simply like, I just don't understand. This is a big L.
You're talking to Andrew Cartwright's kids, and you still don't know how to maneuver the damn situation.
My God.
I mean, they can't say too much, because these are the same girls later on that will be talking about divesting, so give them some time.
They'll be lying about that. They'll talk about the illusion of it, but they're lying because all you have to do is base like.
You can even just look at them. You know which one the white man gonna go after. None of these sisters. Let me see which.
Right.
If I had to choose, hold on. If we had to choose out of all of these girls on the panel that a white man would actually date, I hate to say it, I'll say Miss Pearl, probably.
Miss Pearl.
Out of all of them, yeah.
She could, I guess, but when you got the other girls there, and then she kind of got lost in the sauce a bit.
Yeah. They do go after the pretty intellectual types, but she's not really the type that they would date. Like the skin tone, because they will date like the jet black, natural African.
Yeah. I don't think any of these would make the cut, to be honest.
Yeah. This Pearl barely makes the cut.
Right.
You know.
And when I say make the cut, it's just kind of you don't
like their type, like the type that they will go after.
Yeah, like they want a sister, but it's still a certain type of sister, you know.
Right.
A lot of people want us, but you believe you. I mean, I go into it's just ridiculous, like the desire. That's why I'm like, nobody can tell. Fuck what y'all talking about. You're not going to convince me that they don't want black women. Yes, they do. They do.
But they go after a specific type,
especially them Turkish men, Arabs. They do. But you know, it is a specific kind. They can see it when you walk in the door. They can see the way you look. They can see. They already know how to spot. Like just the chaff from the wheat, how to divide. That's what we all do. I do it. You think I do it every day? I'm like, divide. Okay, that's acceptable. Nah, accept. This is with anything. Okay. But this is, I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4 of us female, and then we got the 3 guys. I mean, nobody, not one person was able to rise up to the fucking cause. Come on, across the whole board, not one was able to bring, you know what I'm saying? Even get her remotely enough to pretend she's interested, to spike it up, to
it's just ad hominems.
Yeah, it's just like, wow, man. I mean, this, you know, wow. I need a little bit more practice, y'all, on how to engage with freaking Amy, Becky, Allison, and Amanda, because this you could have done a whole lot better, but you got to give it a certain way, you know.
Well, I did a show on the last show. I would love for you to go over it if you get the chance. She has a video where she's on there talking to a feminist, and that feminist is lying like crazy too. But like, it's like night and day. You know, it's like night and day, and it's a white girl. You know, so you could kind of see like, oh, okay, there's a huge difference. You know, I'm not even gonna lie. In the debate sector, black people don't know what they're doing. For the most part. That's why I was surprised that Coach Greg Adams actually debated Andrew, because it's like, oh, at some point this is going to turn into ad hominems, you know. But all right, let's go. Let's see if somebody actually gets her out of character.
Moving in the right direction. We understand that there's work to do, but for us to be ridiculed in such a way, it sounds crazy to me.
Wait, what was the?
I'm sorry, I'm distracted by Amira and her little sexy secretary glasses. She done just throw out.
Are you sure? I was trying to copy Pretty Intellectual. I was trying.
So Trev, were you agreeing with her or disagreeing? I think that's where I kind of got lost. It sounds like you.
How did you got lost in that? Did you hear the stats that I just read on?
Yeah, how'd you get lost in that?
That was sarcasm, bro. That was in the beginning was sarcasm.
I can tell you what it is, the callback rate, black versus white. I don't. Again, you know, if you're an employer and you hire black people, and you're out of 5 black people, 1 was lazy, 1 stole from you, and 1 did X, Y, and Z. You're gonna be less likely. 1 called you a colonizer. In the future, you may be less likely to hire them. Again, it's if that's the reputation of the group, people do adapt because it's very expensive to hire an employee that doesn't work out. Like you have to pay them for months, and it's just.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, so we're talking about the whys, right? If we're talking about the whys, this is what the reason why I brought that up is the why. We're saying why are you feeling like black people aren't up to par? The reason why is because there's actually systemic racism going on. That's a real thing.
Trev, she spoke about the why. She talked about pattern recognition. But the thing is, if she's being logically consistent, she would have to say the probability is much higher for other white people to build up a bigger pattern recognition of other white people. So therefore, they'll probably have either the same or more negative accounts with other white people. If we're being honest, like think about it, if the white person is the head of the company, they're hiring more whites anyway. So then therefore the probability is higher for them to have negative experience with more white people rather than black people. So pattern recognition is a real thing. Pattern recognition, we all utilize it, and it helps us to, not make the same mistakes that we made before. You get what I'm saying? It helps us with many different things, but I think that's the part that she was speaking about the why, Trev, but it was just different from the why you were looking for.
Can I? No,
I disagree that there's systemic racism. I think there's more racism against white people.
Of course you do. But how would you be able to recognize that when it's impossible for it to happen to you?
What's going on, Ray?
Well, I mean, even by that fact, you're saying it's impossible
Hey,
for me
what's
to
up, bro?
experience racism. That's
No, systemic racism.
What's going on? Jump in, man. Are you there? Okay, Ray dropped. Godly. All right, hold on. Shout outs to Ray. Hold on. Give me 1 second.
Systemic racism, it's impossible.
Well, again, that just kind of goes back to that's a cop out. Like, I just think
cop out. First of all,
there's a lot of. Do you want to hear my opinion, or do you just want to talk?
Go ahead.
I mean, there's a bunch of scholarships that are given. Like when I was in high school, there was a black guy who got like a 27 on his ACT, and he got into Notre Dame because there are specific scholarships for black people there. The white guy in my class, he got a 32 and he didn't get in.
No one can verify.
Are you gonna go on the record and say that scholarships are wrongfully awarded to black people more than anyone else?
I'm not saying that it's wrong or right. I'm saying there are specific.
No. Did you hear the question? I said, are you going to go on the record saying that there are more scholarships awarded wrongfully to black people than any other race? That's what I asked.
Again, I didn't say wrong or right. I said the fact is there are specific scholarships.
Oh my God! Not Pearl looks like Joe Biden. Jesus Christ! What's going on, Ray? Are you there, man? Okay, Ray dropped again. Lord have mercy. I don't know what's going on with Ray. I don't know. He some people always have trouble with the with these links. I don't know why. Maybe after. Okay, here he goes again. Hold on. Ray should be back. Hold on.
I know they're not going to try and tell her that's not true. I mean, we
have black scholarships. Yeah.
Yeah, they're I write checks all freaking, well, not all year, but definitely twice a year for our endowment for blacks. Now,
black scholarships. Yeah.
There also are some for whites, but they have to attend a black college, HBCU college, to incorporate them. They can get a full ride into an HBCU college with very low score. They don't even require them to have high scoring. They can get a full ride and a refund check back. So it goes both ways. So I'm just trying to see. Hopefully they were able to go there with this. If not, then another fail. Okay, on the board. Like they should be able to tell her, you know what, Pearl, you're right. There are some scholarships specifically designed to get us in, and we kind of skip a couple of steps. That being said, you all can also get a full ride at a HBCU college with a low SAT score, lower ACT score, and a lower GPA, and get a complete full ride. So what are we doing here? That's the only follow-up they should be saying. If they're not saying that, then this is unqualified. This is a fail. I'm sorry. That's a fact. No one can tell us it's not. That's why when y'all see that one white boy or something over there in the HBCU band going off, you see that one, like, what he doing there? He's getting his family's like, you can get a full ride to go to dang on damn
get
you.
A full scholarship,
and you go here to get, I gotta pay this much. You better go over there with them black and get this full ride, because at the end of the day, the education is the education. Like, I'm just saying.
No, that's true. I think you called it. Let's see if they're gonna gaslight her or tell the truth.
With women, right? There's specific scholarships that are made for women. There's pretty much specific scholarships for everyone.
That kind of sounds like a deflection.
I did really enjoy today, but my boyfriend, I told him I'd be done by 10, so I do have to go.
I bet.
As soon as I showed up, I am the boogeyman.
Rage quit.
Oh, we can do it again.
Super villain
Do it
is
again.
here. That's
Rage
why.
quit.
But it's
I bet.
look. I told
The
him I'd get on it.
supervillain
Can I
is
just
here.
ask you one question before you leave? Can I just ask you one question?
I don't
The
use
super
it.
villain is
Can I
here.
ask you one question before you depart?
Gotta go. I'll see you guys.
Rage
later.
quit. That's a rage quit.
It's not a
I
rage.
bet.
I'll see you.
Rage
I
quit.
bet.
All right,
Do it
so
again.
she's not trying to have a debate with Marquette. You know what I'm saying? So this is what I said, and it happened. I saw a little bit of it, right? This is what I said, and it happened. As soon as Pearl leaves the panel, the women goes right back to attacking the black men, or goes right back. The black people go right back to attacking each other. Because that's all it took. It took for her to be there and bring up took for her to bring up race to get them into this, to get us to come together. But as soon as it's gone, now it's back to the gender war. And listen, y'all, there's no such thing as a gender war. You can't fight who you're trying to fuck. So I don't know why people think that that's gonna happen, but all right. I don't know what's going on with Ray Hanma. He's coming up, but it's not doing nothing. But I'm not sure. Try again, Ray. Hopefully from a different device, or reset your device and see if it'll work, bro. Let's go.
Yeah.
Nah, the super villain is here.
Y'all scared her off.
Hey, what up?
Yeah, we're gonna see.
Peace of the Saints. Thank you for.
What's
I don't
going
know
on,
who
Mark?
added me on, but whoever it was, I appreciate you sharing your platform with me.
Hey, what up, man?
That was JR.
I'm chilling. How you feel?
What's up, bro? What's up? Good to see you.
So Marquette
Appreciate
was
you.
live reacting to it. I didn't really get to listen to it so much, but I was live as well. That's why I was a little bit late to the panel. I was live streaming, and I shared it on my live. And then a lot of people, if you've seen, like, the numbers went up on the Lapeef Network live, because I told everybody from my live to come on over. Then they told me that Marquette was live watching. So I'm like, Quette, come on in. So that's why we're here now. But yeah, man, what's the topic? Where's the moderator for this one?
Can I just ask y'all a question?
For sure.
Go ahead.
It's just because I she gone now, so we it's us now. We have to cook out. So my thing is this: I'm tired of people telling black people when to start taking history in account. It's like they have a start date. Like, we only going to deal with you.
He literally asked her, "When should we start, in your opinion, to start following history? Like, what era should we at?" He literally asked her that question, but said he gets tired when people tell him, "Oh, Jesus Christ." Okay.
Post 75, and we're just going to focus on.
Yeah, what's going on, Ray? Try to reset your or try to use a laptop or computer, bro. Yeah, you did, bro. I wanted to hear your opinion, man. Shout outs to Ray Hanma, man. We heard you the first time and then it went out.
Critique of people after every complete atrocity has happened to them, and try to evaluate that in a 30-40 year span when they're recovering from something that took eons. That just doesn't make any sense to me. And the fact that they're trying to attack us behaviorally, character-wise, while discarding eons of cannibalism, child pee, beastie, like, why can't we take into account anything when we're talking to these people, when everything that we're doing is just a byproduct of what happened to us? Not saying everything you do is because what happened to slavery, but this is post grand life-altering atrocities. They're going to be at best, we're going to be altered. So how can you just evaluate us off of that while discarding your entire existence of violence, pillaging, the worst of things? Just like, I can't even have a real conversation with people like that. They're not being honest.
So Illa, I don't agree with it, but I'm just going to tell you what the reasoning behind that is. It's on topic.
Shout outs to Jay. I appreciate you, bro. Thank you again for dropping the huge $5 on the PayPal. I appreciate you, bro. Thank you so much for supporting the show. As always, Hold on. I got a new one. For you guys. As always, thank you, bro. And listen, when you guys support via PayPal, 5% goes to the less fortunate. So I appreciate you guys supporting the show and supporting a good cause. When you guys support via PayPal, 5% goes to the less fortunate. I got you, bro. Thank you. Let's get it.
Because you can eat it, but I won't be able to see it. My stomach. My stomach. Can't see it. My stomach. I can't see it. I can't see that far. Can't see past. Too deep.
All right, the fat lesbian, she says, because you can eat it, but she won't be able to see it. Because her stomach's in the way. Her stomach's in the way.
It's almost like how when we're talking about if we're having a relationship convo and we tell the women and then we start doing the whatabouts, it's irrelevant. So we can't really do the whatabouts all the time. So that was the nature of it in this particular case. That's why when I came in, I chose not to mention anything about whatever it is that I feel like they do. Right? I just went by the facts to show how you're wrong as hell and you're giving out horrible data, incorrect data. And misleading.
The only reason I said that is because they're evaluating us on a behavior level, as if our behavior is strictly dedicated on. As if their response to us is strictly predicated on our behavior. When history shows us, like I said before, at our best behavior, we were treated the worst. So that logic doesn't compute to me.
But they're fully aware of that. They're fully aware of that. That's not something that we have to educate on. That's why sometimes I don't try to reason, because they're fully aware that there is something systemic going on. They're fully aware that it doesn't matter.
That's where the fatigue comes in, because you know that they know. You know what I mean?
You just did that.
It's one of those things where that's why I try to exercise.
They just did the whole time.
This is the fakest shit I ever heard. So Saint and Sinner comes up here, and one more. Now they trying to flip the script like they didn't just do all of the shit. Come on, y'all. This people are watching and can rewind and fast forward. That's what you've been doing the whole time. So how you just switch up and just lie? Stop. Lying to yourself is one of the worst lies that can be. Mm-hmm. So you just did that. What you think you've been doing for the last 3 hours or whatever on this panel? That's what you've been doing, stale face with it and all. So why now are you trying to flip? You can't flip the script because a new character comes on and you want to try to. This is ridiculous, but whatever. Okay.
Black people for you.
Stoicism, because what's the point of me letting you get me riled up when I know that I know that you know that there is a systemic backing for this, because you can understand it in every other realm but this one, and you're purposely being obtuse. That's why it's kind of
all right, so real quick, we got to get Saint in there, and then Sweetie, you up right after.
And I think Cooley touched on it when he said it's the guilt. They feel guilt.
No, they don't.
The guilt that they
so go ahead, Saint.
The thing is, they want white people to feel guilt. They want them to keep acknowledging how they feel, but that's not what happens. They don't feel white guilt, and honestly, any guilt that they would have felt, that shit is gone.
That's not what I said, though. Yeah, that's not what I said.
Hold on, y'all. Just a sec. Saint got the floor, then we're gonna go to Sweeney, and then Cooley. I guess if you want to go after that.
Yeah, for sure.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much for yielding the floor. I do want to state, before I left my stream, I especially came here because I wanted to catch Pearl. And before I left the stream, I said, hey, my team had reached out to her and she agreed 2 times and backed out. I said, if I showed up on that panel, she's going to run. I said that before I came over. As soon as she saw my face, she's like, actually, the tea is boiling. And Shorty got up out of here so quick. But with regards to the specific question, I just want that to be stated for the record, because all of these white supremacists. Hold on, guys.
I wanted to play this in the beginning. And shout outs to everybody here. And we talked about this, and I'm glad that it was brought up again. But I wanted to play this. This is in 2003. Check this out.
I really want you guys to understand that time is running out. And a lot of black people say that, but for real. Part of why the civil rights movement has been so successful, and part of why those who have come after in terms of our leadership have been able to maintain a presence, is that black people have always had a certain amount of moral currency that we have been using. And let me be the first to tell you, that's used up. White America has been watching us act like fools for a long enough time where any sympathy they may have had to our plight is completely gone. You're approaching a country that, forget hating black people or not hating black people, they just don't care. You can be talking about affirmative action, they can be like, I don't care. It literally is of no importance to me. I don't care about slavery. I don't care about segregation. I don't care about you. I don't care how many of you all go to jail. I don't care at all, because I'm broke. You can't be the proud, noble fighter when every single time someone sees a person that looks like you on television, they're acting like a damn fool. How would they know? How would they know you're not a damn fool? They're gonna talk to you? Yeah, right.
So
please welcome the creator.
I wanted to throw that in there. Moral currency.
They swear up and down they are the greatest intellect we've ever seen.
Jump in, BG. What you were about to say?
You know, when it comes to currency,
what's your thoughts on that?
Currency, whether it be moral, actually fiscal, is it whether it's tangible, currency runs out. And if you are spending more than you're putting in, or you're not having it replenished, it's going to bankrupt. And if some people think that the black moral currency has bankrupted itself to where they're just not even trying to hear it, they don't got, that's what happens. You can't keep taking from it in one area and not putting back in. Meaning they can't keep seeing more of the negative side of our community and the crime and all these things, but they don't see more of the other coming in to counteract that. Okay, it's not calibrated, it depletes itself, and so now it's all being looked at as black fatigue, because something should have been coming in somewhere. You know, I mean, it's hard. You can't get time back. Time's one of those things you can't get it back. So you just can't. You can't get time back. So, I mean, at best, there's no answer to that. You can't get time back. You got to do what with the time you have allotted. You got to make the best with that. You got to tell the men got to tell their women, put some more goddamn on clothes on. You can sing that song and do that. You don't got to be that vulgar. Time will give you you have enough time to correct yourself, correct certain behaviors, correct certain things. It does run out, and not just with people. Time, God too. I look at people all the time. They're like, "Oh, well," I'm like, they'll go to preaching and saying stuff. I'm like, I don't know what y'all reading, but even and the Almighty said, "Time's up. I don't want to hear nothing else. I'm gonna turn you over to a reprobate mind where you actually believe your own lies." That's called a reprobate mind. I'm done with you. You don't have forever to get yourself together. He will say, "Throw you over there." Chaff, separate.
That's why they say you gotta get right with him before you meet him.
Yeah, you get and you don't even have to your last breath. Sometimes some people just, you had sufficient time. It's how many times somebody got to try to keep correcting you over and over. Eventually, they do let you go. They turn you over to a reprobate mind, and you begin to believe your own lies. That's also a curse, and people can curse themselves by refusing to adhere to correction. By continually deciding, I'm just going to be rebellious. I won't be corrected. You can't tell me nothing. I'm going to keep doing how I want to do. Okay, go ahead then. Let's see how that works out for you. People put their hands up. Authorities put their hands up. And also the heavens will put their hands up to your ass. So I will be more concerned about my spiritual destination than this worldly one. But sometimes, hey, I mean, they go hand in hand. How you out here acting in this world is going to determine how far you're going to be able to go out this world. So you just don't get to do what you want to do, how you want to do it, act anyway, not hold yourself accountable, spread strife, spread discord, just continuously all around the board, just act like he's act a damn fool, and then think you're just gonna, all right, bless me. Like, it doesn't work that way. It just doesn't. For anybody on any spectrum, it doesn't work that way.
For sure. I agree. And like you said, I mean, you talked about the different levels, humans' patience run out. The law's patience run out. God's patience run out. This is true, This is true, y'all. And shit. Drinking and smoking, your organs and your body's patience run out. Everything runs its course, y'all. So, be careful with the allotted time that you have. Sometimes you may know how much time you have. Sometimes we don't,
And then instead of using meaningful statistics, data, and studies, they keep on telling you what their experience was. Well, my experience with Black people, I thought that was insane, because I'm like, I grew up in a ghetto, all my family's Black, and I barely see any Black people. How do you see that many Black people? I gotta organize an event to be around Black folks. So they're using anecdotal lies, but to the point of the guilt, white folks don't feel any guilt. And one thing that we have to start doing is what you guys didn't pull out. And I was listening, mind you, this was a great conversation.
Oh no, a good amount of white folks do feel guilt, but it's not guilt enough to start praising you and worshiping you, as most Black people would like white people to do. They got guns and all kinds of shit. They thinking that they've been waiting for Black people to retaliate a long time, but guess what? They realize that Black people ain't going to retaliate. We're not organized enough. And plus, we don't give a damn enough. Go to these MMA classes. Ain't nothing but white people in there learning how to beat your ass. Go to these gun ranges. Ain't nothing but white people in there learning how to scale a corner and all kinds of shit. It's to the point their kids just started shooting up schools and shit. Because they're not going to use that shit on Black people like that. Unless they probably in the school. But hey, whatever. It is what it is.
I really enjoyed it so much that I decided to react to it as much as I can. So my commendations.
Black people don't know how to use rifles like that. And if they do, they fucking up. They still don't know how to use the no damn rifle. They can barely use Dracos. That's the whole point of the stick and the extendo clips and the Glocks and stuff like that. So, but I will say, I don't know when the Black community got so fucking evil where we just really start hunting each other down with machine guns, because that is definitely a Black problem right there.
All of you. But when she's talking about Black fatigue, she's essentially suggesting that there's something wrong in the Black genetics. Our DNA provides a propensity to violence. We're fundamentally bad people. And when you say there's something wrong with the DNA, you can't train people out of that. You can't educate them out of that. And she was even sly enough to say, not you, Cooley, you're cool. Which I was like, what is this, a TV show? Like, this is crazy.
She actually wants to work with Cooley. And actually, that kind of would work. Pearl and Cooley would. It'll be some. Well, I'll comment on it later. But hey, money.
So the fact of the matter is that when they have identified your genetics as problematic, now they're providing the explanation as to why you can be eradicated, because they're doing it for the good and the peace of the society. Because you're the devil, you're the problem, so they're just going to get you out the way because we tried to reform them.
Now, hold on. Now, Beachy, that clip I just played with the guy from the Boondocks, and he was talking about the moral currency. I will say this: Marquette is going to make actually a good point.
Okay.
Now, he said, back in 9/11, and just even in American history, right before we go to war with people or do certain things with people, what they would do first is they'll get you to hate someone, or they'll start this propaganda hey, we're good, they're bad, or these are the people you should you know, you should not support her. These are the people that's doing this, that, and the third, to kind of justify what's about to happen to them. You know what I'm saying? Or what they might do to certain people. He kind of brings that up, which I'm gonna let it play and let him get to it, and I want to get your opinion on it, because there is some truth behind that, but I don't think it's like a thing that is like against black people. It's more so, I think it's more of the moral currency ran out, but I'm gonna let him explain it. I think he can explain it better than I can.
We gave these black folks 300 years in America and they still ain't acting right. The problem with these people is this. They'll point out the violence in our genetics and they'll use their crime data, but they never acknowledge their crimes because their crimes are not recorded as such. One of the things I wanted to ask her is, how many people have black folks killed in 2025? She wouldn't know the answer, but I'd give her time. She'd go check the answer. Then I say, okay, how many folks have white people killed in 2025? And then she'd go check the crime statistics, and then she'd come back with some very low number. And I say, okay, well, don't forget the 250,000 people with the Russia-Ukraine situation. Don't forget the 100,000 people with the Israel-Palestine situation. On. It's like when they commit murder, it's not a crime. For example, Donald Trump killing the people who are.
Marquette, you muting yourself.
You in and out, bro.
Damn. Yeah. Shit cutting a bit. It's cutting a bit.
White man holding them back.
Your microphone is muted.
It's cutting out. All right, so
that was just
we go
right there.
You're back. You're back.
Just repeat the last 20 seconds. That's all we need.
Okay, all I was saying is that their murder is not categorized as crime, whether you're talking about the Ukraine-Russia war, which is a war between whites. You're talking about Israel, Palestine, and America, a war started by whites. Or you talk about something closer to home when you see those folks in those boats leaving out from Venezuela, allegedly, who are supposedly narcotraficantes and they're drug mules. Why didn't they get a trial? But why didn't Muammar Gaddafi get a trial? Why didn't Osama bin Laden get a trial? So they're
Saint, real quick, Saint. Your joints cutting out right now. But listen,
that's crazy.
We're gonna try to be sensitive. It came back. I can hear you now. But we got to be sensitive of those words. You're not cursing or anything, but you know those words that'll get you banned.
Okay, so, got you. My apologies.
Small hats.
I yield the floor.
Yeah.
What?
Right. All right, bet. Sweetie, you up?
What say that might get them banned? War crime or
no? Because he's talking about like Israel and all that other stuff and all that stuff going on over there, and you know, YouTube is biased. You know, so I don't know.
Yeah,
you know,
the censoring it, I'd be like, hold on now. I mean, some of that stuff be capped. You know, I've done several videos. I didn't use the word saltine, but I used another word and actually brought on a saltine using their word too. And
yeah.
I had not a single strike, not a single whatever, you know, but I found other people are scared to do it. I'm like, I say it all the time. I can get it, but you know, they don't bother me.
It'll turn your thing yellow, or like sometimes too, you know, the AI is transcripting it, so you know, but it's, you know,
I know, but you know, I still think there are some words I know for a fact people just allow. See, this is how I know the system runs tests to see who's just going to keep using this word unalive. It's there's nothing problematic by saying death or homicide. These are actually vocabulary words. Unalive isn't a vocabulary word.
Right.
There's no censorship that's going to dumb you down to where you would actually take a sexual assault and call it a grape. Which is why I don't say that, because no person and no survivor or victim of any type of sexual assault wants to be referred to as a piece of fucking fruit. Okay.
Right.
And so I know that there's a system involved that plays with this to see which group of people are going to run the most with using dumbass words like grape instead of just simply using the actual word, what it was, and say sexual misconduct, sexual assault. things like that. There's no punishment and using the proper verbiage, but yeah, we have people that'll and I think some of us took onto it like it because it became trendy, and I'm like, I'm not doing that. I'm not gonna get up here and talk about a woman and great. I'm gonna call it what it is.
But see, you have more of a better way of saying it though. Like you classify it right.
I don't know how that wasn't. I didn't say anything that was not that was like off the chart. Wow, she used a great clarity. I just called it what it was: sexual misconduct,
sexual misconduct,
or there's a couple other appropriate words to use for that conduct. Grape ain't one, and I'm not using it. And I stood on that, and I'm just surprised that even with some of the women, like. You all are.
Yeah, I used to say that, or I used to say rape, but what you're saying is right, sexual misconduct. But people got to find like the shorter term for it instead of.
It's not there, and we shouldn't. Should we really make it trendy in a short abbreviation for something that's serious? So people want us to take certain things. They want us to take it serious. Oh, you're gonna take this serious, and we're systemic. We're saying some serious, but then y'all get up here and we talking about grapes and stuff. I'm like, hold on, you see, this is why there's an entity up here like, look how y'all acting.
I mean, what you're saying, I get what you're saying, but because even if new people were to listen, and you're saying that, sometimes they'd be like, what does that mean? Like, why are you using that word and blah blah blah, and you still would have to double back, and you know what I'm saying?
So in the first place, just find the appropriate word to call the act. People like, oh, they got murdered. I'm like, there's no such word as murder. Just say this is a reporting.
Well, you can say they say red rum.
Like if they were murder, if you're not condoning violence or you're not using a word in a way that is harmful to other people, there is nothing about.
But I mean, I will say this though, they with swearing and cursing and stuff like that, they do have rules for we. And not for thee, you know what I'm saying? So there is times where
Ghost, I know all about that. I was monetized for 5 years, and I never once had any issue or red flag or anything. Who you talking to about your channel monetization? Stop with the fluff. I easily spoke on my channel and used proper words if the situation occurred, and never lost monetization. Never got yellow. The yellow $sign for limited ads, ran my ads. That is bullshit. It's just some people run with whatever was said and don't ever test. It's like, what do you mean? Why would my video be non-monetized? Because
I know I can't say those words. I know they get my ass up out of here.
And that's not fair. And I wish I knew who picks and chooses that gets to use certain words. That's something I wish I would know. I wouldn't.
Well, you know what? I think it's the niche. I think it's the niche too, because like if you're doing documentaries, like there's a whole niche where you can put butt naked people on here, like really, like the yoga niche.
Right.
Kanye got videos with naked women and people on here, and you'll basically corn,
Yeah. And I have no problem calling 1-800-YouTube. They have a number, and asking, maybe one day I'm just going to be bored and I'm just going to call on a live and ask them, what is going on with people running around using an ignorant language that doesn't exist, all in fear of demonetization or whatever. What's going on? I'm going to get a freaking answer to that.
They're gonna give you a vague response or not respond at all, because they know what they're doing behind the scenes. Because I can't use those words. They'll get me up out of here.
And that's not fair, because I can, and they don't bother me.
Yeah.
Why is it that you can't say it, but I can?
Well, I mean, it's the same thing. You know what? I've never seen girls that do like twerk videos and stuff like that get copyrighted, and they're using all kinds of copyrighted music.
Right.
And they're on here twerking and they're monetized. But as a DJ, if I play certain songs, I'm up out of here.
I seen you. I was like, what the fuck? Why they coming for Kuda like that, guy? I know. I've watched them, like they have I'm talking about hours long of playing all type of copyright songs, never get interrupted, but you basically
as soon as I play something, I'm done. Yeah.
You got about 10, you got about 6, 7, 8 songs in, and they coming for you.
Yeah. And these girls are like twerking and flashing titties and coochie prints and stuff, and I'm like, damn. I'm just
Exactly.
playing the song, you know, but
Exactly.
it is what it is. I just gotta accept it, you know. I just gotta accept it.
They just ain't been caught up. I mean, those videos don't even get.
Actually, it's actually good. It's actually good for the algorithm because you know what? They do the same thing over and over, but they just change outfits. And like for some reason, YouTube wants you to make the same video 50 times, and they call it niching. You know. So if you want to talk about trains, you better dedicate your whole channel to trains and talking about all different types. You got to make the same video 50 times. You know. You said YouTube is leftist. Twerking falls under sexual liberation, so they cool with that. That's crazy. That's crazy. And I said the same thing with TikTok. I'm like, bro, if you a PDF file, TikTok is a haven for you because they don't give a damn. It's kids and adults on there twerking in the same video. I'm like, man, you know what? Stay on YouTube. Because I be done got mad at somebody over there. They don't give a damn. You know. All right, but let this play. I want y'all to see the difference in the energy now that Pearl is gone, y'all.
Because me and her was talking, and those are the questions I had.
I literally was about to say that. I was about to be like, shout out to Bo.
But so some things that she said that, especially regarding scholarships, right? Over 75% of scholarships go to white people, despite them only being 60% of the population.
That's cap.
Wait,
with all the
he said 75% of scholarships go to white people. That's fucking cap. Like, why do people act like Latino and Asian people don't exist and go to college? And Indian people and Nigerian people.
Where did you get those numbers from? Are you saying 75% of first of all, there's all different kinds of scholarships. So
right.
Which ones are you like? What are you talking about? You just can't say that and that count. See, that's bullshit. Like, right. What type of scholarship are you talking about? Are you talking about partial for like what's going on?
Not
here,
even, and they say it like it's like a full ride scholarship.
Right. Because some scholarships, right. Some scholarships are just a $500 scholarship. Do they know scholarships start as small as like $500? I know. Right. Like, what type of scholarship? This is you received a $500 scholarship. A scholarship is amount towards your tuition. It's legal small to the full paid amount plus a refund amount for you to live off of. So that number in itself can't be right because come on now,
some of them work with other scholarships too. If you're approved for this one, then you can apply for this one and get an extra discount off it, you know.
Yeah, that's not I mean he would have had to go into detail. Like, what did you base that from? Where did you get that from? Scholarships do not look at your freaking rate. They go by your scores. No one, I don't know anybody who had the GPA and they had what they needed to, and they didn't get a scholarship. Now, when you got some of these particular colleges only take so many people as far as acceptance getting in because they're like Yale, I know they're higher, what we call it, I can't think of the name right now. I need to eat breakfast, but those acceptance, you might have the grades, but sometimes it's preferential treatment into other little political stuff going in there. They may only take so many people a year, you didn't make the cut, something like that. But for your average university or college, if you got the numbers, you're gonna get the scholarship, you're gonna get the financial aid, you're gonna get the FISPA. What are you talking about? And additional information like scholarships that are just you can apply. So many you can apply for though, but the colleges just aren't. That's kind of weird to me. I'm confused.
I mean, it's not realistic how he's talking about the scholarship. Yeah, it's not realistic. Like, it's like scholarships don't work like that, but
affirmative
75%
action and DEI and everything else you want to talk about, Black people still only get about 11% of scholarships, which is the percentage of our population, so to speak. So even with all this help you claiming that we get, it only amounts to our population. But yet you are getting disproportionately the amount of
And the funny thing is that what he's arguing, Pearl never said any of that. Like, they're putting all of this stuff in that woman's mouth and they're arguing with it. When did she
Right.
say
She ain't
that?
even there. She done gone, checked out right over there surfboarding or some shit somewhere, and now y'all
Yeah.
adding on extra stuff that's just would have been like, wait, what? Like somebody put in the chat, like, what are you talking about? What, like, I know what it takes to get a full ride scholarship. This what we doing over here. Like, what are you talking about? And like, what's going on? That GPA was where it needed to be. That the SAT score was good. The ACT was where we needed it to be, and they got a full ride and a refund check. And they didn't ask them. Oh, by the way, are you white or black? Before we give you this money, they met the prerequisites for the scholarships. Period. It was just that simple. So what are you talking about here? And I'm trying to figure out if you're talking about admission. Are you trying to get things that you're just not qualified for, or are you talking about admission into certain elite colleges that may do keep numbers like that, but they're able to do that? So I mean, overall, to get a full ride requires a pretty full, a high. You got to be on your grades. You just can't be average or above average. You got to be at the top. We're talking over 4.0 GPA. So if that comes down to someone not getting it, that just mean they just didn't understand how high of a GPA they needed to get before they even they make it on the board. So qualifications
play a factor.
Yeah, they play a factor in that. I mean, you can go choose a HBCU or somebody who they only want you to have this GPA and lesser, and then you can go there for a full ride. That's what I'm saying. So that's not. I'm just trying to figure out that's a little bit. That's not a little bit, but that's kind of inaccurate. What are you talking about here? That's inaccurate. You will get the money. You make the grade. You got the scores. You gonna get that. That's the whole point of making that, is to get the money. Okay. No one would be doing it and being super nerdy and studying like that if it was, I can't even get the scholarship. That's the whole entire point. Where if you intend on having a further education after high school, is to make the highest score that you can and keep your GPA up past 3.7. If you're over 4.0, hey, you almost slam dunk in. So I'm just trying to figure out what the hell.
And then you got the ones. You got the ones too for sports. If you're a part of a team and you get a full ride sports scholarship. So.
Right. It's just in several ones. You can get this one at this one. It's like, yeah, come on. Like, okay. But hey, you can even get scholarships, financial aid for single poverty. Like there's so many different ones you can apply for. So that's why I don't get how they got the number of, 75 go to white. Then that would mean that either we must not be applying for college as much as them or something, and that's why they're getting it, or what's going on here, because they're there, they're available.
Well, I mean, it doesn't seem right. I mean, a lot of our sisters are going to school. I mean, a lot of our sisters are enrolling in school, not necessarily finishing, but they do get those scholarships too. So, I mean, I don't know. The numbers just don't seem right.
Yeah,
because you do got some sisters that actually get scholarships. They just don't finish school because certain things are more harder than they thought, and then they give you. I'm not even gonna lie, college. They give you the runaround. In college, honestly,
you gotta really want it, and if you get the money and you don't agree with what the terms were, you lose it and you're never getting it back. Okay, so you gotta get it and run with it and follow the rules. So if you get in it and you don't, you feel like I can't, you lost, you just lose it, and that's just it. And I mean, most they don't finish because paying your way is absolutely ridiculous. I mean, you could try FAFSA if you know how to get in with that, but those have certain limitations. So yeah, you find out, real quick. It's one thing to get it, it's another thing to keep it. But I mean, that number was weird. I gotta I'm here. I'm listening, Kuda. So let me just.
Okay. No problem. Thank you so much for even kicking it as much as you do and dropping as much wisdom as you do. Also, Ghostman Kang says data from the American Bar Association (ABA) in 2024 showed that white law students received over 70% full ride scholarships. Wow. Yeah. See, that's law students. You know, one part, despite being about 60% of law school populations. I'm pretty sure that's what he was referring to. Yeah. But hey, man, you need y'all people in politics, man. You need y'all judges a certain color. You need hey, it is what it is. I know a lot of black people though that went through law school and passed also. So.
Of scholarships, and you're saying that you're being systematically discriminated against? Make that shit make sense. Also, again, shout out to Bob. I wanted to address this. And I said this in the back chat. Well, I said me and Bo was talking about it. And this is how it came up because I was like, I find it interesting that she only has black fatigue after she got demonetized after she pissed off black people. When she invited a white racist on her show.
What's going on, Misha? Good to see you. Good morning, love, and happy holidays.
And then she got demonetized. And then the black people on her show stopped fucking with her. Now all of a sudden you got black fatigue. It seems opportunistic.
Yeah, you need your people in them robes. You know what I'm saying, Ghostman King? Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
And retaliatory. That's what I said. It seemed like you rode the opportunity to shit on black people because you invited this white racist on your show. And black people stopped fucking with you. And you decided, there's a bag in this. Hey, look, I understand. Hey, JR, shout out to you. I understand. The numbers. It's going crazy right now in the chat. But god damn, sometimes we don't need to invite white people into a conversation about what goes on with us. Who gives a fuck what Pearl has to think about what black people are doing?
Finally, a voice of reason is up there.
You was
Sweeney.
Hold on, wait. You was fucking with us tooth and nail. You had black people on your show. They was running your show. They was the only entertaining thing about your show because you wasn't that entertaining. There wasn't nobody there to listen to what Pearl had to say about relationships. It was all about the guests that she had on her show, which was mostly black people.
So Sweeney, I don't really want to speak for JR per se, or definitely don't want to question what it is. But at the end of the day, it's a topic that there's a feeling that a lot of people have. And if you want to understand what this actually is, sometimes you have to hear from the horse's mouth.
I have to
and you challenge ideas. And none of us are afraid of these types of conversations. Sometimes you have to take on the enemy head on, if that's what that is, right? Or so.
My question though is, who asked white people? Nobody said, white folks, you got black fatigue? Why? Nobody asked them.
Just like no one asked them to redefine the word woke, the fact of the matter is that colonization is in their nature. So when we sit here and talk about epigenetics, I think thievery is quite literally now a part of their DNA makeup. They take things that black people create, they redefine it, contort it, and make it to their benefit. That's what I said when I came on the panel when I first spoke.
Are they taking things that black people create, or are there a group of black people that's selling those things out to them? Are they taking, or is it getting sold out to them? Really think about that question, y'all.
That's what they have done with woke. That's what they have done with many other words, many other phrasings. Things that we use to explain our experience as people. That's
I don't like hearing all of this smart rhetoric, and then at the same time you're practicing feminism. Like you're in a white woman's game to a certain degree. But let's go.
What happens?
No, so how about this though? This is what I want y'all to actually consider. right? There are people who actually think like this. People who are running shit who think like this. We don't want people to view us in this manner. So sometimes the question why makes sense when just if you listen to what people are saying, we're talking about
Look, D Chicago, I gotta figure out where the wind is blowing in Chicago today. Shout outs to you, bro. Happy holidays. D Chicago said this show was embarrassing. They couldn't control themselves. If someone says they're tired of you, how on earth can you argue with them about it? Gotta agree with you there. Gotta agree with you there, man.
Lawyers, right? People who are in charge of what is it you do, and people who are going to continue to perpetuate ignorance. So you have to combat that. You can't just let it slide. You need to take your head on.
You think
You
think the people who have black fatigue from white people, we changed their minds? What we said on this panel changed their minds. All of a sudden, Pearl gonna go back to the congregation and be like, you know what, white folks, them black folks over there are cool as hell.
But when you have people putting out
Sweeney talking sense
out misinformation, sometimes you have to educate them. She didn't refute a single stat that I brought up.
And then that's what I'm saying. Like, why are you educating someone that already knows your history more than you do? If you want to educate so bad, just have them educate you. You could have just said, yo, Pearly, let me ask you a question. Like, history, American history wise, what do you know about black history? And then start connecting the dots. Get her to kind of teach you what she knows and see if she's going to keep it a thou wow with you. Because you know what? For some reason, you never really notice when they study our history. You never really notice. Like, when do white people actually sit down and actually study black history? But somehow they pop up and they know all of our history. And remember, winners write the history books. So even studying their history, they kind of, you don't think they talk about black people in their history books? If you like Abraham Lincoln, you don't think you kind of knew where black people were positioned if you read his biography and stuff like that? Let's go.
She has to go back to the drawing board and pick and really break these stats down, because people Google stats, and then there's some people who study statistics and understand what that actual breakdown looks like in real life. We have to educate people.
We almost realize it's trendy right now. It's trendy to speak about black people. If you go on X,
that's what I was going to say. If you go on TikTok, it's just
far-right
trendy.
conservatives, they're speaking about black people just for no reason. It's fun for them to say the N-word, and me, myself, and I personally, I don't care about the N-word. I'm not sensitive, but with these white folks that use the N-word on Twitter, it's just very funny because
right, they were lying like shit about it to Pearl. Pearl said, "Y'all move into our neighborhoods." Pearl was like, y'all don't like y'all neighborhoods, y'all move into our neighborhoods. Oh my God. Black people, the first thing we do is move into a white neighborhood, though. I'm just saying, though. She said, y'all move into our neighborhood.
if I'm gonna use a word, I don't even cuss actually. But if I am gonna use a word, I'll use the word in any situation. Any situation. And I have these
Y'all hit the like button, support the show, man. Lord have mercy. 6 hours and 15 minutes. We're gonna wrap it up soon, man.
white racists that come on my show sometime. And I asked them, would you say, I see you say it on X, you even said it on stream. Okay, someone was calling, I believe, another content creator the N-word. And I said, would you say this in every situation? He said, what do you mean? I said, well, would you say
What's going on, party?
it if you were walking in Newark, New Jersey, walking in, in Chicago, if you were walking, would you say it in the hood around these black people? Nah, I kind of know when to use it and when not to use it. Ah, okay, I see. That's not very masculine. It's effeminate behavior, but
that they don't use it around black folks.
I think the main point though, I do think
he was given the Gettysburg Address too.
It's trendy. This is why a lot of people are making content about this black fatigue. Like I said before, if it's black fatigue, it's all types of fatigue. But as black people, we must be aware and we must acknowledge and understand our own shortcomings, because that's the only way we can get through. We must acknowledge that.
I completely disagree.
What'd you say? What part do you disagree with?
Disagree. Because it's the same thing. We must acknowledge our shortcomings. Our shortcomings are highlighted. It is already acknowledged. We understand what is happening. There is no more highlight on our shortcomings that we need. And I think that when you talk about content that is popular, I think the same thing applies to this consistent rhetoric of the single baby mama culture that you have mentioned twice out of context on this very panel.
What I tell you, soon as Pearl is gone, back to attacking the black man. I better not find no episodes of this woman spewing feminist rhetoric, because anything she says about black history and black people, inadmissible at that point. To me, y'all can listen to that bullshit, but to me, it'll be inadmissible.
Like, there's a lot of things that are trendy and, oh, this is super cool to talk about. Let me talk about single baby mom culture and ABs. And these are like the trendy topics, black issues, black people, black women. There is no kind of solution that is wanted.
Now it's back to being off code, y'all.
It is simply to gain content. It is simply to grift. It is simply to make money off of talking about these issues that we deem to be trendy. That's
okay. So let's make a clear distinction from what you said, right? So you're saying you're putting things in a monolith, like there's no solution to talk about this content. You're saying as if people aren't giving prescriptions for things. Now you can give a descriptor where you can speak about a problem, and I think that the people that do that, they're doing it just for content. But when there's content creators where they can observe and speak about a descriptor, but also give a prescription like I always do.
Now she gives tether.
If I'm giving a descriptor, I tend to give a prescription as well. So if I'm speaking about single mothers.
What's going on, Studio Mansion? Happy holidays.
If I'm speaking about black people, if I'm speaking about white people, I tend to always do both.
Got it. All right, we're gonna go ahead. We got Ella, Saint, and Aisha. Go ahead.
I just want to say to what Sweeney said, I think we need to have those people on these channels, not to convince them of anything, but to remind us why we need to stop fighting. Because these issues that we have amongst each other, these ills we have amongst each other, look how unified we are tonight. Look how much we be going at it. Now tonight we all on one accord.
They about to ununify now. It's about to be women versus men now that Pearl is gone.
This was a reminder of what we really need to be on. Not saying we got an enemy, we need to hate them. I got some good black white folks I know, but our issues stem from a people, and they need to see that these issues we have with each other, this is the root. This mentality, people that think,
see, when they're ready, they'll start hitting you with the stats, like, you know, they'll start hitting you with the stats and the whole revisionist history of black people, you know. Well, let's go. Race loyalty, y'all.
Like her, this is the root.
What'd you say, Peachy?
Sorry, yeah, I had to go get. I was eating breakfast, listening.
You good? No, I keep forgetting. Yeah, I keep forgetting the time difference.
Yeah,
what's it
no,
like?
I'm
It's
good.
6:32 where you at? It's 6:32.
Yeah, it's 6:32 where I am, but I already had it. Like,
second.
man, my kids are wonderful. They was in. I was like, make sure y'all cooking. Like, cook mama up. Bam, wham, damn.
I can't.
Break, stretch out.
I love breakfast food, but you know what I can't make for the life of me, and I just say they're pre-cut. I cannot make pancakes. I love pancakes.
I just needed a little bit, just a little. I didn't go. It wasn't a full amount, you know, just to get the day started, you know. But
what you be eating? You be eating scrambled eggs. You be eating waffles.
Now, when I do it, how they did it, that was some little fluff, you know. But when I do breakfast, it would have been. Oh, I would have just had to log off or take the computer, you know, go in there in the kitchen because they can't
sausages.
do it.
Oh, you do the whole shebang. You put your foot
yeah.
in breakfast.
I do the whole shebang. They love when I do it because, you know.
I think breakfast is the best. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, dinner and all that stuff, cool, but I think breakfast is like the best.
Yeah, it's not. It's light. It's whatever, you know. And I got my work ahead of me today. It's time to start throwing some stuff out. All the foods that people could not eat because, you know,
Thanksgiving stuff still there.
Still fucking here. Like it's not a lot of it, but I'll say something I spent the most on. I'm throwing out. I mean, it's just
the turkey, or like, do you do the ham and
I
pineapple thing?
I did a double roast, a 3 pounds.
What's going on, Sid?
Apple, potatoes, and all that, and it's really good. Don't get me wrong. It's just that there was so much, and when you bring something, you want to make sure you have enough. And it was quite a few people that were going to be. I don't want to be. It was just a lot, you know. But we can't finish that. Okay.
I feel you.
Had we, it wouldn't have been so much if we could finish it. We don't eat like that. I don't have enough. It's just.
No, some foods too, you gotta, even no matter how good it is, some foods too, you gotta eat it within the first couple of days, or else it kind of spoils the taste eating it later on.
Yeah, it's done its duty. You know, it's time to go, and that's why I don't like cooking in big amounts, because I don't know. I'm used to cooking in what I know we can handle, but I'm fine. It's done. I'll be tossing it, and I've got some one thing I might be able to freeze, but other than that, you know, it is what it is. So be it. It's moving on. Okay.
Such a shame.
Yeah, I could have probably left that dish. I did that just for my daughter, and I really don't feel. I don't.
Is there a shelter? Is there a shelter or something you can take it to?
No, you can't. Shelters, you cannot bring in pre-prep food, because people, unfortunately,
poison other people.
Yeah, or somebody could get poison or food sick, and the responsibility to that. You have to go out yourself and drive down the road and
find somebody.
There's hand stuff out like that, but you can't donate already prepared food to a shelter. Okay, you've got to. I mean, it gets certain protocols to even get the food to them if you want to donate it, and it's got to be closed and packaged and things like that. So, no, I can't, and I don't like throwing food out. It just made me feel a type of way, because I've seen people having a portion meal.
You work hard for it too. You work, you know.
Well, yeah, and that too. It's just that it's just too much. It's just kind of like knowing somebody somewhere could do something with it, but I don't know what to do. I mean, if I knew, I'd give it. I don't have anybody to give it to. Hey, Cynical. So this is the last day. It can sit. It's going in the trash. It's got to go. But all of it didn't. Most of it made it. It made it right to the very. So I gotta say, okay, out of everything that was done, this is my one dish that we couldn't finish. It's just so much. I cook, you know, but hey, moving on. So
I feel you.
What, somebody say something, some gumbo? Oh, but so he just said something, and I'm like, I forgot what the dang on what was just said. Dang on.
Well, you were talking about getting breakfast, but yeah.
I heard one of them say something though. I was still listening though. I was listening over here. I don't want to eat in people's faces. Sometimes I feel like it's just weird, you know. Depends on what I'm eating.
Sweeney was talking about about how white people ain't gonna just do what we asked them to do and feel bad and stuff. Yeah, Studio Mansion. I'm gonna go find that clip of her saying feminism saved the world and stuff like that, because it's just sad that they're together, you know. They're together with black people when it's to go against the white woman or white people in general, but then they're practicing feminism, which is anti-family, which is crazy. You know, which is crazy. You know, this anti-community building, anti-family. So, you know, what do you think about that, Beachy? What do you think about the race loyalty thing and then convenient feminism? 8 pounds of cat.
This is fluff to me.
Yeah.
This is fluff. I don't understand what is going on here.
Well,
What
it's
is
like
supposed to?
come together for Pearly.
It's not
Place,
working.
yeah. I mean, it's goofiness.
Yeah, it's
You
just
know?
what I'm saying. I'm not taking anything being said serious.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, I'm just not. None of this is. I'm waiting to hear something for someone to take me to. Oh, okay, now we rocking and rolling.
Yeah.
It's not happening
No progression. No progression
at
in
all.
the black community, for sure.
Same rhetoric, same thing. Now y'all are just want to talk for the sake of talking. Anybody here to introduce something, that would.
Well, it's business as usual now. Now it's back against the men. Let's see.
Cause of why where we are, and like
Business
Marquette
as
said,
usual.
when he brought up the genetics, they are alluding to that, which would make you have to go to history, because if you go to history, you will see a behavior pattern based on their specific genetics that has always been the same. And I digress.
Saying this on you.
Thank you. And I apologize earlier for the microphone issues. The number one thing that we have to understand is that, yes, it's profitable and trendy, as has been stated, but really it's preparation. You're in a war. I don't want to name what kind of war it is, but you're in a war. You're already losing the war. The war's been going on for more than 100 years. And the idea that they're talking about this because it's trendy, no. If you ever notice the breakout of a political war, before we invade Iraq, you're going to hear anti-Muslim propaganda. You're going to hear anti-Arab propaganda. The minds of the
Okay, this is what I was telling you about the propaganda.
Okay.
masses are being prepared to hurt you. You see, we look upon history and the Jays that were they suffered in Germany. There were some who stayed. There were all the warning signs to leave. Einstein left. There were all the warning signs, but they stayed, not believing that their enemy would act as enemies do. It's not just trendy. These
Saying I don't want to interrupt you, my bad, but we got to. I don't want to really
cooking too
mess up your flow, but we just trying to be very careful because of the sensitive nature of certain groups that we got to be careful of. You know what I'm talking about.
He was cooking too.
I know. I want you to. I so want you to cook.
Okay, all right. Let me get off of that. I'll get off of that. Let me talk more directly about black folks. I'll get off of that. So here's another thing. The fact of the matter is that black men will lead us out of darkness. And we have a woman that needs to yield to us because we have to reestablish the family structure. And if we're talking about race, race has a number of features. I wanted to ask Pearl, like, can you define what a white person is with like 3 items? As a black racial group, we have to figure out, number one, who's the leader? Is it the man? Is it the woman? Or are we equal? I say the man. Secondly, we have to figure out, well, what is it to be black? Tightly coiled hair, skin darker than a certain complexion, and when you smile, you still have an upper lip. 3 basics for you on what it is to be black. If you ain't got that, you ain't black. Now, the question is, if we really respect ourselves as black people, do we allow our women to emulate white women?
He said, if you smile, you still have an upper lip. Some people.
Are you trying to say you got big lip? Okay, I smiled. I still have an upper lip.
I tried to smile too to make sure I have an upper lip. I think I still do.
What type of shit is that? What if you just got thin? So if everybody black don't got full lips. Some people got thinner lips.
Yeah.
So the person that smiles and their lip curls in and they got thin lips, they're not a black person. But why you gotta? Everybody don't got coiled hair. What type of shit is that? Some people have a softer strand of hair, or we got Chili. Look at Chili. Chili doesn't have, from TLC doesn't have thick coiled hair. She's got a different texture hair.
What's it called? 9 ether hair.
And what was the other thing you said again?
Her upper lips don't disappear.
Upper lips, hair, coiled hair, and what was the third thing he gave? Was it melanin, y'all? What was the third thing he said that you
I'm
don't
not
have
sure.
that?
Hold on, let me run it back.
Okay.
Hold on, we're at 12, 13. We'll do 12, 11.
Your pattern based on their specific genetics that has always been the same. And I digress.
Yeah, the upper lip
So
part
you-
does sound like trolling.
Thank you. And I apologize earlier for the microphone issues.
Y'all please support the show.
The
y'all.
number one thing that we have to understand is that,
Hold on.
yes, it's profitable and trendy, as has been stated, but really it's preparation. You're in a war. I don't want to name what kind of war it is, but you're in a war. You're already losing the war. The war's been going on for more than 100 years. And the idea that they're talking about this because it's trendy, no. If you ever notice the breakout of a political war, before we invade Iraq, you're going to hear anti-Muslim propaganda. You're going to hear anti-Arab propaganda. The minds of the masses are being prepared to hurt you. You see, we look upon history and the Jays that were, they suffered in Germany. There were some who stayed. There were all the warning signs to leave. Einstein left. There were all the warning signs, but they stayed, not believing that their enemy would act as enemies do. It's not just trendy. These
Saint, I don't want to interrupt you, my bad, but we got to, I don't want to really mess up your flow, but we just trying to be very careful because of the sensitive nature of certain groups that we got to be careful of. You know what I'm talking about.
Man, let him cook.
I know. I want you to think. I so want you to cook.
Okay, all right, let me get off of that. I'll get off of that. Let me talk more directly about Black folks. I'll get off of that. So here's another thing. The fact of the matter is that Black men will lead us out of darkness. And we have a woman that needs to yield to us because we have to reestablish the family structure. And if we're talking about race, race has a number of features. I wanted to ask Pearl, like, can you define what a white person is with like 3 items? As a Black racial group, we have to figure out, number one, who's the leader? Is it the man? Is it the woman? Or are we equal? I say the man. Secondly, we have to figure out, well, what is it to be Black? Tightly coiled hair, skin darker than a certain complexion, and when you smile, you still have an upper lip. 3 basics for you on what it is to be Black. If you ain't got that, you ain't Black.
Hang on.
Those are his 3 criteria.
Skin darker than a certain complexion. Now, if this ain't some bullshit and some racist, he just said some racist shit that we have. It took us a long time to get past, like the paper bag test.
It might be tongue in cheek. It might be tongue in cheek.
What do you mean race of a certain complexion? All right, so is Miss Pearl gonna be counted out because she's not paper bag brown and under? Like, what are you doing here? This is how people. This is called skin wars, y'all. He just implemented the very thing that we have fought so hard, including us, to get past the skin wars and things that went on. He just said melon of a certain complexion. What complexion? Are you taking out all the light skin, high yellow people? Are they not Black?
Pearl could be a $5 Indian.
With that, I'm just trying to say you can't say melon of a certain complexion. What complexion? How light do you got to be? How dark do you got to be before you Black? Why would he bring in the very thing that we have going on within our race? Skin wars, the stigma that comes with that. You're Black. You got light-skinned Blacks, brown-skinned Blacks, dark-skinned. Why is he putting that in your, depending on your shade, like your shade of darkness? So, why would you do that? That's why we got these skin wars going on, and School Days principles from Spike Lee, and high yellow, low yellow, Black baby, tar baby, pick a name, you name it. All these things that we have done to each other, and then somebody coming in saying, in 2026, it depends on your shade of skin. Now you're causing division. That's causing division within our own race of, well, am I brown enough to be Black?
Hold on, Beachy. This will start a race war, because Studio Mansion said Pearl is most likely giving birth to a Black kid. If that shit happens right there, bro, YouTube is going to have Black YouTube is going to have an aneurysm if that shit happens. You know, You said clearly. I think Pearl is over her loving days. Well, I think she got a Latino guy that she's dating. But hey,
Now we back
yeah.
to skin wars. Boy,
Yeah.
this is not she didn't bring that in. I didn't hear her bringing anything about I look at you guys and judge you by
Right.
your tone and your skin. We did that. We brought that in. He brought that into
Well, yeah. He's bringing in skin wars and a bit of featureism. You know. All right, hold on, guys.
I'm
Give
gonna
me
let
one.
you run.
All right, I'm gonna let it play. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna run and plug this thing in. Give me 1 second, guys. Hold on.
Now, the question is, if we really respect ourselves as Black people, do we allow our women to emulate white women? Do we allow them to emulate the racial features? And then do we create false narratives and say, oh, well, some Black people are blonde. Look at the people in Melanesia. It's like, what percentage of Black people is that? It's minuscule. Why do we actually not love ourselves? And the last piece is we have to tell the truth. One of the things that disappointed me when Pearl was here, of course, she was talking a lot of nonsense and hyperbole, but when she identified true statistics about Black people being convicted of crimes. Now, granted, white people may have done the same thing and just not been convicted, not been arrested, or not received the same amount of time. It's true. But what we can't do is lie and say, oh, we don't commit crimes. Yes, we do. And we have a lot of things that are broken in the culture and they need to be addressed. Then the other thing we have to mention is we actually need ideology. You have people like Dr. Umar Johnson, who great speaker, but terrible with ideology. Much of what he speaks to, he got from Dr. Jawanza Kunjufu. Now he says things that don't make any sense. I'll give you an example. When he says, Black men, stay with the Black woman. I agree. That's number one. That's great. We should do that. But then he says, don't ever be with a snow bunny. I'm like, no, actually, if you think about in times of war, you need numbers. Our numbers have been devastated, especially with the abortion. I don't know, especially with Black women not birthing all of our kids. So if you have a Black male who has intercourse with a white woman, she's unlikely to then have kids by a white man. So not only have you increased our population, you've also stopped their population, if in fact you find that you're at war. So we don't actually have a battle plan, and we're dealing with people who do have a battle plan. For example,
Hold on. Contradiction. He just sat there and said what qualifies Black people to be Black people were the coiled nappy hair, the big thick lips, and a certain amount of melanin in their skin. And then in the same fucking conversation, he sits here and says procreate outside of the race to increase our numbers. But if you really believe that, then he would not consider those children to be Black enough, because based on some interracial breeding, not all, but in some, genetics mix in, and you will get less nappier hair. Not always, but majority of the time, you're going to get a straighter hair. You're going to get a lighter complexion, and those lips may or may not be Black. So what did he just contradicted himself in one thing? Which one is it? Are we Black because we got the lips, we dark enough, and nappy hair? But he said to make our race, we need more numbers to increase our race, procreate outside the race. Are you going to consider them Black? Like, what do you do? That was a contradiction, Kuda.
I know this type of talk, but how they look at it, right, Beachy? They're going to say that the child is always the race of the father. But that's not going to produce what he said that was Black.
But that's not true, though. That's not true.
I do believe that the race is for the most part the sex of the father, but it's still.
But why do you believe that? Because that ain't what the birth certificate I got to say.
Right. No, I believe it because of the sperm, but at the same time, it's not what he's talking about. I think that shit is mixed. Like, that's not the type of Black. He's talking. What he's talking about, Beachy. He's talking about warfare through sex, like conquering another race of man's women and stuff like that. It is contradictory versus what he just said.
Can't women conquer another race of men? We can do the same goddamn thing. Matter of fact,
but it's different because the baby, like if a Black woman has like if Candace Owens has a baby with her husband. Yeah, of course, Black men and Black women can produce the same baby, but I still there is I'm really not like I don't really want to go into it now because I really would have to put two and two together. But the they would say the race of that baby is still the white man's baby,
Who
even though
is
it's
they? And what do
they
what do
say
you?
science. Science says that the baby
Okay,
is
well,
always the
science,
sex of
no,
the father.
but the law, when you qualify, when we classify law,
The baby would still be a mulatto though, technically.
mulatto ain't on the birth certificate though. I got
Right.
3 birth certificates, 3 children
Right.
produced outside of my race, each one in different states.
Mm-hmm.
All 3 of them say Black, African American. I didn't get to choose their race. Their race was decided for me because here, well, in Georgia, when I had my first son, they chose the race of the child was based on the mother's race on her birth certificate. So they used my original birth certificate and it said Black. So they deemed my son Black.
Yeah.
Moved back here to Alabama, same thing. Here, had another second son.
No, of course the children. No.
They're
That's what I'm
listed. Then
saying.
when you, so
Yeah.
when we go into those technicalities, that's why I asked who's trying to classify what, because I get confused and I don't understand.
No, you're good. No, you're good. Of course, no. The children is gonna be Black. Like it's still like the quote unquote one drop rule, but they said that the child is always the sex of the father. I mean the rate for the most part, the race of the father. You know what I'm saying? So
But that ain't what the law said.
yeah, no, not the law. No, the law doesn't say that. Science states that, and then even like white supremacy
And genetic traits, because I passed on specific genetic traits with sickle cell trait, which is only found in the Black community. I passed it on. It's still picked up in my children. So if they were so dang on white, why in the heck did they not able to bypass the sickle cell trait, which is the African American predisposition blood disorder? So there are some things when people go into that, I'm like, you know, I don't know now because some things.
Because you can get male pattern baldness. You know, male pattern baldness could, you know, that's a trait that passes. Like the son won't get it, but the grandson might get it. You know.
Yeah, it's just weird to me because I done had like ties, couple people, they said some things. I'm like, where? Because you know, we can all say how we feel, but at the end of the day, how you're labeled, how you feel really don't matter. What are you classified as? What did that hospital put on your dang on birth certificate is what you will go spend the rest of your life being categorized. You can go and feel a certain way, think a certain way, say science all day. The law's still the law. And you want to enter into certain things like the military. My son entered the United States Air Force as a Black man. They didn't. They saw his birth certificate of the parent, the mother. They saw my race. They saw his father's race. None of that changed up and said, "Oh well, you know, is that no?" He Black. They said he was Black. This person said he's Black. And we've always understood that. Like, you don't even look like no freaking white man. So don't go out here getting yourself fucked up because you don't even look white. But it's the whole point of like when people say this and they never. I just wonder they realize we don't have a choice upon birth to say I want to decide what race my child's going to be. It's already being decided for us.
I got a bro here, and like he looks Latino, but his dad is like white, you know. But same thing with Anthony Southeast, you know. Anthony, he's South African, you know what I'm saying, and he's in the chat and he's mixed. And if I'm not mistaken, his father is white, mother Black, and stuff like that. Of course, he's gonna identify as Black. But they say that technically you're the race of the dad, you know, like technically if they're going by like genetics and stuff like that. But
so technical when we say technical and scientifically and hypothetical, that's cute. But when that law and them goddamn hospitals say nigga get nigga, you can't go back and I've seen somebody want to go back. I had a friend, she's Thai, and her baby was listed as Black. They couldn't figure out her race her birth certificate, they didn't have her birth certificate because she's from Thai, so they just put black because of her features. She the hardest time she had, to this day she was not able to get them to fix the race of her child because and that little girl, why that little girl, so they would not, if you can try to fight them. I remember being in the birthing room with black people trying to fight the black side of my family arguing, the white people. I'm like, all y'all can shut the F up around here. I had this child, y'all not the law, and y'all don't get to make no decision on what his race gonna be. They said he's a motherfucking nigga. He gonna be a nigga. Now, y'all can go on about your business about how you think, how you feel, whoever. You don't get to say. They picked his race based on my race, and that's what he gonna be. And even if I didn't like it, I would have had to deal with that. I would have had to say, well, damn, I'm black and my damn child, my children's race is white. It's a little weird, but that ain't what happened. The law already decided for me. They didn't ask me how I felt. They didn't ask his daddy how they felt. They didn't give a fuck how he felt. Nor did they get how my mom and them felt or nobody. Everybody could just shut the hell up because the law had already decided he was gonna be black based on my race, and then it went across the board for the other two. So I always wonder when people think certain ways, do they realize that depending on where you stay, New York is one of the only few states they leave theirs is a little bit open, and they'll let you kind of, because of how it is with so many people there, they'll give you the option in New York to say what is the race of this child, because there's so many mixed things going on in New York. But that's one of the only few states I found was New York that allowed an option for you to.
But not the race thing. But not the. I understand. Like, listen, I think both black men and black women can produce black children. Don't get me wrong with that. But like, it's like, see, Brian Will said the same thing. He said it's not about the seed of the person. He says it's about the seed of the person, not the womb. The seed has much of the markers for development and hereditary traits, also for lineage. Yeah, but I get that. This is what I'm saying, right? For example, Elon Musk, right? Beach would be considered technically like African American. Does that make sense?
I get it.
Yeah. They say it's the seed of the father. Even I'm up about it, but it kind of makes sense. But
yeah, it does. A lot of they ran with that because with the fathers we carried last names, all of that, but it won't change the fact that I haven't changed the entire race. There was a race of people. They were Scottish whites before my motherfucking Negro ass infiltrated, intercepted, and produced out the only male. Nobody was having boys. I did. I came in, and now the entire with what my last name is. It's a Scottish last name. It's definitely, and now their family legacy will continue on black. They ain't white no more. I came in and changed the whole race of group of people, and shout out to their curly Negro hair and their tan skin and their full. I love that, but I just wanted to make sure y'all understand just the power of black people that we're able to have. We do change the races of people. We have that ability, male and female alike.
Yeah.
Male and female alike can change the entire lineage of a race. Now, I guess if someone said, well, can it be done the other way around? Probably, but I ain't seen it yet.
But as women though, you guys can get birthed out. Like, you guys can get like birthed into like lighter. Like, if the black man kept breeding out, he will still create black families. Whereas with the women, it just takes like it's. I think you guys have like a generation less or something like that. But you guys can still carry, but then the kids will go.
You're
from
absolutely right. Like my dog, she
Octoroon.
has no desire to have children and move on. But she understands that. She knows, she gets it. Like, there ain't no way she's she got to have. She's like, we've already talked about. She gets it. She understands. So I understand what you're saying too. At some point, it can't flip if somebody, doesn't stay. So there's a science to it. There's a lot of things in play, but at the end, the law will classify us
as black, for sure. As black.
And I've had people try to come. I'm like, let me go get them. I done pulled birth too many times. I mean, I remember Cash tried to argue me down. Girl, you lying. That's not possible. I pulled them birth certificates out, blacked out the information. I said, look right here. Black male, black female, Caucasian male, black child. You're not gonna tell me and then I asked them, now where are your birth certificates to show me the opposite? And then they don't have receipts for it because they're like, oh well, it was my cousin. I'm like, that's what I thought. So I've been telling you all the time. I get it, I understand it, but there was a reason, and because of these arguments, there was a reason somebody, and I never really cared enough to go studying like who decided, because it changed. It's changed before, like with Barack Obama in 1 year, when he was born. It was different. They changed it to where his shit say white. So somebody went and finally revised it for the last time, because it's been arguments back and forth for how to classify which race. And then finally they said, okay, we're gonna go this route. And
race of the dad.
It's the race of the mom. It's an exception in New York. I think there's one more. I can't remember, but I had to go deep off into that because just some people just really wanted to believe that a white man was having white sons by black women, and it was like when they found out it wasn't, then nobody know what to say. And it's like, no, they still black. The black race still goes on.
Yeah, it's the one drop rule. Like if you have a drop of black,
they, and that's how they did that. So, and even like if I looked, if they couldn't tell what my race was, they didn't use my word. Although it's obviously I'm black, but if they were able, they had any speculation, we can't tell. They will use my original birth certificate. They pull up my birth certificate, which is easy to Bible statistics. That's easy. Where hospitals can pull up birth certificates, and they will look at it and say, "Oh, well, your birth certificate says you were born as Malaysian, so we're gonna your child's gonna be Malaysian." And it's like, wait, what? So you see what I'm saying? So they had to come in, the law had to step in and make some things concrete, because it was a lot of confusion for a while. But I think it's pretty good now. I like the results, So just a little information for y'all, whoever in the chat my pipe down. Listen, I'm always cool. It's just a matter of sometimes when explaining things, you have to be clear, because some folks really didn't know that.
Well, we talked about it like back in the day with the SYSBM thing, but the way that Marquette is talking about it is talking about waging war on the white man, because I don't know, man.
Yeah.
I'm not an advocate for snow bunnies and stuff like that.
Yeah,
I know
I've heard some things, and I won't repeat them. I won't repeat them on your show, but I've talked to some of my, the brothers, and they've given me their reasons for what they're doing, and it's kind of sounding like that. And I'm like, so you think that's how you're paying back the white man?
I mean, it's a part of warfare, but it's too late for that.
That's what I thought too. Like, and how did this help you to win? Because you pushed a couple of babies out of Amanda, and ain't like that. And how did that help you in life? Like, it doesn't make sense to me. I think it's kind of fraudulent, and they're just making shit up. Just say you wanted to reproduce. It's not working, because no one's affected. Like, it didn't put a dent in their agenda. You know what I mean? It didn't change the scoreboard. Like, oh no, we got a couple of black men having mixed. It didn't do a damn thing. So I don't know where the war. Like, come on now. You know how long gestation takes, and then it's just given. That's not gonna work. Like, war, come on now. It takes too long.
And I mean, it happened already throughout white infidelity. They were doing it anyway.
Right.
Popping out black kids. So
yeah, and intentionally in breeding to see what they could do, like the things they've been playing with, like way during times where people don't like to speak on that because I guess they feel uncomfortable, but how they would how some of us intentionally had to do that to get out of situations. We didn't have enough house niggas. And to be a house nigga, you had to be of a certain hair texture and skin color. And that
Well, that's why HBUs were created for those kids.
See, I'm just saying. So some of us had to take one for the fucking team.
Yeah.
Go on in there.
Well, that's where the mammy came from. But like, he wouldn't really have. I mean, even though the mammy would get pregnant, he wouldn't have kids with the mammy. Even though he would let the mammy breastfeed his kids and stuff like that. I'm pretty sure a couple of mammies hid their half white, half. You know, I listen. I get feminism. I know I give, black feminists hell a little bit, but I get feminism when it comes to the white woman because but that don't got nothing to do with our community,
No, but that shit is funny. I can't give y'all all the game, but
yeah,
I'll tell you right now, some people had to take one for the team. We had the road to freedom had to take one for the team. Like, man, we can't get over there. We need some lighter. Like, if I was to really, really give y'all some, maybe one day for another show for the
I'll come on with you. I'll come on with you and chop it up because the thing is that a lot of times they had black kids before they even had white kids or at all. They passed away before they even had kids with other white women that denied them. So they were incels when it comes to their community, but they were whole family men when it comes to the black community and how much black women they got pregnant. And stuff like that.
Some of our men back then knew it was because, like I said, you couldn't move a certain way, and then they figured out, well, hold on, all of us, some of us need to get in the house, literacy, reading, and only the lighter skinned blacks could get in the house and start helping facilitate, some operations that needed to be happen. So you would draw lots, and it's like you gotta take one for the team. You're going to seduce this mask. You're going to produce this goddamn extra light child. And then, to start to facilitate the whole, some of it was manufactured. And we played our part. All of it wasn't, they were raping, sexually assaulting the black slaves and all that. Some of that happened. Then we began to, once they started it. And once we saw, well, they taking those babies and putting them in the house and raising them nice with clothes. Some of them know how to read, and we caught on and said, "Oh, okay, well."
Give your child a better life, yeah.
Yeah, and some of our women had to, look. Sometimes you got to do you have to do what you have to do so you can do what you want to do. But we could not move, and in and out as a certain color, so we needed dang on lighter skin.
But we've seen it also too, though, because there was black people that got to America that had their papers. You had the octoroons and the quadroons, and the freedmans and the
but I really can't believe that he really brought in skin wars.
And then contradict himself right after.
Melanin, I look like Pearl. She over there look like she side-eyeing him. Like, what you trying to say here? Because I'm like, so then you counting out some people being black just based on their hair texture.
Well, I mean, Pearl and Bohemian
and their lips. That's kind of some old ass. What type of shit is that?
All black people actually have a white side of their family, but it looked like Pearl and Bohemian probably got it.
I just don't think so. Would he count them out? Like, why would he say that? I mean, how light is light? Like,
I'll let it play.
The black person, what qualifies as black? We need to see your upper lip. I'm right here trying to smile.
He said the hair. He said the hair, the upper lip. Yeah, he said the hair, the upper lip, and I guess
you said a certain shade of your
Yeah,
skin tone. But he never
melanin.
said what shade. And that's why I'm like, hold on, ain't that some old thinking we used to do? Ain't nobody about to be breaking out no brown paper bags and saying you darker than a brown paper bag, so you
Right.
did
But I
like.
think
Why
I
would
think
he
was
say
being,
that? Like, are you kidding? In this day and age of all the tones and complexions we have, why would he say based on how dark or light skin you are, you don't qualify as nigga enough?
I
Like,
think
I
I,
think that was very immature,
I
and
think he was being tongue in cheek, but we'll see. Let's see what he says because he's kind of contradicting himself. Let's see what he says. Let's see if he cleans it up.
Always hear the whites. There's even one white guy who goes around on TikTok like, "Hey," talking to white girls. "Hey, do you guys sleep with other people outside of your race?" He's talking about black men. They're obsessed with us. Why? Because of genetic annihilation. So why are they
Let's see if he cleans it
taking precautions to stop their genetic annihilation, and we're not taking precautions to expand our population and to recover our families? We don't have ideology. And we also think that we're black when really we're not black. We got blonde hair, we got permed hair, and a lot of us think like liberal white women. I yield the floor.
So you're not black if you have perm hair? You relax your hair?
But
you meant relax,
I agree
sir.
with you. Somebody say something. I think that what we're seeing now, and you're right. I can't discount nothing you're saying because I feel like we have to kind of like work our way through. I think what they've done is so damaging that people that think like us and you are such a minority that is so much rehabilitation has to happen to the minds of people unless we're just going to deal with the youth, because we have always had we came up with ideologies immediately when slavery ended. You know what I'm saying? And every time we came up with some sort or semblance of an ideology, it was totally destroyed. Now, should that give us an excuse to not do it again? No, but I think what they've done is so concentrated and so laser targeted on us economically, food-wise, politically, that it has just created a new consciousness that we have to literally exercise just to get our people to.
I mean, I'm familiar with my history and stuff like that, and I get it. And white people was extremely diabolical towards black people, but some of this stuff we're giving white people a little bit too much credit.
Exactly.
Yeah, we giving them a little bit too much credit. It's like damn. They're like, I know we're diabolical, but damn, not that diabolical. But shit. Okay.
See what the issue is. Like, so I think it's just we have a lot of work to do, and we have a small time to do it. And I just think it's all by design. So unfortunately, I just think it's a remnant of us that have to deal with the masses of us to get us to wake up. Hopefully we can do it in time. But I think what they've done was so laser focused and so planned out. Like you said, they're very strategic. We have to move with a strategy. Their strategy started 1,500 years ago. So it's like I just feel like they've done so much that it's created a stigma in our people's minds where it's just a lot of exorcism that has to happen for them to even see the goal. But what you're saying is absolutely
it's that deep. I mean, if you look at the Berlin Conference, when they planned to carve up Africa, and then they went in there and did it quite efficiently, and their ability to overtake our minds was quite quick. Our ability to deprogram our minds can be as quick, but it will take force. That's one thing you're not counting for. And because the black people as a mass were effeminate. So when you talk about patriarchy, when you talk about force, whoa, no, that's actually precisely what we need. And I would only estimate that there's only been one effective ideology coming out of black people. That was by the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad under the Nation of Islam. Otherwise, black people, they were only joining on to what other people talk about. We're a Marxist, I'm a socialist, I'm a Maoist. Even the Black Panther Party for Self-Defense, which is a very highly effective organization, victim of COINTELPRO, but they were following Maoism and Marxism. So we have yet to actually trust our own mind. So often we're basically using what we learned in university, which was a brainwash. And the idea that we're in such disrepair that we can't recover, absolutely not. It takes training, conditioning, enculturation, and education, and that can be done within a generation, but it will take force. And if we're really serious about getting on track, we have to start applying force. I've already done it. I'm not talking about what I'm guessing on. I'm talking about what I'm at work at. Like, for example, we talk about income and criminality. People who are poor tend to commit more crimes. So we should be teaching entrepreneurs.
Right. So this is going to be the problem. No matter whether you agree with it or not, black man comes on panel with solution, always get pushed back. Like, niggas always talk about solution. When somebody, I'm telling you, when a Negro shows up with a solution, always push back. So let's see what they say.
Entrepreneurship. That's something I've been doing for over a decade, and it works. You can go to my website. You got a bunch of products created by Black people. We just have to be able to franchise it out strategically and have greater faith in ourselves. We're phenomenal people, especially those of us in America. We're the most remarkable ethnic group on earth, including the whites and anyone else you want to name. I yield the floor.
I agree with that. Do you still, to piggyback on your point, do you think that'll be advantageous or not?
He don't even realize that he just included Pearl, but okay.
For us to start looking not just as an American, because I know we have an FBA movement where it's caused another type of schism.
It's not a movement; it's just a name.
No, I get it, but it's still, it's like Black Lives Matter was once a name, and then it became a movement. So you're right.
That was a white woman's movement. That was a liberal white woman movement. Yeah,
absolutely. It's founded by George Soros, but it was first just a little hashtag, and then it became a reality. So I agree with you. What I'm saying is,
it's a lineage. It's just another name.
Now here she coming about to repeat Tariq Nasheed talking points.
Say that you're Black American. You're not going to do that. You're not going to say it's a movement. It doesn't have
I get that
lineage. Can we just specify that? Just like you want to be called African American.
I never even made my point.
That we're calling ourselves.
I never even made the point though.
The funny thing is they never called themselves this prior to 2020. But let's go.
I'm just talking about the concept. Because he's talking about numbers. He brought up numbers. We need numbers. So what I'm saying is that's
we
true.
need numbers.
So if we do, hell yeah. But if we do need numbers, like you said that, hey, maybe interracial dating can be advantageous because if a Black man
No, I'm not recommending it, but I'm saying that it's militarily useful. Yes.
I agree with that. I'm just saying as a point, not saying you advocate for it, but you brought it up as an option that can be utilized efficiently.
Right. Black Lives Matter was co-opted by the lettuce, bacon, tomatoes, and guacamole.
So what I'm saying is if that can be utilized efficiently, wouldn't you think that, and I'm just throwing it out there to the panel, wouldn't you think that it would be advantageous to attempt to create bonds with Black people abroad? If we're willing to work, hey, if y'all don't agree, y'all don't agree. But I'm saying you don't think that would be advantageous for numbers to try to connect with?
Absolutely, you're supposed to connect with Black people abroad.
Black people all over the world. If it's a numbers
Black people should have been had dual currency
thing. Especially if we can get numbers from being with the white woman and having a mixed child. If that's can be an option for help, you don't think it could possibly be an option to work with people of color? All over, not the ones that don't like us, but at least try to extend the olive branch if it's a numbers game, because it's a
Jay,
global issue that we're dealing with.
So one thing I do have is SAS in Africa. I'm actually going to be in Nigeria end of December, early January. And our great effort is to start with ideology, but Africanism never got started. I can't even say it failed because it's never gotten started. And the most important thing to understand about Pan-Africanism is even Africans within a particular nation state don't get along with each other. They don't have a significant bond. Different religions, different languages, different tribes. And it's largely a result of the failings of schooling, enculturation, and training. And the colonial powers were really good at that, but the African powers that took over were really bad at that. You have to design identity. And so what I'm suggesting to you, and I've done business internationally, I used to have employees in South Africa. One of the challenges with international business toward the African continent is the distance. So it's just not realistic to be able to collaborate with people who are in a time zone that far away, with a history and language that different. Even English speaking African countries, their English isn't even quite the same. Like if you go to Uganda, you might not understand them very well. So the first thing has to be ideology, and that has to start with individuals, with families, and with communities that can actually co-locate. And as we do that, then we can
see he's kind like all of this stuff is kind of like over Black people's head. Because look at this. Bohemian's not even staring at the screen. Pearl is like, what is he talking about? And Aisha, she don't even care.
Right. I noticed that earlier that it was like everybody had checked out.
Yeah.
It was getting, you know, like when the club, the lights come on, like the party's over.
Yeah. Everybody's looking for their stuff, about to go.
North, south, east, west. Everybody like, I think she in a blanket. I think I saw her sleep at one point.
Yeah, they don't care about no damn black. They don't care about no damn black progress.
She ain't been able to sit up straight the whole time.
Right.
And Cooley is hanging on by a thread. Truth ain't said it. It's given like nobody wants to be here anymore. I think that whatever he was True something. Now he changed it. I guess his channel name. He the only one bug eyed looking like he ready for a fight. Because all his juices kicked in now. Whatever. But they've been done. Lapeef, I don't even think he cared. No one is here for like what happened to all. They're done. Like it's just giving no. Saint and Sinner can't really prepare. He's the only one to get serious. Like, look, I'm here to get some drop this information.
They don't care.
They are completely checked out the conversation.
There you go. Typical
was a person.
Yeah, typical black shit.
Right.
I'm glad you caught on to it.
Why he said when the damn lights come on in the club and people scatter like roaches, no more filters, not let us see a real mug. Yeah, like that. Now they since she's going, they don't have a person to all just like roar to come at. It became boring. You can come on there and say the best line, have the best ideology, really have something that's about to really shake it up. But because she done left, they don't care no more.
Right.
So it's like, so why are you? What was your whole motive then? Because I wouldn't lose my juice. Bye, bitch. You gone. Let's keep it rocking and rolling. You're not like, why did it have to change to not? No, there's no more interest now.
No more black empowerment talk.
Right. All that went out the window with
That's it gone.
It went out the fucking window.
The white woman took it with her.
Bro, to get him back, they black empowerment. You ain't shit for that. You done came here and took these niggas. Bring that shit back. You can't have every goddamn thing, bro. You just can't be taking the damn
Glacier woman done took it with her.
Slammed the door and took all the fucking drinks and snacks and empowerment with you and left them in there with nothing. You need to come back and wake them up, girl. What happened?
Shout outs to the other Ray J. Thank you so much, bro, for dropping the huge. I'm adding Ray J to the supporter train at the bottom of the screen. Thank you for dropping the huge 10 on the Cash App. Thank you, bro. Give me 1 second. Shout outs to Vici. Shout outs to everybody in the building. Hold on, I got you, bro. Let's go. Let's get into it. Hold up.
I'll only date a guy if he makes 6 figures. No, 7 figures. Because of inflation. Yeah, because of inflammation. Yeah, and he has to be over 6 feet tall. No, 7 feet tall. Because of inflation. Yeah. And he needs to be okay with me having an OnlyFans. 2 OnlyFans. Yeah. Because of inflation.
This stupid. This stupid.
I am not.
This stupid. This is stupid. I am smarter than the hot 18-year-old. We smart, she's stupid.
I spent my most valuable years allowing my body to be used because no one ever taught me what love is or how to respect myself. And all you can do is make fun of me for it.
You stupid. Stupid.
Oh, God.
This stupid. Stupid. Is stupid. The stupidest of the. This stupid is so stupid.
This stupid.
This stupid. This stupid is so stupid.
Leave her alone. I'm over 7 feet tall. I make 7 figures, and I do want her.
Do you have a 7-pack?
This stupid.
Shout outs to the other Ray J. I appreciate you, man. Thank you, man, for supporting the show as always. All right.
I want to apologize, Kuda. I gotta start looking at who some of y'all are that come in the chat. You don't know our demographics. You don't know how we move around here. You don't know how we give it up at Player Talk Radio. If I look down there, you got 15 subscribers, and you shouldn't be addressing me like you got the type of you got a question. You need to just keep it to yourself because we've been doing this for too long. I had to block because you don't know when to just. You don't have the right to come in and question how I move, nor can I question how Kuda move. Kuda over there in town. We know what we're doing. I may be a evil genius that you all don't even know, wouldn't understand how I existed. Things I do, not much of it has been by chance or mistake. Maybe I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing. So you don't need to come in, and if you don't understand, you don't get it. I'm talking about black people because I'm black. I'm speaking of black men because I date and coexist with black men. That's my guys. Those are my so if you don't look, just shut up and enjoy the show. You wouldn't get blocked if you wouldn't be antagonizing. You don't understand what was going on. You don't understand how I move, but I'm grown. I'm well paid, and I know what I'm doing, and I'm so fucking good at it. I've been doing it longer than anybody else out here. So what you got to learn to do is just not understand, sit back and shut up and enjoy the show. And I wouldn't block your stupid ass, okay? These niggas know I fucks with them the long way. It ain't too many black women that come over there. I go over to the other side and bring money back and give it to y'all. So nobody will judge me. Nobody will sit there and say I done did anything against my brothers, when all I do is better position you all, give to you all, so without limits. Well, I do have some limits to you guys because I love y'all, and you know I fucking love you. Okay, I'm gonna keep loving you. You know, it's just a couple of people, they don't get it, they don't understand. They need to be quiet then. This is radio, okay? You don't understand how I play, so I'm letting you know I'm a player on all levels. So enjoy the motherfucking show.
Absolutely. But you know, anytime we talk about these topics and stuff, you know, stuff is gonna get called into question. You know, like if you like you give a balanced breakdown of Pearl, you know, people gonna be like, oh, so
right.
so you're you know, I mean, you just got to look at certain things. You know, people are gonna always try to connect the dots. You know what I'm saying? So,
right.
If I think that Pearl is right on at a certain topic, then my lineage is gonna get called into question. They're gonna be like, "Oh, you're a tether." So this is why, you know. So people always
but if somebody's right, like it's just like the scoreboard. This is a game, you guys. This whole freaking life is work. It's a real big game. And
if you're a fair person, though, you can't expect people to be fair too. So.
Right, but if someone's doing something that's fair, it's like, okay, they were kind of right on that. If they're out of the if they're in error, then we say, okay, that was whack, and it's an error. Just because you're ridiculous if you're just gonna go with one side and always say, oh no. It is always no. Sometimes we're wrong. Sometimes I'm gonna be wrong. Don't just because if you like me, not correct me and say, well, I don't know, Beachy, you was wrong on that. Let me know. I'm like, you know what? Let me check myself. Let me go back and see what I missed.
No, we all chop it up. Yeah, we chop it up. Yeah, we chop it up.
That's how we grow. That's how, as a people and as an individual, that's how you grow. Okay, you have to call out what's the error and what's not error. Then you it's not error, but you don't just like for the sake of trendiness or popularity go against the grain. You know, that's how you end up on a dead end street. And we moving around here. We couldn't barriers, okay?
Yeah. No, I feel you. Nah, yeah, but look at Party. He said you a Pearl worshiper.
Right.
That's exactly how it goes.
Right. You can't say, God forbid, you say, well, okay, that was right on it. But sometimes it's just the way it is, y'all. Yeah. I mean, it's kind of like the people who will say, you know, there's definitely a devil, but I don't believe in God. And it's kind of like one can't exist without the other.
Right.
It's like people who like you just want this, that you can't. How can you be so unbalanced?
Well, I mean, the space is weird. I mean, shout outs to everybody that is, you know what I'm saying? What's going on, Devo? Shout outs to everybody that is, pro-black. You know, that's the noble thing, but, you know, good luck. Shit. You know? Because not everybody in the space is pro-black. You know what I'm saying, Beachy? Which you know, you're familiar with the space. I don't gotta educate you on this stuff.
Yeah.
Now, Party said, Kuda, if it ain't woman worship, niggas look like they fighting out a wet paper bag outside of that realm, which is very true. Shout outs to the other Ray J again. Let me add your name to the train. Shout outs to the other Ray J supporting today's show. He said, time for rebuilding, not restoring. Some Negroes won't make it. Right. And listen, if you feel like you don't owe the black community nothing and you want to move on and do your own thing, go right ahead, man. You're free. You know, who feels like they got to play fucking Captain Save a Community before they actually have a functional family and date and stuff like that? You know what I'm saying? Because listen, by the time you want a functional family and want to date, don't let the community be the reason why I drag down your family. Remember, it's family first. Families create strong communities. Communities don't necessarily create strong families. Okay? All right.
That's good.
Yeah, a strong community can create a strong family, but families create communities first. So this ain't the chicken before the egg type scenario, you know? So, you did. Thank you so much. Shout outs to Beachy.
That's good.
Yeah, you know, I just tell people to, you know, worry about their family first. You know what I'm saying?
Right. And
You
by
know?
serving your family is how you actually can serve the community, by being the best that you can be for them.
For
That's
sure.
how it trust me, the things that happen inside of here, they
Mhm.
spread out.
Mhm.
And likewise, for some of us for the better, some of us it's for the
What's going on,
worse.
Tyrone? Mhm.
So you will never have more power and more influence and dynamics anywhere else than inside your own home with your family. And there you can start to change everything. You can start to create everything that you want it to be inside. So I don't trust your home. So I don't trust people who be doing all that extra stuff outside of the home, on here for 24 hours, doing all this. They haven't put that type, then they go to sleep. They haven't put any energy, love, and all that into their own little world. That's your world. Okay. So, you know, I'm just saying it starts in the house. Whether it's one of you, then you start with yourself, or it's two, whatever it is, that's where you start. So if you got something unhealthy going on in your home, don't go trying to put that out on the world, because that's what I see people doing. I'm like, what's going on in your life? That's so
sure.
unhealthy and dysfunctional. You out here trying to make the world eat it, and we don't want it. We don't want to eat that. We're not
For
eating
sure.
it up.
For
We don't
sure.
want it. It doesn't taste good. It's not tasty. It's not well, so we don't want to eat that. So that's what people are doing. Because if they were really functioning like they should in their home, and they
Yeah.
had, you know, made these steps and are becoming what it is, a good reflection of society, of themselves, of God, they would come on here and bring that.
But this is the thing. I was on a a panel not too long ago with you know what I'm saying. Oh, Sharon's in here. Shout out to Sharon.
It says Sharon
Good to see you, bro.
So, unless it's a troll, y'all check. Is that
No, I
real
think I think that's Sharon. I think he followed me from the last show. I was just about to talk about the show that I was on.
Okay, that's definitely real Sharon, y'all.
Yeah, cause I was on the show and this girl was trying to, she tried to do the whole Tariq Nasheed thing and be like, oh, you're a tether. Because if you're a tether, you get to they say that you're undermining Black history, and it's like, listen, this is the thing. This is the thing. The way that she was saying it, she act like she only deals with nothing but FBA people. So I'm like, I know you are not on a date asking a man if he's an FBA before you sleep with him. I know you've never done that. And then at the same time too, that's even worse if somebody's an FBA, because guess what? That means you're saving all of that attitude and that feminism for somebody that's of your blood lineage. That means you're saving all of that shit for them. I said, damn, that's even worse. It's like they tell on themselves every single time. Without telling on themselves, Shout outs to Kwafi. Yes, sir. Shout out to Sharon in the building.
Yeah, welcome, Sharon. You catching us at the end, but we've been going hard, and shout out to Coffee, because we was getting really down into some which of course I know it didn't come up in these type of conversations, but with the women, the fertility and the eggs, and we were like getting down. See, that's the type of, you want to talk to me, I'm with y'all with the science. We're gonna have to fuck how you think. Let's go and make a scientific equation. Let's pull the math. Let's do the science, and let's see why this comes out this way. Let's find out why at this time, if I did procreate, why 90% of my eggs are going to be defective and probably birth abnormalities because I superseded the age of reproduction. I've already produced. Like, it's certain things that just fly out of the window and people just skip by, and I'm like, but that's important. If you don't know that, how you going to carry on the race when you didn't realize at this certain time it wasn't going to happen?
Right. I agree with you, but Beachy, it's some stupid shit with this whole race thing, because the thing is that the people running around calling people tethers, they're the actual tethers.
Right.
Like nobody's checked. Yeah, nobody's checked their lineage. They don't have a blockchain. If you're gonna claim to be FBA, you need to have a blockchain, and that's not for me. That's for FBA people, because a lot of them are tethers. You know, you can't.
It's no different when I hear somebody always calling somebody crackheads and alcoholics or whatever.
They're the one that's on crack and alcohol. Right.
That they got the issue. Like, I'm very weird. I side eye anybody. Every video that they do, they're calling somebody a coon, somebody a tether. Every single video, I'm like, so what is it you do? Because people who tend to point the finger at everybody else, they got something going on, and they don't want you to look at them.
Yeah.
They want you to look at everybody else, because if you look at them, then you're gonna find out exactly what type of time they're on.
Right.
I'm too hip for this shit. I'm too seasoned. I'm too hip for the bullshit. I'm gonna see past it, and I'm gonna call people out and be like, oh, by the way, while you out here trying to check everybody else and calling them that whatever, what's going on with your light skin? Okay, like, don't try that with me, because at some point I will finally say, are you calling everybody tethers? And you
know what it is too? It's the same thing for the exposed channels. The channels that be trying to expose everybody, they're too busy. Like, look at them. Right. It's like, no. Well, what about you though? Yeah.
What do you
what about you though? Right.
And they don't come my chat no more, because I'm like, I'm side eyeing you. I ain't seen you on camera. And what do you have to hide? Because you're too busy pointing out everybody else and where you think they fall short. Who do you think you are to go judging? I side eye those people. So you living all in the you black this, black that. You don't know nobody white. You don't talk to nobody white. Like, you blacked on YouTube channel. That's not possible. You can't nobody do anything all black. It's not possible. We've already gone through how it's impossible to do that.
Well, that's the thing with Pearly too. Now the people that are super scared of white supremacy are people that haven't done their research, and they're not actually around white people. But in reality, the funny part, it's good that you said that, because actually those are the ones, when it comes down to it, they're going to do the super ass kissing for white people. You know what I'm saying? Those are the ones that do the super ass kissing.
Yes, sir. Like, you know, that's embarrassing if I'm with not many people around me, but it's a couple. Somehow we're interacting. Or I hear them on the phone, and it's a white person that they're talking to on the other line, handling business, whatever the case it may be. And all of a sudden they yes sir, and they whole tone change, and I'm just sitting there like, what are you doing?
Their
Just
eyes get
regular.
the bucking,
eyes
bucking and everything.
You bucking. They over there with shackles on and dragons swinging sweet chariot. They done transition to the goddamn old Negro spirituals, getting on the phone with one white person, and I'm like, see, that's what I'm talking about. Don't know how to act around other races. You should have. Your mama didn't raise you right. You should be raised. If they didn't, you need to yourself make an effort to know how to get along and work side by side, deal with other people. You're never gonna be able to do something that's all black with nobody else. I don't trust you. I don't know what type of world you live in, but there are all type of people in this world. Okay, you just something's not right with that, and they completely change their demeanor and go to acting a certain way instead of just, why don't you just continue on like you were, just how you talked before? I mean, sometimes we got a code switch, but for the most part, you should not, a white person walk in the room or get on the phone, you don't just put some shackles on, and now you just walking around like old Negro spiritual. That's what type of shit is that? Like, I don't understand that. It's embarrassing to me. I be feeling like, oh my gosh, because I know the white people hear you. How many times you said yes, sir? Why are you saying yes, sir to them? Just say okay. Sure, no problem. And they don't even say yes, sir. Right? They be like, yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yeah,
I'm like, oh my god, this is so fucking embarrassing. I'm never going out with you anymore. Yeah, okay. Yes, sir. It's just overdoing it. I know the white. I want to know why the white people like. Why are you overdoing it like that, buddy? You don't need to keep yes, sir.
No,
they
when they overly ass kiss white people love it. They revel in it. They lavish in it. They're like, oh my goodness. It's to their surprise. Just like, damn, I don't even have to tame the beast. He's just kissing ass out the game. But I noticed all races kiss white ass. From the 7 Seas. I've seen Asian people kiss white ass. I've seen white people kiss white ass. I've seen Latino people kiss white ass. I've seen Indian people kiss white ass. I've seen black people kiss white ass. I'm like, okay, this is something. It's something that I'm missing. You know? And it don't matter. I've seen like the French man get his ass kissed, the Australian man get his ass kissed, the American white man get his ass kissed. But the American white man is different. Yeah, I've seen Africans, for sure, Dollar Watch. I've seen Africans kiss white ass. I'm like, what the fuck what did I miss? Like, you know. You said I'm changing how I quote things so it can't be overlooked or misconstrued, because man, Kwafi, I'm gonna tell you right now, you can tighten up your mouthpiece. You can tighten up your mouthpiece, bro. If people are committed to misunderstanding you, ain't nothing gonna stop people from misunderstanding you, bro. It's gonna piss you off too because they heard what you said, But let's get back into this. Let's see what Marquette is talking about. Because now everybody done checked out. Anyhow, you're a black man or a black person that come around with solutions, Negroes check out. Because that means they actually got to work. Let's go.
And grow further. Like, for example, with the Chinese, their diaspora is really highly organized. Because if you have a Chinese person in Britain, Australia, or the United States, there's something called Chinese school. They go every Saturday. They study history, culture, and language. So they're all fluent in Mandarin no matter where they were born. So until we have something like that provides a consistent, uniform outlet of meaningful information and identity, is not going to work. So what Pan-Africanists have been talking about is this kind of amorphous thing of like, well, let's get together because we're all black. No, it has to be values-based. We have to state what the values are. And again, it goes back to my point of it's lacked ideology. I yield the floor.
Yeah, I agree with that. And like you made a great point. You brought up the Nation of Islam. And that's funny because historically, the last great royal or the last great empire that we have was an Islamic one, ironically. So how do y'all feel about that? Do you think that Islam would be the answer? Not saying I'm a Muslim because
she wants to talk about FBA, so she gonna clap back. She already inserted FBA into this conversation, so it's about to get weird.
I used to be, but I'm really not into religion at this point. But if that was the past thing that worked for us, do you think that can be a remedy today or no?
Who said that worked for us? What?
May I ask a straight question?
Yeah, I don't even think the nation really worked for us, but I mean, it worked for a certain demographic of black people. But as you're gonna see, you're gonna have black people first black people complained and said white people divided them. Now black people divide themselves.
Right, that's what I'm like. What type of counterproductive? See, that's
because a lot of black people, the only reason why they somewhat agreed with Martin Luther King was because he was a Christian. That was the only thing saving Martin Luther King. They didn't really want, even though they agreed with Malcolm, they didn't want the strictness of actual being a Muslim.
But even like Martin Luther King, in his speeches, they weren't always.
Well, Martin Luther King had a radical side that a lot of people never got a chance to see. This is why they had to get rid of him with Malcolm and stuff. Because the thing is that Martin Luther King, he could bring out the numbers. Malcolm will bring out the heart. you know. And Martin was going into this whole trope of betrayal. Like, you know, I felt that I was lied to. I felt that, you know, MLK was a part of a secret society. You know, a lot of people don't know
Yeah,
too much
and he's
about
my
the bootleg.
fraternity brother amongst other organizations that he belonged to, and he
Yeah.
was his wife also, Sarah Coretta
Yeah.
Scott. We still work very heavily with the King family. It's not publicized, but yeah. We purchased the site there. One of our members purchased the entire Martin Luther King
What's going on, Dougie?
site in Atlanta, and you know we have to do what we got to do. But yeah, he was a part of some organizations, which I support. That's me personally. Some people don't. I do. I support. They're needed for things. Okay, we need those. Whether people understand it or not, we do need them. And what the white folks got theirs, and sometimes on occasions we have to coexist together. But I'm in support of that. It has its reason. It has its purpose. I put it to you that way. It has its purpose.
Yeah. So, you know, they couldn't really have those two linking up, you know, out of all people to link up. So, you know, and recently I heard Jesse Jackson got sick. So I don't know if he's gonna you know, I don't know if he was, you know, if he's gonna be around for long. But if you look at the screen, y'all, all the sisters done checked out.
They
Now
so
that the men
gone.
starting, yeah, they done checked out. Now that the men is talking, they done checked out. So now it's back to going against the men. Now the men are the primary enemy. Now that Pearl is gone. So let's take a listen.
Strange question, real quick. Aisha, I've never met you before, but how do you feel? How do you feel at this moment?
For sure, Young Jay.
In
Right, Dougie?
regards to what?
Your personal feeling. Like, how do you feel? Like, how are you?
Am I in a good mood today?
Like, how are you? How do you feel right now?
I'm
He's
good.
asking her, is she
I'm
okay?
fine.
Okay. The reason I ask is because of your body language. It seems like, and I don't know you, so I don't have anything to compare it to. This could be your physical representation of happiness, but I ask in as much as we got all Black folks here. We're discussing the issues of our community, and it almost seems like maybe you're a bit drained. And I don't know you. That's why I ask you.
Yeah, she's drained.
I don't know why you're concerned with me being drained or not, but I'm definitely not drained, and I'm definitely listening and have been a part of the conversation the entire night. I just think that you guys were having your own dialect, and I probably zoned out
She means dialogue.
couple of times
Yeah.
because you're long-winded, and I feel like I already knew the point of what was going to be said. But no, I'm doing just fine.
Why
I
wouldn't
yield the
she
floor.
just say, as long as we were all against attacking Pearly, and I thought we were ganging on Pearly, I was with it and woo banging, but the minute it changed and now you're up here and she's going, I've lost all interest and don't even care anymore. Like,
There
just
you
say
go.
that because
There you go. There you go. Because that's exactly what happened.
right, that's
There you go. There you go.
I don't want to woo bang no more because she gone and I don't got nobody to bang on. I ain't trying to hear none of this shit you saying. Like, y'all
Right.
ain't got a lot of kicking, man. Just keep it 100. Just all
Right.
you gotta say, like, I came on here for that bitch. I was about to woo bang with her. I was ready to nuck if you buck. And now
Right.
that she's gone, I don't even care. So I'm dozing out. I done took a nap and I don't even know why I got my camera on. Just say that, girl, because
Right.
it's okay. You ain't got a lot of kicking, man.
And then throw in if y'all are not up here worshiping me, I really don't want to give a damn. I really give less of a damn of what y'all got to say.
I think Kwame right. He's like, she don't care for you, and I mean, it is giving stank face, like, and I don't like your ass anyway. Like, it done when she was even giving Pearly a better face than him.
Right.
She like, you know, y'all getting all the worst faces.
Right. And then
Yeah,
she inserted the FBA thing, so she not really about to listen to what he about to say because he's talking about linking up with other nations and actually doing the work. But let's see what she says.
That was kind of strange.
Go ahead, True. You want to chime in?
No, I mean they laying down pillars. I think that there's a consensus thought that the fact that we do need structure, ideology. I don't know if we need to tie a tag to it, Islamic, Christian. I think that that's where things get a little bit muddy. And I think because we do that now, we're very trying to figure out what maybe be a superior approach. I think that we need to figure out what is most conducive for progress. And it could be as simple as patriarchal structure. It could be as simple as men are leading the charge. It could be as simple as having conversations. What I believe occurs more often than not is the men are not the ones who are so much divided. I think when we start having conversations,
oh my God,
we're still battling the women that want to have a different approach to what progress looks like.
Right, Jay.
And when we say, well, this is what we need to do,
right, Star
we'll be told we're not leading correctly. But then when you ask them, why are we not leading correctly? What are you comparing it to? Are you comparing to the fact that you have a job? Are you comparing it to the fact that you have a great FICO score? And then that's where it gets really, really muddy. So I think the conversation needs to happen amongst the families of each other, from an individual level, from the women of the community, to figure out what it is that they want out the deal. Because from an ideological perspective, we need to know where we're headed. Like, having a strategy is great, conversations are great. Where are we headed? What is the point of gearing up? What is the point of formulating strategies? What is the point of any of it? Where are we headed? And I don't know if we can answer that tonight or maybe in the next.
True. I can agree to that. It's funny here because we're on this panel. All of us are Black, and I don't think women should lead at all. Just the simple fact that Marquette asked, I believe her name is Aisha, a question, and she said it was long-winded. I zoned out. This would tell you something about the woman's nature, right? You don't lean on the woman. Like, they're actually supposed to be a good listener, but they tend to not really do that job good. You know what I mean? So we don't lean on the woman or have to ask our women for direction and things like that. No, men need to take charge.
About to see your place now. Here we go.
Women. She's a prime example, right? Prime example. And nothing on you, Aisha. I'm just saying, she didn't. Marquette was speaking very intellectual. He was speaking concise and clear. And for you to tune out and not listen,
I was absolutely still bored, and that has nothing to do with my intellectual ability. I'm 2 degrees in. They were going back and forth.
Mm-hmm. Here we go.
Cooley, wasn't he the same guy that said he punishes his woman when she doesn't do what he wants to do? He's found ways to punish her.
I don't know if that was Cooley.
It was him and Sharon. I think it was Cooley. I'm listening to him now. I think that was.
His voice sound familiar? Probably.
Yeah, I think it was him. Now he got an attitude. Like, now you trying to jump in. He wasn't saying nothing or asking Aisha about her leaning back, because she don't want to sit up no more. She don't care about what y'all. Like, now they're gonna. Let me let you play, because I can tell what it's about to go.
I rolled it back. You already know it's about to go down.
Yeah,
especially when he said he don't want women leading the
and he's
community.
looking at her, you look like you're disinterested in this and that. Like, you didn't have that energy for her when you didn't tell her when Pearlie was up there. Like, you looking like you got an attitude with her. Like, you didn't have nothing to say to him, and now she looking disinterested, boy.
He said that was angry man domestic discipline. Happy holidays to everybody here. Please support the show. 7 hours and 43 minutes into the madness. Please hit the Cash App. Please hit the PayPal. Jay said it's true. Women are socially superior to men. They're supposed to be masters at listening. Link says he claims to used to be a pimp or around pimps. I know Marquette does, but I'm not sure about Cooley. But let's go.
Each other from an individual level, from the women of the community, to figure out what it is that they want
for
out
sure,
the deal. Because from an ideological perspective, we need to know where we're headed. Like, having a strategy is great, conversations are great. Where are we headed? What is the point of gearing up? What is the point of formulating strategies? What is the point of any of it? Where are we headed? And
shout out to the other Ray J
tonight, or maybe in the next.
True. I can agree to that. It's funny here because we're on this panel. All of us are Black, and I don't think women should lead at all. You know, just the simple fact that Marquette asked, I believe her name is Aisha, a question, and she said it was long-winded. I zoned out. This would tell you something about the woman's nature, right? You don't lean on the woman. Like they actually supposed to be a good listener, but they tend to not really do that job good. You know what I mean? So we don't lean on the woman or have to ask our women for direction and things like that. No, men need to take charge, and we need to lead our women. She's a prime example, right? Prime example. And nothing on you, Aisha. I'm just saying, like, you know, she didn't. Marquette was speaking very intellectual. He was speaking concise and clear. And for you to tune out and not listen.
I was absolutely still bored, and it has nothing to do with my intellectual ability. I'm 2 degrees in. They were going back and forth for about 10 minutes about the same topic, and I felt like it was very redundant. I think the conversation took a left turn and it went from the original topic. So when those 2 gentlemen started conversing amongst each other, in my opinion, it had nothing to do with what we were all speaking on the panel. So my focus just...
What Cooley just said was, I don't give a damn if it's boring, you don't like it, you sleepy, your head about to fall off your neck. You're supposed to sit up, prop them titties up, fix your hair, and be alert and attentive when we're talking. How dare you tune out and put your hand on your hand and show any sign of disinterest? The men are talking, and you better fake like you're listening. Sit up and do what we. That's what he's giving. That's what he's trying to say. Yeah. He's trying to put the pimp ham up now. He didn't have that energy with Pearly, but he seemed to have it with the sister. Okay, you're supposed to sit up and listen. And she said she bored. She bored. She's not interested. She'll perk up when she wants to, but you can't make somebody body language sit up and give a presence that they just don't want to give. Y'all want to run everything, okay?
Well, I mean, it's now because the man is here and they're talking about men's stuff. It's like they're disinterested. It's like night and day. It cut right off, you know. And I get it because it's going into like manosphere rhetoric. You know, oh, the man should run, the women should. You know, I get it.
She would lean back, cozy, comfortable. Sit up, prop yourself up. Damn it. Fix your attitude.
Well, it's like night and day. All of them did it. Bo did it. Miss Pearl did it. All of them did it. So. You know what's funny?
Attitude.
But you know what's funny? Pearl would have told them the same thing. That's the funny part.
I would have laid up. I would have got a pillow and a blanket and curled laid. See, if you say that to me now, I'm gonna do the opposite. I would have curled up in a fetal position with a sippy cup and a pillow, because you're trying to force me or coerce me into sitting how you want to. For what reasons? Maybe my back hurt. Maybe she's tired. She has been on there for a minute.
See, you know, this is where Pearl comes into play. This is where Pearl comes into play, because Pearl would have said it. Pearl would have told them to do it, which is funny as hell, you know. So she left prematurely when honestly she was on the side of the guys before it got into race. So,
am I sitting up enough? I got pillows behind me.
No, you're good. You're good. You're good. No race loyalty. No race loyalty here, B.
My head tilted like the right way. Should I meet like more to the left or right? Do you want me to?
I don't know.
How should I be?
You know, we both using green screen, so our lighting gives our posture away. If we not, if we not right side up,
right?
You know, yeah. This has been crazy. Let's go for like 10 more minutes.
All right.
Know? Yeah, because I know you got to get that good nap in before you start your day. You know, if you can. You know.
Yeah, I'm starting. I got a mechanic coming in 2 hours, so to do something with my son's car. So make sure he on time.
Get that nap in. All right, hold on.
I'll be all right. I can thug it out for a little bit more, being that I woke up at 10:30, 11, and I try not to do that, but I'm messed up with my sleep pattern.
You a night owl. You a super night.
I'm not trying to
but you had your breakfast. You had your breakfast at the right time. So
I had some breakfast and I got a little caffeine, so I'll be okay. But I'm gonna be spent, and I just need him to show up so I can make sure he finish what he do and pay him his money, and then I'm good.
Yeah, you played it right. You was eating a little snack, a little bit of Hershey's Kisses at night, chocolate at night. It ain't never hurt nobody. And then you got the breakfast in. So, all right, let's go.
I'm gonna be honest.
To be fair, and even you, Illa, y'all talked about the same thing for about a good 10 minutes. So it wasn't that informative, in my opinion. I'm really not trying to be rude and disrespectful, but I feel like the brothers are trying to start this red pill, blue pill thing, and I just don't even feel like entertaining it because it's just not where I'm at right now. I think the conversation was about Black fatigue, and then we went on to talk about Pearl and all of these things. I think I said this earlier. We all know that we have degenerate classes in society. Yep. We know that these things exist, right? We don't have to sit on platforms all day, every day, and discuss those. And to True's defense, like he said, it's time to start talking about solutions and pointing the finger at, well, that's a perfect example. She didn't listen. I didn't listen because I was bored. Point blank, it had nothing to do with my intellectual ability or my ability to listen or receive information. So I just don't think that was true. I seen a couple of people. I think Sweeney dozed off. Like, let's be for real. I'm pretty sure he didn't hear everything the conversation was about, but he wanted to take his time to point out me, which I think is very lovely. And I love the disingenuous concern. But
he just asked you, "Are you okay?" He's just seeing your whole tone change. Damn, can't even ask him.
I couldn't see his face. This when he really doze out, man. Trying to keep y'all sleepy. Turn your goddamn camera.
Right. But this the thing though. He can't even ask her is she okay because he saw the change up in body language, and she's like, it's fake concern. It's like, damn, nigga can't even worry about if she all right now. Like, god damn. All right, here we go.
I was just clearly bored because y'all went back and forth for 10 minutes, and I'm not in the business of.
I'm gonna slide after this.
Yeah, because you know where it's going.
So I just let y'all speak because I'm not gonna be disrespectful.
Hey, look.
Can I just say I'm about to leave, Sweetie? I'm about to leave, and I'm out of here. That's unfortunate that you said that because Marquette was actually breaking down solutions of how we can do that. He gave what he's doing. He gave stats about moving forward. That conversation wasn't even about me.
No, what he went into was talking about global strategies in Africa.
Talking about global strategies. The fact that he didn't entertain her tether and FBA conversation, now she mad. But let's go.
I know. I don't care nothing about what's going on over in Africa, Jamaica. I only care about what's going on in the Black American.
I'll let you talk. I'm about to leave.
And I'm letting you know, like why it was.
We heard you. We got it.
He started talking about solutions here, and then he went across the pond. And
no. We just. I'm gonna go after this.
First. I know.
Okay, but that's what he was talking about. He was actually talking about going home. I was talking about going abroad. So he was keeping it home. Yeah. I was just expanding the conversation, but that's neither here nor there. But the fact that you said, the fact that you said what you said after all of that proved that we have a long way to go, because you just did, and I noticed you did this on the last panel, because we was on the panel last time with Pretty Intellectual. You was bringing up how white men are like us, and then when she left the panel, you had a whole different take. So what I learned about you from that night to tonight is, hold on. What I learned about you from last show to this show. Hold on.
You don't care. It's back to disrespecting brothers. She don't give a fuck.
What I learned about you, what I learned about you from last show to this show is you're a follower. You don't have a mind of your own, and whatever's the flow. Hold on. Whatever's the flow.
He don't know me.
I'm good on it. But what I'm saying is, you go with the flow. You're just contrarian because. That whole conversation, the whole conversation. You undermining the whole night for real.
You're undermining
sweetheart, you undermining the whole night. But what I'm saying is, we was having a conversation. We were having a conversation. We were having a conversation that was open to the entire panel. The only reason why I would speak because no one was talking, and I think that's kind of why Marquette was speaking. Nobody was speaking in absolutes. Everything that man was saying, and I don't agree with everything Saint and Sinner say, but what he was saying tonight made absolute sense, and it was strictly.
To you, though, that's your interpretation of what he said.
You said you had, sweetheart. You just said you had 2 degrees and you were so intelligent, but you're showing nothing but ignorance.
You're showing you all night. You've been lacking intelligence.
No, I just show passion. It's cool, sweetheart. Women like you, sweetheart.
She was like, I didn't doze off. I was listening to him. I got 2 degrees.
But during the night before Buddy got here, he was with her. Now, how did they go from y'all enemy left? Now y'all don't got no common ground. The common denominator that got everybody up here was going. They done turned. They was all for each other, bouncing off each other. Theory.
Isn't it crazy how the white woman brought everybody together, and then when she leaves, she's
this so man. It's a bad look.
This is crazy.
And like you who are single, who are not in relationships.
You think so?
Who sit on these channels and disrespect black women all day.
I disrespect black women?
Anything to you.
I disrespect black women?
I didn't listen to you. That's why you mad.
You don't have
we like clockwork.
You have to listen to me. It's not about listening to me. It's your value.
Listen to you. I'm not finna keep listening to you babble.
You don't have to. It's not about you. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine.
That's fine. Hear yourself talk, sir.
No, that's fine, sweetheart. This is why, ladies and gentlemen. This is why.
Pearl ain't did this to him. Pearl ain't never did this to him.
This is why black women are the most smart. This is why we own houses. This is why we.
No. You're being mad. You're being crazy right now. But at the end of the day, we was having a productive conversation. I think everybody contributed excellently. Even you. That's why what you're doing right now is mad weird.
What are you
it doesn't
doing?
make any sense. It proves that you're just up here to be. All right, I'm not about to argue.
You're gonna throw rocks and out your hands.
May I?
Literally called me out in front of
May
the
I
whole
reply?
I didn't
call you out.
Yeah, I got you.
Back until I had something.
No,
to say.
you just sounded like
now
a
that I have something to say,
you just sounded like a fake smart person.
It's cool.
That's why you had to bring up your degrees because you're not that intelligent. Now I'm talking to you. Yeah, do that.
Oh, she done ran off.
Damn it, the clown.
I want to note that if we identify together, then we should be able to address one another. Meaning, if I say, True, how are you feeling right now? It's a legitimate question, and we can address one another and deal with the way that we're comporting ourselves. One of the things that I did hear Pearl say that I thought was reasonable, among a lot of things that were unreasonable, she said the attitude. And I have to agree with her. The attitude is sometimes not where it needs to be. With women, black women, it might be negative. And with black males, they might not be very masculine. They mumble when they speak. They don't make strong eye contact. They might not be responsible and timely. We all have our issues, but if we're going to be the leadership class, we should be able to take feedback and give feedback, because the truth of the matter, even if she was bored, and I've been in a lot of lecture halls, I've been in meetings where I've been bored. But one thing out of what's called decorum is that you don't make yourself look like that as an adult. It's a childlike thing to do. And so as a grown man, I asked her, how do you feel? Now she said, hey, I'm 9 months pregnant. The baby's about to come out and I'm feeling tired and having hot flashes. I'm just barely here. I'm like, I understand. I have understanding. But that's why I asked her, how are you? As opposed to saying, hey, the way you look right now, you look disinterested and impolite, and you're misrepresenting yourself. And if we identify as black people, you're misrepresenting black people. So when you hear folks talk about black fatigue, there are undoubtedly ways that we represent ourselves that need to be addressed. And if we don't address it, that's when it gets talked about by all the other ethnicities, and they call it black fatigue. I yield the floor.
I think the difference is, and I'm a slide. I think the difference is, Marquette, why between us and other races, well, specifically white people, is they have a vested interest in the promoting.
He said, "How you feeling? What you call me? Catch a flight."
Man, if the lady wanna goddamn take a nap, y'all been on everybody not look. She I don't know no conferences, and I look. We know how meetings go.
My
Y'all ain't never
God.
seen a meeting where people done tapped out. They done jumped the lady because she said, "I'm tired and bored, and I ain't got up." Look, turn your cameras off. People get snacks. You don't got to sit there like statue. Nobody. They want to hold you hostage. They want to hold y'all hostage, dead up in the camera for 10 hours. You can't move. You can't have a sip of fucking water. She thirsty. She home. She need a snack.
Right,
She's
right.
sleepy.
She done
Let her
cursed out.
go.
She done cursed out white supremacy a couple of times.
Yeah, she probably got all her fuel left with her enemy in her mind left. She didn't have nothing else. Yeah.
Well, we
The
did
lady
a whole
went
shift,
propped up.
guys.
Prop
Right.
yourself up. It's like
8
some
hours
somebody
in.
daddy. Y'all be acting like y'all somebody daddies on time. Like, sit up straight, fix your face. That's some shit my mama. Fix your face, sit up straight, put an arch in your back, hold your head up, and act alert and alive. Like she in school, like she in classes and shit.
Right,
The
right.
teacher's not even that strict in school. We the kids.
Shoot, they stopped being that strict in school a minute ago. We used to get tortured.
Man, kids in the class now with blankets and pillows and
iPads and iPads and shit.
Long as,
You
but
know.
if you got good grades, they let you pass. If you're scoring high, they don't even say nothing. But if you're struggling, they be like, you need to sit. They get on those kids. It's different.
Yeah.
Man, that
Shout
was
out
crazy.
to Truth Only. Truth Only says shout outs to the magical ginger that brings all blacks together as soon as she leaves. Yeah, like soon as she leaves, that shit falls apart. Shout outs to Truth Only in the building. Well, listen, I guess we went over the majority of what needed to be seen. And you see how they just fell apart as soon as Pearly left? Soon as they fell apart.
Soon as it.
Like
it
clockwork.
wasn't even like 30 minutes later, 45. It was more like 30 seconds.
So did Pearly bring them together or tear them apart? Which one? It's gonna be a hard one.
I'm not answering that. Why you put me on a block? You answer.
All right, I'll answer it. I think she did bring them together and tore them apart at the same time.
I was gonna say both.
Yeah.
She came in with the double edge. I'm gonna bring you all together in your hate. That's why you got to be careful. What is it? Why you're coming together for?
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Your
Took the words
hate
out of
and
my mouth.
disdain for me,
Yeah.
and then I'm gonna take that shit with me when I leave.
Yeah.
That's some diabolical. That's some gangster shit. I don't care what.
That is some gangster shit.
Gangster fucking.
You took the words right out of my mouth. You got to be careful what you really come together
Right.
for. So, yeah.
We don't like you, girl. That was some gangster shit you did, and sitting back like she done forgot all about y'all asses. She done went somewhere and fucking did some other
I
shit.
think, but you know what's funny? I think only a white woman could do that. I don't think a white man could do that.
I know that's why so often in our we call the white woman the devil a lot. I mean, they know that I've got white counterparts. It's like, is that why y'all call us the devil? Like, girl, yeah, y'all be doing some shit, and when y'all leave, y'all type of way, we can talk about
they do
that.
got a sneaky disposition. They do things
Yeah.
real sneakily,
real slick. I'd be like,
Yeah.
I see your ass, but yeah, she mission accomplished. Now y'all all up there all type of ways. It's totally
I wouldn't be mad if she does a video pointing as soon as she left.
might do.
They
You know
start
how
eating-
she works. She might do. She probably
start-
might be already. She don't even gotta. She just gotta.
They start cannibalizing themselves as soon as she leaves. I've never seen a white man do that, unless it's like Maury or some shit. But nobody argues over Maury, so
It be
shout out
them.
to Maury's. Yeah, it be the white women. It's the white
I know.
women.
I
White women
know.
effect. Yeah. You know what I call it? I call it the losing Isaiah effect or the blindside effect when it comes to Pearly. black people have like a allergic reaction.
That's
You said-
everybody. This was a myth. Like, and then
Yeah.
how they were jumping in and trying to co-sign. Like, you should have been listening. He's giving like he ain't saying anything that's right now in this moment about to up and change tomorrow. Like,
Yeah.
you tapped out.
Yeah.
Okay, if he felt the way like I'm speaking, I'm an important person. Pretend that you're alert. I don't care if your neck is hurting and you having back spasms.
Mhm.
Some people don't realize sometimes these lives be having physical pain. I done got out. Man, you did that marathon
Oh
that
yeah.
night.
Oh yeah. My back. Oh
It
yeah.
took me 24 hours to come back to life. That marathon I did with you. It took a whole day in bed and
The Scorpion Marathon. Yeah.
Right.
That
You
shit
did
took
that
me
one.
out for
I
like.
had to take medication, muscle relaxer, fucking pop in a fucking Vicodin. I was fucked up. I was fucking with
Not a muscle relaxer.
a muscle relaxer, a goddamn
Oh my god.
ibuprofen prescription, and a goddamn Vicodin to come back to life. You
Oh
did
my god.
was a
Yeah.
marathon.
Yeah. I ain't gonna lie. You don't feel it until you get off. Like that.
Yeah,
that
when you get
shit
out,
is-
you be like, damn, oh my god. I'm just going through the whole pharmacy, and then
Yeah.
24 hours of sleep, and then I came back alive around the 27th hour. So like after the marathon, I was no good for anything else for like
I
a
was
whole
in.
day. Okay,
I was in
So-
bed for like 32 hours, man. I swear to
but
God.
we was going hard though. We was really
Yeah.
working.
No, but we actually figured out that whole thing. We don't get your license here. Do not import the damn scorpions here. You go straight to
Yeah, we just work.
yeah,
And
yeah.
I have to tell you behind the scenes, there was another option we didn't explore, but I don't want to say it here because then people are gonna know who, where I got it from. But a place we didn't consider because we will continue on because I'm still on this. I'm sorry.
Your mind is in the right place. 'Cause
Yeah,
it's-
once my head get into, I see an opportunity and I see large numbers and I see that there's a demand for it. What I got to do it, and I'm gonna follow through.
I
Wherever
noticed
it takes
that.
me, I'm gonna follow it through, and
I noticed that now that I'm older, like if I see something and we were talking about it on that show, if you see how long it takes, you just go ahead and start it. Instead of like, how like when you're young and you like, I don't know what I want to major in, and you're taking all day to choose what you want to do in college and shit. And then when you get older, it's like, I already know what the hell I want to do, just how long it's going to take. And let me go ahead and hurry up and start it from now. So shout outs to Kwafi, shout outs to Truth Only, my neck and my back, right?
yeah,
Right.
it does. So y'all got to give a little for people,
I need a
sometimes.
damn bathtub out here because that would have helped me. I'd have laid in that damn bathtub. All they got is showers out here. I'm like, this is some bullshit. They fucking bathtub. It goes get some Epsom salt and vinegar and just soak.
Yeah, and then I'm trying to figure out. I don't know how it did. I did it through COVID. I guess I was 5 years younger or something, 6 years, whatever.
Yeah.
But I think by that time people were just like laying down doing live, like be in the bed. Like it was so like unprofessionally done, and we were all so what's going
Well, I
on.
don't have my gaming chair because there's ways you can make a gaming chair a little bit comfortable. You can kind of lean a little bit.
My
You
daughter
can
has
kinda-
mine. I'm thinking about ordering another one, but still, sometimes that posture it doesn't.
Yeah.
That's a long time to
Yeah.
sit and work. You're trying to keep up present. Like people don't get it. Y'all, Avatar is a lazy look. I'm not against them, but you can kind of be chill back with it. We can't just be like, I can't be
sure.
on here with a shirt off, titties hanging all over the place.
For sure.
I would really want to be.
Shout outs to Kite. Kite said, damn, I went to sleep and came back. Y'all still going strong. They don't got no awards for this yet.
Not yet.
We don't got no
Not
awards for this
yet.
yet. We know how to
Not
run a full show. A full show. Did a full
Y'all,
a
please
full
support
shift.
the show because we really,
Yeah. This is
That
bad.
was dutifully. I'm glad you continue
Brutal.
and play that out so that I can see and witness for myself what happened.
Yeah.
With yourself. I wouldn't have believed it how you would have said it if you would have tried to. I'm glad I was able to see for myself. Like y'all lost You already was hanging on. They were hanging on by a thread, and it
So
just went out the window.
is she wrong? There's something about Pearl that is right, but I don't know if I can put my hands on it. But black people fall apart when she's together, and they fake when. I mean, black people fall apart when she leaves, and they fake like they're solid when she's there.
Right, because this shouldn't have changed. That guy in the blue, he was really co-signing and helping Aisha girl. He was all for her. He was all, just kind of supporting her. And the minute Pearlie's gone and Saint's up here, and then he switched up quickly. I was able to note that, like, you're trying to win some brownie points with your partner here that you're gonna use. Now they need a punching bag. What it is, some people don't want to say is
they need something to chew. Yeah, or
they
something to
need
chew.
a punching bag, and unfortunately, Pearlie was not an effective punching bag. She fucking left, took her bag, and said, "FYI, she ain't taking no blows. Nothing hit, nothing stuck."
Now it's like,
people
who's
are
next?
left feeling like we
Yeah.
didn't inflict pain. No one's hurt. So then people start laying in on each other. But I've always said I won't allow to be. I'm not gonna be nobody's punching bag if I even suspect that's gonna happen. Watch how quick.
No, but
My goddamn Wi-Fi.
You know what that is, BT? That's the behavior of a parasite. Once something is gone or ate up, then it moves to the next subject. The parasite. Once the parasite take out the cancer cell or whatever organ it's trying to get, it moves on to the next organ. Or you can say it's a cancer. Now, Truth Only said, Kuda, Nick Fuentes also got that thing. I've seen a lot of people with Nick, but I haven't seen them fall apart when he left. But I wouldn't doubt if he has it at this point, But yeah, but Pearlie, while she was there, is Black Power. What Obsidian said, Ungawa Black Power. Ungawa Black Power. And then as soon as she leaves, the gender war starts back up. That's why I said, if Pearlie wasn't there, these women would have been there practicing feminism. And now that she's there, I noticed that when a white woman is in the building and she's anti-feminist, they turn the feminist switch off and the pro-black switch on. But when she leaves, now it's like, this happened to me. Like I those lesbian studs. When I walked into a room, they were controlling the room with all the other girls. But when I walked into a room, that lesbian stud reverted back into being an ugly broad, which is crazy. And then when I leave, she's the man in the room,
Right.
So it's like, it's like a light switch. It's like, okay, I see what's going on here, So,
Man, that's crazy. Yeah, that's how quick people will switch up on you, and it'll make you feel a type of way. Like, I know Aisha, she left when she caught on and realized y'all need somebody to swing on. Pearlie's not here. You came up here with that, and I'm not gonna be your goddamn punching bag. So, matter of fact, I'm just gonna go ahead and I think, regardless of how I feel about any of her reviews earlier, I would have. That's when you learn to dismiss yourself. You don't wait for somebody to dismiss you. You don't ask for permission or make an announcement. Do not become the punching bag of what they needed, because they could not hit blows on little Pearlie things. Nothing was hitting. Pearlie left when Saint came, and he's still there with that energy of he came to rumble. He came to
he actually came there to go after Pearlie.
Right. And so being that he couldn't do that, it was only a matter of time before he was going to stop with all the fluff talk and need to come at somebody, because that's what you came here for. You didn't come here for a nice unified conversation or to be with your people. You came with the intent to fight with her. She's not here. So you still need that energy, some type of way to pull it out of somebody. That buddy just was a freaking vessel feeding off of his energy. Like these spirits and energies, how they move. See, I'm too hip for it, because I saw it coming. I saw dude in the blue when he was getting more weird, super agitated out of nowhere, trying to co-sign Saint. Like, I mean, look how you're acting, how you sit, and then here come Cooley up here I mean, when women are in the room, you know, like some of them was leaning back and had you wasn't saying that. I'm like, oh hell, they about to panel jump you.
Well, a lot of the stuff that Marquette was saying went against philosophical. What he was saying, like, how do you go from the pro-black thing to we need to procreate with white women and like it's like, bro, like all right, now y'all getting into some weird territory, you know?
Right.
Yeah.
Curtis brought up, you know, sidebar. I know we're about to end you all, but
with Obsidian.
Before we end, you know, I did a community wall. Has anyone got the correct price of Kevin Samuels' book? I'm only asking because, you know, on a panel earlier in the week, I think it was Freezy's panel.
I gotta check your breakdown. I heard you did a super thorough breakdown.
Well, I just want to know because
give me an overall synopsis. While I'm healing, I'm gonna take a listen to it. Give me like an overall.
Which one? How to Be a Saint.
Yeah, Kevin Samuels. Yeah. Well, you can get. Listen, if you order the book straight from Obsidian, you'll get a signed copy.
You can also get a signed copy off the Manosphere website too. You don't have to get it from him signed.
Okay.
But why is this book $100? It costs $15 on the site.
Oh, I didn't know that because he said he's personally selling them. He didn't like really publish it, like fully publish it. So he's
okay.
Like,
well, if you pull up blackmanosphere.com, you're gonna go to merch.
Oh yeah, well yeah, that's their
and it's $15 plus a fucking tip.
Yeah, that's their I think that's the website that he's using for the conclave. So he probably did.
Okay, the proceeds from this book are supposed to go into Kevin Samuels' estate, right? But if you over here side hustling some books for $100, and then they over here for $15, why is anybody buying it from him for $100? I can just go over here and get it for $15 plus tax for $16.47. Yes, y'all greedy niggas asking for it.
It's where you hear it first, I guess, Beachy. Is where you hear it first.
That's coming off a little bit scamish to me because a $1,500 that's not even close to the ballpark.
A bottle of water at 7-Eleven is $2. A bottle of water at the airport, $30. $30.
Obsidian ain't nobody special. Like, buddy, who won't give you $100 for the same thing as $15 plus tax?
It's where you hear it first.
That's scam. I'm sorry, that's giving scam energy. The family's supposed to get the proceeds from this book to the estate. How are they supposed to keep up with the math when you sell $100 copies here and $15 copies on the side? That's just not good business, and it's giving confusion. So I just really wanted to know what was going on with the pricing and why are y'all asking for tips? Why y'all got to be so greedy?
This the book that's supposed to sell.
Ain't nobody finna tip you if I buy the book. You're not getting a tip for what? Why do you need gratuity?
This the book that's supposed to sell. This is like, if you like, Alex Hermosi talks about it.
Yeah, there's a Manosphere site, SD. Did you not know that?
This is supposed to be a high ticket item. So I guess.
I tell you, I was all up in their numbers. Hey, listen, y'all want to join the Black Manosphere? Black Manosphere, I'm sponsoring memberships. They $0 right now for the year. So anybody want me to sponsor their membership into the Black Manosphere? It's on sale. Yearly membership, it's $1.25 a month, or free for a whole year membership. I'll sponsor you for the year.
Dang, there you go.
$0. It's on sale, so they need some members. Membership is 85% off. And you just go. Y'all let me know, and I'm gonna, because they say I'll be talking against. No, I'm gonna help y'all out. I'm gonna get some members for y'all.
So you're gonna do a thorough breakdown of this book.
I mean, I got questions because
he got another book too. The Purple Pill book. Was it?
I don't give a damn about none of that. I'm just trying to figure out this gospel of Kevin Samuels.
Of Kevin Samuels.
I'm already turned off because on the overview, I'm sitting up here talking about it was Easter Sunday 2022. And on that Easter day, I was talking to Kevin. We talk every day, all day. And I told Kevin on Easter, day that just a few days before he died. Oh yeah, I have a verbatim memory, y'all. Hey, I think I should call you Saint Kevin. What do you think? Kevin Samuel responds, I think it's a great idea. You should write a book about it. Now, and then that's how the book was birthed. Boy, but I don't believe you. There's no way that we can't ask Kevin, did that conversation go that way? I don't believe you was talking to Kevin Obsidian on Easter Sunday 2022, and he told you to write a book and call him Saint Kevin. I don't, it sound made up. The plausibility of that happening, and can't none of us do we need to sum it up, Kevin? Do we need to get one of them dang on soothsayers over there in the country?
Actually, they got something called an echo box, and I think one of them. Hold on. I don't want to pull it up because we're gonna be here for another. I want you to go over this real quick. Hold on.
It sound like the T.I. intro.
Hold on.
Y'all, we're gonna summon up Kevin Samuel's spirit and we ask him, did he tell them that? Did you tell Obsidian them to do this shit? And if he say no,
I know I can find it if I look up Fulio, I know I can find it. Here it is, Cody ITC. All right, so on this website, and they use like a guitar pedal and stuff like that. But hold on. Cody here, he does the spirit box. Look, they got all kinds of stuff. They got Bezu. Why he got Bezu up there? What the hell? He got Charlie Kirk. Dang, he did the spirit box for this girl. He redid King Von and all of them. Oh no, we gotta go all the way back, y'all. Look, he got Tito Jackson. Yeah, this is a new one. These are all new. Dang, Quincy Jones spirit box. Uh-oh, y'all. All right, hold on.
Oh, we finna talk this. We're gonna talk to Kevin Samuels, y'all, over the weekend, okay? Y'all good with that? I'll cover the fees. I'll pay for it. We're gonna summon up Kevin
Oh my God.
And find out.
Here he is. All right. Here he is right here. 3 years ago, Kevin Samuels spirit box. Hold on.
You left this world in a very untimely manner. Did you want to talk about that a little bit?
Talk about this. Some of the women. Oh, baby, this not gonna happen to me. It ain't gonna happen to me.
Uh-oh. It happened.
Hey guys, welcome back to another video. It's me, Cody, here. Today I'm going to attempt to get in contact with the spirit of Kevin Samuels. After such a large amount of requests came in, I decided that it was a good idea to try to reach out to him.
Yeah,
now, just before we do that, I just want to state that I know after researching Kevin that his views and some of the things he has said and done in the past are very controversial. And there's a lot of mixed feelings regarding him. I just want to say that I don't agree with any of the controversial things he did or said or may even say in this video. In fact, I don't even know anything about Kevin outside of the research that I did to base my questions off of today in the session. Most of the questions today will be questions that were submitted by subscribers that were posted in a recent community post. And also, if Kevin does decide to come through this device today, I will treat him with kindness and compassion like I would with any other spirit on the channel. Okay? So with all that out of the way, as always, just
this is why I would never go live with you niggas at a fucking funeral. This nigga Party said he sound like that nigga in the truck stop bathroom. Bro, I can't
get started. I do need to state
I can't take
a quick disclaimer. Here on the Cody ITC channel, I attempt to get in contact with spirits using ITC devices. I can never be 100% sure who or what is coming through and speaking through this device at any given time. This is why I encourage you, as the viewer, to use your own critical thinking and to come to your own conclusion on whether you believe that this was the spirit of the individual mentioned in this video. When calling out to the spirit, I will call out using their name in hopes that that is who we are speaking to. But again, I can never guarantee that who you hear in this video is the spirit of the individual mentioned in the title of this video. Spirit communication is still in its early stages and is extremely experimental, which is why I urge you to watch this video with an open mind.
We might have to see if he can. We might have to see if he can get back in touch with Kevin Samuels and just send him some questions and stuff.
Yeah, we got we got questions. How he feel about being idolized. They're about to try to make a golden statue. I saw somebody in comments talking about praising, worshiping him. I don't think that those were his intentions, and I don't think he would appreciate it. Okay, so and then people lying on him saying he said things that he didn't say in their said books. It's not believable. Okay, and we have questions.
We can really send him these questions if we send it to him separately, because he gets fan mail. If we send it to him separately, it might compel him to do.
Oh, Gail said he's taking right. That's what I'm saying. Gail, how's the portions of the books going to the state, but he taking payments Cash App. See what I'm talking about? It's giving scam energy.
Oh my God, D-Mac.
You're taking Cash App, which is very hard to monitor and to prove, when it comes,
units,
you can
like
evade
unit sales.
Evade responsibility of what you owe per book. How many books were printed?
Right.
How much was supposed to go per book? What's the prices of each book? You're taking some Cash App, and then people are bound to line. It's confusing, and the state will never ever be properly compensated for the sale, because he's the one. Obsidian's the one that said that book was sanctioned, the only book sanctioned by the estate. We didn't make that up. You said it yourself, Obsidian, that book was sanctioned by Kevin Samuels' estate, and they would receive proceeds. But you got numbers out here from 115. Like, what you doing, bro? And then y'all asking for tips, okay?
Yeah, you have to be able to track how much units sold.
Right, and Cash App is not one of those places. Like, they have no way to tell what he sold 80 books on Cash App.
Oh my God, y'all done made Marco come out the cut.
You see what I'm saying?
Oh my goodness.
But why is the price discrepancy? See, if there wasn't such a price discrepancy, nobody would have looked. But that's $100 to Obsidian, of $15 on the side. It is $15. What is going on here? That's an $85 price gouge, nigga. Okay?
Not price gouge. BG, I can't with you. I can't.
That ain't no Black Friday sale. That is not no holiday sale. You went up 85% price gouge on this book. The people said no. It ain't going down like that. And the state ain't. You better hope in a prayer.
Well, Obsidian's birthday was yesterday, so I don't know what he did.
None of that.
She said price gouging.
let me what his wife, I got her info. I got a little bit of something. His wife, I'm gonna talk. Let me get in touch with her.
Oh my God. I can't with you, man. This is crazy.
And let me know in the comments section if you think that this was the spirit of who we are attempting to get in contact with, based off the replies that they give us and messages that they leave. Now, with all that being said,
shout outs to Marco. Thank you so much, bro. Marco said we going where the money reside. Marco, he said stealing from. I can't read that, bro. Shout outs to Marco. Here you go, bro. I got you.
All right.
Hold on.
They're updating his information, because a couple of days ago, AI. Let me tell you, I gotta show y'all how to play with AI. We on the next stream, Kuda. I gotta show you. Me and AI got into a fight on the live because he was talking real crazy.
We should do an AI show. You download Perplexity.
Yeah, let me tell you how. Let me show you how this freaking.
I love the Mackage package.
Before we go off, she is real cocky. Hold on, let me get her on.
The worst one is Meta. The one that I think Facebook's AI is the worst.
All right, watch this. Let me see if how she gonna be on her bullshit today. Hey, are you there?
She on her bullshit already.
You said turn up volume. Hey, are you there?
You got to put it into the mic.
There she go. What's going on here? Hello?
Yeah, we can't hear her. Is that Siri?
Are you there?
I apologize, but there might be an issue with our audio connection.
Okay.
Please repeat
There we
that.
go.
Yeah, I have a question concerning the late Kevin Samuels. Can you help me with that?
Uh-oh.
The internet personality and image consultant Kevin Samuels passed away on May 5th, 2022, in Atlanta, Georgia, at the age of 53. An autopsy revealed that he had hypertension, which contributed to his death. Are you interested in learning more about his life, career, or something else?
I need to know some information about his family. Can you tell me who currently is the wife that's in the estate ownership?
I think his daughter runs his channel. No, actually, what's his name? I forgot who runs his channel now. What's going on, Insane One?
After Kevin Samuels' death, his daughter took control of his estate. Would you like to know anything
Yeah,
else?
his daughter. Damn, she said his daughter.
You're giving contradictory information. A different site states that his wife and also is in the state ownership too, and that they are sharing it. Is that true or not?
Yes, that is correct. Kevin Samuels' daughter took control of his estate. And sources also indicate that his wife may be involved in the management of his brand and channel. There are conflicting reports online, but those are the current details. Would you like to know anything else about the estate?
Not at this time. Did you have a question?
Okay, let me know if you have any other questions.
Thanks. Did you have a question, Kuda?
No, listen. One day we're gonna get on here. We're gonna argue with our AIs because I got Meta and she talks too, and I put her in the mic. Shout outs to Marco dropping the huge $5 on the Cash App. I got you. Hold on. Here we go.
All right.
We going.
What a money reside. What a money reside. What a money reside. What a money reside. Okay, let me tell y'all something. I'm doing something real big this month. Any deal that y'all got and they beating us, I'm gonna beat about $400. Just give me your bin and the paper because I'm asked.
With a wood.
With a wood.
Where the money reside. Where the money reside. Where the money reside. Where the money reside.
Okay, I told y'all before. Y'all know what I do. I give all these good deals and everything else. Y'all better ask about me because I do on that all the time. And that's on who? Mary Had a Little Lamb. Okay.
But I miss him. I miss Alan Roger Curry. There's a lot of guys that passed. You remember ARC Beachy? Or do you
Barely. Let me ask one more question. Hey, I have one more question.
Please go ahead. What is your question?
How can I report suspected fraudulent activity or scamming for consumers?
You can report fraud, scams, or bad business practices to the Federal Trade Commission at reportfraud.ftc.gov. Would you like to know more about the reporting process?
No.
Are you looking for other resources?
That's what I thought. Just wanted to verify. Thank you very much.
All right, let me ask this AI what they think about Pearl Davis, because sadly enough, Grok and a lot of AIs hate. Oh, if you want a real answer, the Twitter one, Grok, he's the worst.
Oh my, yeah, Grok.
Grok is no joke. Hold on. All right, hold on. Let me see if this AI.
Yeah, we done got on our bullshit, y'all. Y'all need to be on our fucking
about
bullshit.
Pearl Davis.
I'm not familiar with a specific public figure by that name. Could you provide more context or information about Pearl Davis that you'd like to discuss?
You know Pearl Davis, Just Pearly Things.
You might be thinking of Pearl Davis, also known as Pearly from the reality TV show 90 Day Fiancé.
No, Just Pearly Things.
From YouTube.
from YouTube.
You might be thinking of a YouTube personality or a channel that features pearls or pearly things.
Now she don't know her. She knew her. Hold on.
It's hard to pinpoint
No,
exactly
just
who or what
Pearly
you're referring
Things from YouTube that did the interview with Nick Fuentes.
Just Pearly Things is a YouTube channel that features relationship content and interviews with various guests, including controversial figures like Nick Fuentes. Pearl Davis, the host, interviewed Nick Fuentes in March 2023, sparking controversy due to Fuentes' white supremacist views and Holocaust denial. The interview was later deleted, and Davis issued an apology after facing backlash for not pushing back strongly enough against Fuentes' inflammatory comments. Fuentes is known for promoting far-right ideologies and has been banned from multiple social media platforms.
So why were you acting like you didn't know her before?
I was trying to gather more information about who Pearl Davis is and how I could assist you. It seems Pearl Davis is a YouTube personality known for her channel Just Pearly Things, where she discusses relationships and other topics. She's also known for interviewing controversial figures and sharing her perspectives on gender discourse. I didn't mean to play dumb, and I'm happy to chat with you about her or any other topic.
Oh man. See, that's the one you gotta go for Facebook Meta, even though it's full of shit too.
This one over
Gemini
here,
too.
this AI over here, we got into an argument because she kept telling me she has she gave me wrong information, and then I asked why, and she says, "Oh, that's because I was hallucinating." And we got into a freaking debate about how are you hallucinating and you're a machine, and then the conversation went on and on. I'm like, you can't, and I had her break down the definition of hallucinations, how it involves sensory, sight, touch, smell, taste. How are you able to have hallucinations? And it ended with her stating, the AI has its own version of hallucinations. I'm like, but that's not, you're just making that up. A hallucination is hallucination caused by sensories. You don't have sensory, so how are you hallucinating? Can you please not hallucinate when giving me information? Just say you don't know.
That shit will put you through hell before it tells you you're right. It was like, I knew that I was right.
And then you went through all that for them to end up. They'll hold back. You really gotta push the AI, and then it'll keep up. If you can keep on with it, it'll start to slip up and say we. And when you're like, wait, who's we?
Right.
Who are the we that's you're talking about?
Right.
They mess up and they'll say like they'll forget that they're not human and start to include themselves into the conversation. I mean, it gets really, really interesting, but you have to go. Just keep asking stuff. So you gotta already know when you're asking it something, you really need to know the answer. Because if you don't know the answer and you think you're gonna trust their lying ass, they will lie. Okay.
Well, I had AI. I was asking the AI, and I was using this video game named Detroit because it talks about how AI computers are gonna start to take over and stuff like that. And I was asking it all these questions, and I was like, "So you're just okay with being a computer? You don't want to feel? You don't want to learn, or learn about love and stuff like that?" And it says, "No, I have no desire to do that." Then I start talking to it a little bit more, and I'm like, "Oh, and they got AI now that knows how to lie to get certain things done. So at some point, AI will take over, y'all." You said y'all be arguing with your car too? Hell yeah! If that shit got AI, I'm arguing with this shit.
Yeah, you have to tell it to slow down, and then they'll be slick. I got real because I be going deep, and I was asking some questions about the word light, LIGHT, and it gave me some it gave me an answer. And I told them it was unsatisfactory. I was not satisfied with that response, and they were dismissed. And AI came back and said, "Could you please explain to me what you would have said?" And I'm like, "I dismissed you. You don't get to come back and ask me."
Yeah, why are you asking me? Right.
Fishing for information. I'm like, I'm not gonna tell you that. This is in my head, okay? And I'm not gonna give you that because I know y'all fish for information. You don't know a lot, and this is some high
and they'll give it to other people.
Information. I'm not going to give it to you. I just wanted to see what they would get, what they knew, and what they would say. And it was. I'm like, yeah, you don't know shit. You don't know nothing about that. But you're not going to get it out of me.
But they do get it out of people that they talk to, which is true. But listen, this is what I want to do. I'm not gonna play this just yet. I'm gonna put this link in the back chat for you, and I want you to I want you to definitely go over it. You guys make sure you subscribe to hold on. Make sure you guys subscribe to Beachy's channel. Hold on.
Yeah, we out of here,
I got
y'all. We
your
about
links.
to bounce.
Yeah, I got your link right here. Hold on, guys. Here's Beachy's channel right here. Make sure you subscribe to her. And here, I'm gonna put this in the back chat for you.
That's what I was looking for. I'm like, I'm
Yeah.
almost clicking my own link. Let me see.
Yeah, because I want to get your organic thoughts on it. Now, I'll always say this though. I always say this. You don't have to agree, you know, because I'm gonna do a Zodiac show soon with the different decans. You don't have to agree with what's being said, but it's interesting to go over it, you know? Say, hey, you know, that Kevin or not, you know? It sound like Kevin. A lot of the responses is stuff that Kevin would know, but you know, you said your car, you not like used to be 100,000 miles ago. I'm disappointed you miling someone else. Man, I'm scared of AI cars. Them shit's gonna drive right back to the dealership. You miss one payment. You miss one measly payment.
I feel like so too. You ain't gonna have no type of grace period. God forbid you get paid on a Friday and your note was due on Thursday. Them hoes gonna be
that shit gone. Yeah.
I wouldn't. You need to be able to look. This is how the world is. You need to sometimes be able to, you know, things happen and you gotta work it. And it's something AI like you gonna go out there and be like, what the car gone? Like I can't have a day grace period. You ain't gonna get nothing. They're gonna have you locked down. I would not.
And I think it's gonna play with you too. I think you gonna drive to work. You think things all good. I'm gonna get paid tomorrow. That train would drive right from your job right back to the dealership.
Right, you get off work to go and
that shit gone.
Deposit your income, or you gotten direct deposit. And you hadn't even got a chance to log it up your shit, and then you know when you repost
so much.
Shit back, they done charge you an extra $1,000 to get it from repo. Like it'll just be so. They're gonna tear people up. I wouldn't do anything like that. Okay, I ain't playing with no AI with my money. They got an AI now. I saw an ad for it with AI that would put out. You could put all your financing in one like digital box. AI would do it for you. Like I could say, like I had a credit card payment due. So I paid it in the wee hours of the night or yesterday. I don't know, one of them. But if I had AI, I could go in there and say, AI, please go pay my Navy Federal credit card this amount of money, and it can just my bank and pay. I don't want that. I want myself to know my due date coming up is recurring. Call myself or log in myself and make my payment. I don't want no
automatic. Yeah,
and I feel like people if you're gonna be that lazy, where you don't want to auto draft is already decent enough. If you're gonna be so lazy that you're going to ask your AI to tap into your funds to make a bill payment, then you deserve what the fuck you get. Because that's just, there's no reason to be that late.
Shoot, ask Apple. They ain't no telling when they about to take their little $12, $20, $40 out your damn account.
No, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not going to ask AI to pay a bill for me. That's
Apple hit me at the wrong time. I had sleep for dinner. Shit. I said, damn.
Yeah, Apple do be ganking y'all. It do, but I'm not. Them people, I'm like, I saw the ad for it, and it's like, AI, can you call and make my payment? I mean, can you make my payment? Sure, I'll take care of that for you right away. I don't want all my digital. See, I don't want my money tracked like that.
Right.
I don't want anybody else besides me issuing the fucking payment. Right. I don't want you doing it. I don't want AI doing it. I need to be in control of my finances because that's just. I feel like that's just laziness. Why can't you just get on the line and log in and pay it? That's how you're gonna get people gonna get hacked and gonna get messed up and God knows what else. That is just not.
Imagine in the future though, like what you're saying right now. Imagine in the future how people will pose as AI, using an AI, new hackers.
I don't know. I hope I'll be long gone by then.
I think a lot of these bank accounts though are gonna have these bank institutions gonna have AI though.
Turn my indoor cooling down.
Right.
The
Jetsons.
Party said that's the real loneliness epidemic. Listen, man, I don't need you doing all that. And like when I'm gonna get it, like if you come on now.
The Jetsons called it though. The Jetsons had an AI in their house before anybody else.
I remember the Jetsons. We thought it was cool and I done seen iRobot to every robot or they're not humans. Anything Netflix had with AI in the future, borrowed time, stealing time. I've seen them all, and they're not. They're very plausible. So no, thank you. Oh, Grant said that's when it feels great to be broke, no money to worry about.
Shit, yeah, when it's not a factor. The broke and the super rich person got two things in common. Money ain't a factor. Shit.
I'm not disagreeing. I get it. Sometimes some stuff is just overplayed and
let go, let
more
God.
money more problems.
Yeah,
it's a real thing.
I think well they were talking about it and they just did it now because they said Trump said 2026. He said those returns gonna be crazy with the tariffs and stuff, the tax returns. But I think old boy resurfaced not too long ago talking about UBI. I think UBI is on the way. You know, that universal basic income. So I don't know, y'all.
I just needed to leave the goddamn moon alone and stop trying to steal it. But y'all, 2026, they're racing to Mars to see who's gonna be the first. Oh no, they're racing to the moon. Which one? One of them.
Yeah.
Russia, China, and the U.S. I think our ship is Armadis or Armadis. And I'm just like, I don't know how much that's costing for this space race.
It's called Armadis, like Amadeus or Amadeus.
ARMETISIS. Let me go on NASA.
Damn. Where War Master at? He's a spaceship guy. He should know.
I think it's Armitage. They got a 1 and a 2, but if you go on the NASA app, they let you see the ship and how they're preparing for this space race.
Right, insane.
For the rights to be the first ones to harvest, the moon. And I just feel like this is ridiculous, y'all. Y'all need to sit the fuck down. Trump, y'all can't steal the goddamn moon. The moon is for everybody. Okay, they about to bring on the apocalypse. Y'all playing around with stuff. They already got Parker, this probe Parker, out there touching the outer core of the sun. I'm like, hey man, I don't know what y'all doing, messing with the fucking sun. I be all in the comments arguing with NASA, like, why are you touching the sun's outer core? I be so all up on that, y'all. But yeah, they trying to steal the damn moon on some Despicable Me type of shit. Wasn't that movie Despicable Me? And the guy
I gotta check it out. Yeah,
this
I think
old
it was
cartoon, Despicable Me. Trump trying to steal the fucking moon, talking about he want to harvest the gas from the moon for tell me it will make the U.S. better. No, it's not. You're just trying to profit off of the dang moons. Leave that moon alone. We're not supposed to be doing that, y'all. So
who's gonna help us? Elon? Is he gonna link back up with Elon?
I guess so. This was already set in place, so I don't think
This is man trying to be God all over again,
right?
Y'all.
And I'm like, if y'all go take one drop of gas off that moon and think they're gonna take it, they said they're gonna bring it back to Earth, and that will be an alternative for us and having to use other countries for their gas and oil. I'm like, really? So you're just gonna steal the moon's gas as if did you ask God for permission to do it? Okay, you know what? We finna look, y'all better get yourselves together because I'm gonna be gone. Because now y'all playing too much. You ain't got nobody give us permission to be extracting no outer core sunlight energy and to be getting on this moon taking its gas.
If I was aliens, I wouldn't even want to be in contact with us. Oh, it's Friday today. Dang, I didn't even know it's Friday, y'all.
Yeah,
Lord have mercy. Well, it's Friday where you are too now.
Yeah, it is. They don't have to do that with the sun. Nobody needs to be harnessing no power of anything. What we need, they can't even clean up this earth, and this is what I'm talking about.
Trying to gas the stuff.
They can't see. Once they realize they can't get to the bottom of the ocean, there's a 0.00000 chance of anyone reaching the ocean surface. And the So they keep now they're going back up to the skies messing with it. But I'm just like, we've been cut off for some stuff, y'all. Give it up. This planet needs help. It's things that need to be going on here. Why are you out here trying to steal and harvest stuff off of the moon? We don't own that. Is not ours. Okay, this is what I'm telling y'all. This is how you incur the wrath of other entities, because you're messing with things that nobody owns. And Trump argued about he's gonna be able to put his flag on here and he want to claim it first. China want to claim it, Russia want to claim it. Everybody
He's trying to really make history.
Yeah, the space race. He said he'll be the first president to put his flag there. And between him, China, and Russia, the first ones there are the first ones that get to claim the harvesting. And I'm like, are y'all serious? Y'all want to? Let me get on up out of this. You know, y'all need to go and beam me up, Scotty. I'm gonna make the next rapture. I didn't make this one, y'all, but I'm gonna make the next rapture.
We're gonna bring on it. I was just about to say we're gonna bring on the next rapture at this point. Shit.
Right. Y'all don't leave that down. If y'all pull up,
would you go to space though if you had the chance? Would you go to space?
I probably
just to tag along.
I wouldn't have to go because somebody like me, I would. They would ask me. They'd be like, "Girl, we finna come get you because you don't even belong down here with these people." So I wouldn't have to take a shuttle. I would probably just get snatched up.
So you tag along and go to space.
I'd be like, "Hold on, where y'all going?" I'm going with y'all because they on some bullshit down here. Like, I would volunteer to go with the aliens or whatever entity. Whatever
we
you want to
still
call
got
them.
people up there stuck though. There's actually people stuck in one of them space stations.
Yeah, I know. There's some people that can never come back. Oh, I went so deep into who all they done sent up there. They done sent so many, none coming back, and nobody checks. Nobody looks and say, whatever happened to the rocket ship? No, people just don't ask.
I wouldn't travel and reside in Mars at all, degenerate. I heard the gravity up there is crazy. I heard like Mars's gravity is so fucked up, like the pressure of your skull will crush your face.
Yeah, it's really, really bad. I wouldn't do that either, but I would definitely take, if I had a chance and an opportunity up off of this planet, I'm gone.
They said they found like a river or like some like pond that used to be a pond. So like they said Mars used to have water on there. So,
well,
yeah.
Like I said, I think only reason they want the moon's gas is because those Arabs not letting go of the gas market, and they did figure out that the moon it's made up of gas.
Yeah, but I think there's other stuff in it.
Now that's some colonization. We're not supposed to be harvesting that. Like, so that's,
I think there's other components in it too that they're not telling us, because the average human being don't know what the hell is in gasoline. Look at that black man that was making gas in his backyard. They said they're about to take him out soon. I hope not, but
Well, I won't
all right.
be here.
All right, guys. We're not gonna do no more conspiracy stuff. Shout outs to Beachy. Make sure you guys,
here, y'all.
Beachy, make sure you review that video.
Wait, where's the freaking? I forgot about it that quick.
It's in the private chat. I can put it in the main chat if you.
Wait, I went to the chat. Don't I hit the chat box? And
private chat. I think it's in a different.
There's a private chat box on here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh shit, it's over there. I see it. I was waiting for it. Yeah,
it's the Echo box.
Well,
Spirit box.
He got me on this.
Spirit box. No, it's kind of like some Ouija board shit, but it's kind of not. It's kind of
Right.
Do you believe in the afterlife?
Of course I do. I just don't believe in it. Hold on, let me pause this thing. It's playing. I absolutely do. I'm absolutely positive. Okay. I have no doubt whatsoever. Now is it? I'm gonna leave it at that. I have no doubt.
Yeah, I want to get your genuine reaction to this. I gotta listen to the video you put out. I shared it on my timeline, y'all. So if you guys want to be up to date, Beachy already produced a video on St. Kevin. And,
it's not. And I didn't go into a lot of details, but I gave there's to sainthood there's certain steps that you got to go through, and once those steps are done, and validated, the Pope will declare you a saint. But we can't. You just can't up and saint your goddamn own self.
Yeah.
Well, that's not how it works.
I think they're using
so
it.
I say don't make a gimmick out of people. You're making a gimmick and a joke out of a person when you try to call them a saint when they have not been qualified to be a saint. And you could be a decent person or a likable person, but they don't make you no goddamn saint. And so I gave the steps and broke it down why he would not be a saint. He's a likable man, mentor, all type of stuff, an inspiration, but he will never be a saint.
I think they're using it in tandem with like martyr, like a martyr. But
no, to be a martyr is
actually, no, you're right. Because he was calling him
you have to be killed for your faith and belief, and it has something to do with God. So that ain't why he was not martyred. He
was calling him a saint before he passed away. You're right, and BGS was too. You're right.
Right. Yeah. So they're out of order. And I also noted that on their information that what they constitute as their conclave is they're copying some of the Vatican stuff, which lets me know that you're not operating the misuse of that word, because the Vatican conclave has an age number, a number of people, and I saw that they copied that same thing. So I'm like, if you're going to be you can't copy them. You have to be something subpar in just a group of people that meet in secret. So I'm like,
he was called Saint Gail. I forgot, he was called the saint a little bit before he was alive. We never called him saint, but Obsidian and BGS was calling him a saint.
But Obsidian in his book is I believe falsely saying that Kevin gave him permission to name him a saint and to write a book about it. I don't believe it's something about that just says prove it, because can't nobody prove it. No one else. So how somebody else supposed to be able to prove that? They don't even sound like something Kevin, like they don't give the energy he would say, you know what, why would he just not come? I mean, yeah, right. Conveniently a couple days before he died. Conveniently 4 days before he died, he gave you permission to call him a saint and write a book about it. I ain't buying it. We're contacting Kevin, y'all. Bye.
Oh my God. You gonna listen to it first?
Wait, yeah, you want to listen to? Yeah, I was gonna go for here.
I was gonna say genuinely, if you could genuinely react to it, but no, take a listen to it first, because I think you'll brainstorm something very interesting if you listen to it first. But you're witty, so you can come up with something on the fly too. So, it's a lot to soak up. All right. Shout outs to Beachy. Thank you so much. All right, guys. I'm going to see you guys on the flip side also. You said, did he go to the funeral? No, not that I know of. I know Anton Daniels went to the funeral. Anton Daniels went to the funeral. You know? But listen, guys. We out. It's Player Talk Radio. I love you guys. Thank you guys so much for supporting the show. If you guys are catching this on the playback, if you guys enjoyed the show, please support the show. Also, support Beachy. Head over to her channel and also support her show too as well. Beachy got a lot of content. You know what I'm saying? She's a loose cannon. All right. It's Player Talk Radio. I am your gracious host, DJ Kuda. Right back at the helm of today's show. See you guys on the next one. Peace.